This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Relax and take a moment to go inwards, seek inspiration from what is going on inside your mind. Allow thoughts and feelings to marinate in your conscious awareness. What comes to the fore? Meditate on whatever signs and symbols appear in your mind's eye. Relax and meditate, and when you feel ready, when you feel compelled to say something, click on the link in the live chat to speak to us. Hello, hello, hello. Happy New Year to you and yours. It is 2026. Can you believe it? I do hope that this year is one that is enlightening for you, enlightening in a manner that brings you knowledge of what will make you content, what will make you feel life is worth living, what will make you feel that, everything is worth whatever you've gone through in the past. I do hope 2026 brings you happiness, well-being, health, and prosperity to the degree that, you're comfortable, that you're able to manage day to day without struggling with your finances. I hope you've learned enough in the past from your past behavior, experiences, to know what to do and what not to do personally, who to speak to and who not to speak to, so that 2026 can be a better year for you. Happy New Year to everybody. Happy New Year to everybody who frequents the Finding Gnosis stream here on the Finding Gnosis show. And Happy New Year to everybody who has just arrived, the newbies. This is the Finding Gnosis show. This is where we ask questions about what the hell is going on in this strange existence that we are all apparently sharing together. And we try our best. Sometimes, it doesn't go according to plan, but we try our best to answer those questions in good faith. And I want to commend and thank Divine Hazel already, who says she wants to move forward in a positive manner. She says she has no toleration for lies and slander on any level. She's here to help this channel, as it has a potential to help so many people looking for something they have forgotten. And she would like to thank D&W, that's me, thank you, Divine, for providing this space for us all to grow in love and put the lies we tell ourselves on the shelf. Let's go forward with the curiosity of young ones to learn what we have come to learn. Indeed, a curious mind, an open heart, moving forward together, but watching each other's back and trying to help each other. We are going to try this year to stop infighting. We are going to try and come together, and maybe we'll have a chat as a channel, about things that we can't tolerate, things that we shouldn't do. Maybe that's what we need to do. Maybe certain words, maybe topics. I don't know about topics, but definitely words. Calling people names, attacking people who are on the show. Maybe we should try and avoid that. Indeed, I believe we have always tried, but occasionally, conversations slip through the net. Occasionally, things are said in heated, robust argument where people care equally on both sides about the subject matter being discussed. And we have to learn how to deal with that. It's not easy. But I suppose we should try and always talk about the subject matter of the argument rather than the person who is making points. Divine says, let's show support for D&W and hit the like button. Brother Marcus says he's already done that. Thank you to Brother Marcus. And Divine says hello to Retro and Marcus. Brother Marcus does reply, hello, Divine. We already had Retro here. Retro says, Happy New Year's Day to you, D&W. Happy New Year's Day to you too, Retro. And he says, the merriest of New Year's to Divine, Chickpea, Brother Marcus, Life Abolitionist, Sage the Forest, and Jay. J-E or J, however you like to say it. He answers to both on this stream. So the link is in the live chat. It is 2026. Who will be the first? Who will be the first person to click on the link this year? This year of our Lord, 2026 AD. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Can you Adam and Eve it? So yes, the link is in the live chat. Do come on, and we can get the conversation flowing for 2026. What would you like to talk about? Maybe New Year's resolutions. I'm just going to quickly peruse the news while I'm waiting for somebody to come on here. So I'm just going to go to the BBC. Where else, to have a look. It says, I read this earlier. I didn't read the article, but I saw the headline earlier. Commiserations and sympathy to anybody affected by this horrible news. Around 40 people killed and 115 injured in New Year's fire at a Swiss bar, police say. Many of the injured are in a severe condition, as the Swiss president calls the fire one of the worst tragedies that the country has ever experienced. Yeah, that's a lot of people dead. So around 40 people killed in a Swiss bar on New Year's Eve. Some kind of explosion. So the fire started at 1:30 a.m. local time at Le Constellation bar in southwest Switzerland. It would have been a young, festive population. That's what the local politician said. It would have been a bar frequented by young people. Some witnesses think birthday candles on top of a champagne bottle set fire to the ceiling. Okay, and when asked by the reporters, the Attorney General says she cannot confirm the cause. One man managed to escape by breaking a window and climbing out. Here's a video. Okay, we can see that, can we? Yeah. That is... Oh, dear. Right, panic inside a Swiss bar caught on fire. Yes. It feels like a nightmare, says eyewitness. It's very complicated. I'm still trying to understand what I've lived through. It feels like a nightmare that I'm going to wake up tomorrow and that I will get back all my loved ones, he says, who have unfortunately died in this incident. It's tragic because it's the new year and it's usually full of joy. And unfortunately this happens and it's sad. Yeah. Okay, sad news. Let's keep going. So lots of headlines about that. Okay, let's go to world news, seeing as this is a worldwide stream on the World Wide Web. Whoa. Netherlands police face unprecedented New Year's Eve violence. Wow. Huge fire rips through historic Amsterdam during New Year's celebrations. Holy moly. That is not good, eh? Police in the Netherlands were pelted with fireworks and faced an unprecedented amount of violence. 1 second, I'll pause this. An unprecedented amount of violence on New Year's Eve, officers have said. A 19th century church in Amsterdam was engulfed by fire in the early hours of New Year's Day, although the cause of the blaze is not yet known. The Vondelkerk, which overlooks the largest park in the city, the Vondel Park, has been a tourist attraction since it was built in 1872. Elsewhere in the Netherlands, A 17-year-old boy and a 30-year-old man were killed in fireworks incidents in Bielefeld in Germany. Local police said 2 18-year-olds died after setting off homemade fireworks. Oh dear. In The Hague, groups from neighboring streets clashed in the Trans district. So the neighbors were fighting each other for whatever reason. The head of the Dutch Union, Koeman, said she had been pelted by fireworks and other explosives on her shift in Amsterdam. The amount of violence was unprecedented, she said. Reports of attacks against police and firefighters were widespread across the country. Petrol bombs were thrown at police in the southern city of Breda. In Rotterdam, the city's eye hospital said it had treated 14 patients, including 10 minors, for eye injuries. 2 received surgery. A 17-year-old boy from Nijmegen and a 38-year-old man from Aalsmeer were killed in fireworks, in this local media report. In Amsterdam, the 50-meter high tower of the historic Vondelkerk church collapsed. Authorities said the roof was badly damaged, but the structure was expected to remain. The neo-Gothic basilica was designed by architect Pierre Kuipers, whose works also include the Rijksmuseum. A ban on unofficial fireworks is due to come into force in 2026, according to the Dutch Pyrotechnics Association. A record 129 million euros had been spent on them this year. Okay, there you go, folks. Some bad news from the Netherlands. Divine says that is not how she envisioned New Year's Day to start. Yeah. And Retro says fire is unforgiving, especially in closed space or in windy, dry brush. Indeed. Retro also says there should be aliens and earthquakes dominating the headlines soon as billionaires relax in their bunkers. Do you really think so, Retro? Do you really think so? Okay. A condom. The Chinese are thinking of implementing a condom tax and cheaper childcare to boost birth rates over there, where people aren't having enough children apparently to keep the population going. New discovery may challenge theory. Vikings built first Irish towns, according to research. A recently discovered large hilltop settlement could challenge the theory that Vikings built the first towns in Ireland, a researcher has said. His colleagues have identified more than 600 suspected houses in the Brusseltown ring, making it to date the largest nucleated settlement ever discovered in the entirety of prehistoric Britain and Ireland. The settlement, which is thought to have emerged at about 1200 BC, the late Bronze Age, is located within a region called the Baltinglass Hillfort cluster in the southwestern edge of the Wicklow Mountains. So there you go. A lot earlier than the appearance of the Vikings. Bulgaria has joined the euro. Okay, so Bulgaria now has the euro currency. A Disney worker has been hurt stopping a 180-kilogram fake boulder from hitting the audience. Oh dear. Let's look at this. All right. Oh, whoa, whoa. Here it goes. Here it goes. Uh-oh. 180 kg. Bang. 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 Oof. Oh, shit. Oh, God. That man got hit in the head and knocked the fuck out. That is really bad. Wow.
Oh, no. Whoa.
That was coming straight for those kids.
It's coming right for us.
Oh,
fuck.
A worker at Walt Disney World is recovering after being injured by a 400-pound, 180 kg runaway boulder. Oh, we've watched that already. Let me get out of that. In an incident that was caught on video, the Florida theme park continued confirmed, sorry. The incident took place at the Indiana Jones Epic Stunt Spectacular. There you go. I hope that man is recovering after his act of heroism. We have Retro on the show. Happy New Year to you, Retro. How are you?
Good. You know, got a couple days of rest. Everything's been going well for the last, at least 36 hours. So nothing really to complain about. Low news cycle. Just seeing what's going to bite next, what they're going to flip the script with, I guess, and the whole media cycle to get the people not to revolt. Chase these people out of their offices with the torches and whatnot.
Right. So we had the first Muslim New York City mayor. He was sworn in. Is it today? Okay. Let's have a look at this.
I can't think of a better way to usher in 2026 than to be amongst family and friends and to inaugurate the man who will bring about a new era of progress, promise, and prosperity for New York City. Please repeat after me and raise your right hand. I, Zoran Kwame Mamdani, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of New York, and the Charter of the City of New York.
That's an abandoned subway tunnel they're in.
And that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office of the Mayor of the City of New York according to the best of my ability. So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, that's an invite-only subway tunnel where you can't even get to that tunnel or access to it. You can see it partially on one of their trains when you ride by. It might be the L train, I don't remember. But there's a glimpse you can get of that old station down there in one of those tunnels. And that's where they held that to make sure it wouldn't, for security reasons, invite only. I think for that event they just held.
Understandable, I suppose. But he's causing some hot debate around the country, isn't he?
It's a beautiful tunnel, and Trump likes that guy. I mean, they look like they got along, even though they're not in the same party and stuff. When they did their little personal visits, Trump was really chummy with him.
Okay, well, we've had enough of looking at the news. It doesn't look terribly, motivational. So we'll leave that behind for a while. I want to welcome Divine. Divine, Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year to everyone here.
Thank you very much. Sorry, Retro, I should have asked you, but I'll ask Divine, then come back to you. Divine, what are you hoping to leave behind in 2025, and what are you hoping for in 2026?
Since 2025 is yesterday's news, I shall not talk about it. This year is full of miracles, happiness, peace, love, and joy.
That's a rather beautiful statement. Any idea on what type of miracles and joy will be coming your way, our way, everybody's way?
Hopefully a new way of being, a new way of understanding who we are, and coming out of the illusions of what we've created for ourselves to make ourselves feel safe. It's now time to be who we are and shine on.
Shine on. Shine on. Shine on, my diamond. Now, Retro, what about you? Happy New Year again to you. Is there anything you're hoping to leave behind in 2025? Is there anything you're hoping to bring with you? What are you hoping for in 2026?
Well, I mean, whatever I couldn't get done or put off last year or more for the last 2 years, I'm hoping to step it up and, get that stuff done. I mean, this past year, I got so much stuff done. I basically exhausted myself, got really sick, lost a family member, lost 2 of my cats. So it's just like, it was a pretty rough year, except for the amount of stuff I got accomplished was still truly remarkable for me. in my own genre of, drawing and animating. So it's just like my biggest year ever for drawing and animation, even though it was a very rough year personally. So I hope to be able to, muster through whatever I need to, even with my setbacks. Because I mean, not every day is perfect, obviously, and not every day do I feel like, I wake up and I'm Picasso. So it's like, I feel like I got to drive this person in my own skin to stay on course is my main objective.
Wonderful. And remind everybody listening what you do and how they can support you.
I mean, I'm an independent artist, so it's just like I draw and paint. And this past, couple months, so since last October, I got really back into hand drawing, even though I've been hand drawing and painting the whole time. It was just the hate that people were giving the artificial intelligence stuff, which I animate and use artificial intelligence as well, and I render stuff and use text prompts. And I realized, being an artist for majority of my life, that the yin and the yang, the flow of people rebelling against the software had people liking hand-drawn stuff again. So it gave me a good opportunity to get back into that world. But now I'm juggling both. So I'm still animating, still rendering, and still drawing. And I'm going to do some wild stuff coming up. And I have a cartoon called Red Grid that is mainly all renders and stuff, but I do all the audio myself, and I do all the voiceovers myself. I do all the sound effects and noises and all that jazz, and I write the whole script, and it's from my own sci-fi novel, and it's called Red Grid.
Oh, awesome. We're looking forward to seeing that come out. Do you want to give us any synopsis of what that's about?
Red Grid is a sci-fi dystopian story that I've written about. It's basically could take place in 15 years from now. And what's happened is the AI we have now, it grows super smart really fast to the point where anybody can almost do anything, and it bankrupts the markets. There's no more musicians, there's no more movies. Everybody can do what they want, and it's so powerful, it bankrupts the system because no one's buying anything or doesn't need that kind of stuff anymore for entertainment. And they take it back away from people. In the meanwhile, there's been other AI that's been developed that's too powerful for military and intelligence reasons that, again, they have to dial it back to just get an even keel again on society. So when they do that, that's where my story takes place. Is these are people that are living 15 to 20 years from now, and they're, young adults, and they hack into a system where they're allowed to game, which is a gray law area, is virtual gaming. And they find a level that they hack into that contains the AIs that have been jailed by the governments, and they're inside the system still. And it's a very complicated story.
Sounds fun.
Yeah, I was inspired. I'd started writing it before my stepdad passed, and me and him really loved sci-fi. So I started writing this novel probably a month before he passed. And then I got 4 or 5 chapters in, within 2 or 3 months after he passed. And then I decided, hey, like, instead of trying to publish this, why don't I use the technology that's out here and try to just offer it for free to the public by animating into a story.
Awesome, bro. And what is it that attracted you and your father, you said? Was it your stepfather or your father? Sorry.
My stepfather was really into sci-fi stuff. He was a big lover of Harry Potter, Star Wars, all this, Flash Gordon, all that stuff, and a big supporter of all, my stuff I've ever done since I knew him and met him when I was 11 or 12 years old. But my natural father is the NASA guy, my biological father that raised me.
I got you. Well, it's nice that you got on with both of them. That's a rare occurrence. Brother Marcus is here. Brother Marcus, Happy New Year to you, sir. How are you doing? And what would you like 2026 to bring to you, to all of us, to humankind?
Happy New Year. I caught a chest infection, so I have a cold again. So a little bit of a gift from 2025 to bring in the new year. Thank you, 2025.
Hold on, is this the same one or a different one? You had one a couple weeks ago, right?
Well, I think it's a different one. I think it's just my immune system was probably like weak, so I just probably caught something new.
Oh no.
It is what it is, but it's not as bad as the first one I had so far. But 2026, I hope to read Homer and Virgil and just more poetic and artistic stuff.
Oh, cool. That's really interesting. That's quite an undertaking. Best of luck with that.
It's actually not. I know it's people get intimidated by it, but it's like a 300-page book. Like it's not that big.
Okay. Well, that's not a big deal, actually, considering all the reading you do.
And it's poetry. It's like it's not. I'm not reading analytic philosophy, which is like a lot. I just have to understand. True. Yeah.
Like 2.5 weeks, you should be able to get it.
Although poetry can be rather taxing to try and understand the metaphors and what they're actually saying. At least in kind of academic texts, it's usually explained pretty well, you know.
Yeah, I'm gonna get one with like notes and footnotes, so
okay,
I have some type of guidance.
Cool. Well, best luck. That sounds fun. Anything
And
else?
Everybody's welcome to join me if anybody wants to do that with me.
Awesome. Yeah, sounds good. Might do that myself, actually. Chickpea, you're on the show. Happy New Year to you, Chickpea. What are you hoping to leave behind in 2025? And what are you hoping?
Oh God! Hello, favourites.
What are you What are you hoping for in 2026, Chickpea?
I'm hoping for don't know. I haven't thought about it. I haven't honestly thought. I think I'm just going to be happy with my cats and let the world just spin around me.
Just forgetting the world and just living.
No, the world can spin around me. Yeah.
Okay.
Not, but I'm allowed, aren't I? I can't change it anyway.
Oh, really? Okay.
How can I change the world, T&W?
One little. You could be the one.
Well, I do that.
You could be one domino. You could be the one domino that is necessary for the critical mass. To, you know.
Oh, D&W, I used to spout my animal rights stuff when I was 14 years old. I didn't make the blindest bit of difference. I didn't.
Wow.
I mean, I started when I was 14 on my nonsense. I never managed to convert one single person, not one. And I, that's why I used to spout animal rights. I didn't, I stopped it. Well, yeah. I'm just going to actually I might start doing one of those little gratitude lists, every day write down 3 things to be grateful for.
Yeah, I've heard that's a good thing to do.
Yeah, I'm going to start
I haven't tried it religiously. I haven't done it every day or anything. I've just done it momentarily, like a few times. But some people swear by it,
Yes,
I think that and goal setting,
What?
That and goal setting. So have a mixture of easily achievable goals and goals that require some realistic effort, like that are realistic, and then some goals that you're aspiring towards, but are a bit very hard to get to. But as long as you have goals set up that are a mixture of being very achievable with some effort, and achievable with lots and lots of effort, then it keeps you on track, perhaps. And having gratitude lists and practicing thanks for the things that are going well in your life. That's important as well.
Yeah.
J.E. says, Happy New Year, everyone. May finding Gnosis reach higher heights of Gnosis in 2026 and reach an even wider audience of truth seekers. And may we all have our best year yet. Cheers. Yes, Jay, do you want to come on here, brother? And let us know what's going on with you and what you're hoping for in the new year.
Sure, I got corporations and Sony on the phone. They want us to take over the View soon.
There you go. Brother Marcus says he's not saying. Oh, sorry. He's saying he's got a Tupac quote here. I'm not saying I'm going to rule the world or I'm going to change the world, but I guarantee that I will spark the brain that will change the world. There, Tupac said that apparently. And J.E. says, and may we all become a more harmonious community. And maybe one way to help with that is every time someone insults someone, they give $20 to support the channel. LOL.
That is a great idea.
Lovely quote, BM.
No, I think that's a fabulous idea, actually.
Wait, what was it? Every time we cuss, we pay a fine?
A little sin box.
Yes, I think that's a very, very, very good idea, and I go along with it 100%.
We might implement it at some stage.
Yeah, I think you
Jay,
should.
are you coming on? Oh, he says he'll be on in a bit. Great.
That'd be great. That's a very good
Tourists
idea.
deserve a voice, though. I don't care if people can pay a fine.
That's true. That's true. This is the problem with these things. You know, it takes away power from those who haven't got enough money. So yeah, I don't know if I'm totally.
No. I'm talking about bad manners. Sometimes people on here can get very bad manners. You know, I've been called ugly by people. I've had a few insults thrown at me. They don't help in any shape or form. And no, I think there should be a sin box. I think it's a very, very good idea. Very good. And I think you should do it. And then the money that you make, you could spend on Max. There.
Or we could give to a charity, maybe. We'll see.
Yes, we'll give it to a charity, yes. Max could be your charity. Like cats are my charity. I give money to quite a few people on quite a few cat people.
Well, that's good. That's
yes.
Good. That's good.
Yes.
So, Chickpea, I take it you didn't make any New Year's resolutions then?
No, it's going to be I'm going to start every day writing down 3 things to be grateful for. That'll be my New Year resolution because I'm a miserable old bag. And
even if it's only one thing, write it down.
No, but seriously, I am a miserable old boot, actually. And I have got a lot to be grateful for, to be honest. And I have. So I've got a very, very, very easy life. And it's very easy and well taken care of by the system. And I've got and I should be grateful, really. So that'll be my resolution.
What do you think that's going to do for you? Is that going to change your thoughts and feelings?
Yeah, I think it will, actually. I have heard it does help because I should look on the bright side of things. I'm a bit of a miserable old bag. And I am. So I should, yes, that's going to be my resolution. I did buy a book last year to start it, and I will start it today. I'm going to do 3 now.
It's not David Icke, is it?
No. I will keep reading David Icke, but I'm going to stop. I'm going to start looking at the things I've got to be grateful for, and there's actually quite a lot.
Yeah.
I do have an easy life. I can't say I don't have an easy life.
Your friends, you can be happy for your friends in this show, and you can list any of us any day as one thing.
Yes,
Sorry, Retro.
I agree totally.
What? That thank you list, gratitude list.
No, how many friends you've acquired being here?
Oh, that yes. But yeah.
Retro has got his finger on the pulse.
You haven't acquired any enemies, have you?
No.
That's good. So, Chickpea, question comes to mind. You said you have it really easy, etc., etc.
Yes,
do you think this might be why you're depressed? Because you have too much time to ruminate?
No. I'm depressed. There is something chemically wrong with me. Doctors have told me this, and that's why.
That's true. It is a physical illness, as you've said.
Yeah, it is a physical thing. And yeah, like I said, it's a physical thing. Yeah, I think when you suffer depression, you have to force yourself to be happy, which other people get naturally, because it is hard work to live with, and it is. I get, yeah, it is difficult. It's like, it's something you can't imagine unless you actually get it, but it is chemical.
In what way do you force yourself to be happy?
Well, I don't force myself to be happy, but yeah, it's like I said, it's chemical. It's a bit like having a physical disease. You live with it, and you just live with it. But it's always been there. Even when I was young, it's always been there. But I think I should practice a bit more gratitude too for all the good stuff I've got, which I tend to forget about. And there's a lot to be thankful for. I've got a very easy life.
Well, I'm thankful for you, Chickpea.
Oh, Chick. Yeah. Oh, crap.
What book did you get, Chickpea? That's what Brother Marcus wants to know.
I just bought a book a couple of months ago. I did buy a book on Amazon, just one of those,
On a whim?
Yeah, I was going to start it a couple of months ago, and I will start it today.
Do you want to tell us what it is?
It's just an ordinary. Well, it's just a notebook. It's just an ordinary £5 notebook. That's all it is, with a pen stuck in it. Blah blah.
Oh, okay. So she bought a notebook to write in, not to read.
She's the author of this book.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
I'm the author.
This is a book for your gratitude.
Yes, I'm going to start doing that. I think I have heard it's supposed to be very effective, so I will start doing it.
I can't wait till we're all featured as characters in this great mystery that you were about to write. Someone's going to turn into an Agatha Christie TV show, and I'll watch it.
No, but I have, I lead a very, very easy life with 7 cats. There's a garden outside that someone gardens for me. Money gets put into my bank account for me. My rent, everything's done for me. I don't have to do anything, really. I get shopping delivered. So what am I moaning about when I think about it?
Well, you're generally, whenever I hear you moan, it's not always about your own life. You're moaning about what's going on outside.
Oh, yeah, yes. Yeah. Yes, well, that's another thing, yeah. But I'm going to try and be more happy with my own life so I take care of myself better.
You're obviously royalty, like the Princess in the Peace story.
I wish. I wish I was royalty. What a way to live, hey? Ah, dear.
What would you do if you were queen for one day? Or what would you do if you suddenly found yourself becoming queen? I mean, you complain about the royal family, but what would you do?
Well, I'd give all the land back. I'd give all the land back that has been stolen from the British public. All of it.
Really? And then there'd be more animal agriculture? Perhaps?
No, I'd give it back to the land. It would go back to wildlife, etc., etc.
Would you bring back the wolves and the bears?
Yes.
You would?
Yes.
Is that not a bit like letting your cat outside?
Yeah, well, I let my cat outside. It's grim, brutal nature. Thing is, at the end of the day, okay, if there were no wolves and there were no cats, animals would die in agony, would take days and days to die, whereas at least in nature, once an animal slows down, I've seen it myself in my cats and with pigeons, once an animal slows down, then they can catch it. But my cats cannot catch a bird that is live and well, and they can't catch it. They don't even bother trying.
I mean, it is a strong, as unsavory as the subject matter is, it is a strong argument, isn't it? What do you think, Brother Marcus?
He's not listening.
I'm okay. I'm okay with leaving it, alone. That's fine. I'm a negative rights kind of person. I think we shouldn't be intervening. Just leave them alone. But then
leave them alone. So
some people want to intervene, and they have their own theories. But
Well, what do you think of this view that intervening and getting rid of the carnivores would perhaps make it even more hellish for the herbivores?
Make it more. Yeah, it'd be worse.
I think it would.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this much, D&W. I've never seen my cats ever catch a strong, healthy bird. Never seen it. Because my little black cat, Bella, who tends to live outside, she likes to hunt the pigeons. She's a little pigeon hunter. And sometimes I do find hacked up pigeons outside that I have to clean away. But she wouldn't catch them if they were well.
There's a few peregrine falcons around here, and there's some sparrowhawks as well. So occasionally we find the feathers of birds that have been, let's just say, taken away.
Yeah. It's not nice, but
They
I
eat
think
pigeons.
Sorry?
They eat peregrine falcons kill pigeons.
Do they?
Yeah,
I
right.
didn't know that.
Yeah, I saw one actually when I was walking in the park. I saw one catch one in midair. It was amazing.
Yeah.
I've seen crows baby birds out of the nest.
Yes.
of other birds. So, and I've
Yeah.
seen eagles punch a crow, and I've seen an eagle punch an osprey.
It was
And I've seen-
amazing, but it was also horrific. The poor pigeon was kind of screaming, you know.
Yeah, I get it here with Bella, my cat. Sometimes she attacks some of things.
One time I was up in the field and there was a lot of shadow against the sun. I looked up and there were 13 eagles above my head. Oh,
Lucky
to say the least,
you.
I got very emotional. And it was an
13 eagles, are you
amazing,
serious?
amazing time.
I didn't think that was even possible.
I never thought it was either, but I am a protector of the eagles on the property. I live along the side of the river, and I do not allow anyone to go there during their nesting times. I really protect it. And lots of signs out and so forth. And if anyone goes down in that area, I'm right after them like a little mother hen. You know, this is protected woods. This is also private property. You need to leave or else I'll haul your car off.
Yeah, you do that.
Do come on if you want. The link is in the live chat, people who are listening.
Because eagles are gorgeous, aren't they? Gorgeous.
Absolutely stunning.
I love eagles. Oh,
They love to sit in the trees and just look at me.
gorgeous.
And I'm just kind of like, what are they seeing that I don't?
I get crows
Well, they're like
staring
70
at me.
feet up minimum. They're like love a good perch.
We get crows around here, and they know me, these crows, because I put food out for more crows. I love crows. I like all animals. It's humans that I have a problem with.
Yeah, I lived on the waterfront. We had ospreys, which are seahawks. So they fish. They were constantly fishing. They're beautiful to watch.
Yeah.
And the same couple would come back every year. It was like
wow.
seasonal. And they'd set up their little nest again. It was so fun to watch. And then they'd go fishing. And then the eagles would come and go right into the nest and steal his fish and try to fly away with it. And the ospreys, if they knew the eagles would come, they would team up as teams, even like couples and pairs that weren't married would come in and they dive bomb the head and have a pre-plan. But the plans were crazy because it was like they would bum rush each other, and like I saw the eagle punch the hawk thing. I heard an echo, sorry. So it was interesting watching these mid-air battles between the birds, and the crows had some issue with the eagles as well, and the eagle and the crows would be fighting. And I saw a eagle punch a crow out of mid-air and send it all the way to the ground.
Yeah, it's sad, brutal reality, isn't it? It really is.
I'll be right back. I am listening. I'll be right back.
It was highly entertaining. I think every animal survived. You know, they just got concussed over what happened, and it was just fun to watch. I'm trying to think what happened. Like one specific time, I think what happened was the osprey tried to get away with the fish and run, and his friend tried to help him, and the eagle chased the one down. And he scared him and like faked that he was going to tackle him. And when the osprey winced, it dropped his fish, and the eagle already knew what he was going to do, and it already swooped under him to pick it up when he threatened. It was so cool to watch that one. That was an amazing one where he flinched at the osprey in midair. The osprey dropped the fish, and the eagle already knew he was going to drop it. And he just took it right from his claws when he let go.
Yes. Harsh, brutal reality, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was
brutal,
wild.
but how could it be any different? It can't be any different. It's not possible.
And
because
then
I've had arguments with VE about this, bad arguments. Because I let my cats out because I don't want to lock them indoors. And one of my cats chases the mice.
I'm fine with nature.
What?
I'm fine with nature takes care of itself, kind of thing.
Yeah, mice actually run up the trees and kill sparrows' eggs. So I'm actually saving the sparrows that I also feed. So I feed a lot of them. And terrible rows about this. I don't like it. Of course I don't like it. But, you know, I didn't invent this planet, you know. I just do my best. But I'm not going to turn my cats into vegans. And I'm getting so tired of this argument. And I can see why the vegan movement is so hated in America. Because it's hated, isn't it?
No, it's just not all people take it to an extreme. It's
Oh,
just,
I've
yeah,
heard some real.
we appreciate to go to a place that has an offering of vegan because we have a friend or relative that wants to eat that. So we remember places that have good menus and good delicacies or desserts and stuff. And it's good to find a place that does. I date lots of vegetarian and vegan women. So it's like, I don't mind finding places that they can go. And I have never had a problem. No one has ever converted me, but I've eaten light. Like I don't eat meat all the time, but I still have not given it up.
Yeah, but I've read some really because I belong to quite a few vegan sites, and I've some really nasty comments coming out lately, and I'm not surprised because this whole turning carnivores into vegans is really starting to make me cross because I find that really is taking things too far, in my opinion.
One also has to remember that this vegan thing, this vegetarian thing, have been created by people and not by the creator of all that is. So that's why we need to be more mindful of what each person needs to do for themselves in their own lives. Because when we follow the plans of what man creates, we get ourselves into a whole hell of a lot of trouble. And retro, I have an idea. You can think about this, but it's been bugging me since you came on the show this morning. When you listen to someone talk, you imagine who they are and you draw them any way you choose, whether it be abstract or an actual picture of the person.
Like mind's eye.
Yes, people will pay you for that. It is an amazing.
With zero reference, try to draw.
Correct. Just by their voice, that would be phenomenal. And I know you would excel like crazy.
Okay. I mean, I do get a picture of what people look like, but I have no idea if I'm correct. So.
Well, you could even do it in abstract too. I mean, nothing sets you to that. I mean, you could be doing it like based off their energy. Yeah. I have a message for Marcus, but I can't say it online.
People reminding when I hear a voice, it might remind me subtly of someone else. So I think we get a mental image of things with tones and voices and whatnot.
That's correct.
So, but that's amazing. Yeah, I like that idea. I don't know if I'm bold enough quite to do that, but I like the idea for sure.
Well, you're talented enough. You can pull it off.
Hey.
Well, thanks. So, yeah, maybe I'll try it this year. But I have like a few projects I'm working on. But yes, I definitely can imagine.
We create distractions.
Like. Oh, yeah.
And sometimes they work out for us, and sometimes they really work out for us. So you roll with it for a while to see if it's something that, you want to stick with. You may end up seeing that this might be beneficial in some sort of way.
Right. Yeah, it's a very interesting idea. Like I mentally picked, just because you said that, yes, I am fathoming what each person on the panel looks like without seeing them.
What do I look like? I'm the oldest in the group, so I should be allowed to know. My privilege.
A thin woman with light hair that you probably like light colored outfits. You have your medium to long length hair. I mean, I don't know if you wear glasses or not, but of course I could picture you with a cat in your lap. So,
wow. Yeah, I'm a tall, skinny blonde.
Okay, yeah.
Sort of long bob.
Divine sounds like a shorter, petite woman, short, dark hair, wide eyes. Not sure much else, but I'm just guessing.
Well, you're spot on so far. Okay, so why am I asking you to do this?
Why?
One is I've been given the information to share with you. 2, you will be phenomenally successful because it was shared that way. 3.
Uh-oh. I lost the third. Do 3 again.
I'm going to try like heck to back that up in my actions. not just my words. I get messages from the universe for certain people at certain times and not all the time. And the reason why not all the time is because I ask Spirit not to overwhelm me with information that comes through, because I don't want to be overwhelmed. I want to have a calm, peaceful, loving, happy life. But I do get messages from the universe, and when I share them, people are usually quite successful. They follow through.
But I'll tell you this much, Colonial, you're weird.
Thank you.
That is strange.
Yeah, I'm retro.
I said, the woman after the pastor's heart. Yeah, I get on well with Pastor D. All these lovely comments.
Yeah, do we have any new people or someone that hasn't been saying hello? I think D&W is away from his phone or his something. So I didn't know who else is here.
I'm back. I just got back a little while ago. Sorry,
Welcome.
Chickpea, you were saying you were getting messages from the universe.
No, Divine is. I don't get messages.
Oh, sorry, Divine. You were saying you were getting messages from the universe in relation to us. You said you had 3 things to say to Retro. So one of them was to start doing these drawings based on, listening to people and drawing their energy as a representation of them. What else? What other messages have you been getting?
Well, I've got a couple more, but some things can be said in public and some things can't be. And it's not because it's anything that's off color or anything. It's just that the medium that it is, I choose not to do that. I mean, I don't want to embarrass anyone when I get a message, but I felt that Retro, that one wasn't embarrassing. That was just, a matter of fact type of sort of thing. So I did share it with him. I
actually thought that was really cool. Drawing images of people, representations of the energy of them. That makes what it makes you draw, whether it's a photorealistic or abstract, as you say. That sounds really cool. Yeah.
Yeah, you just described me, D&W, down to a T.
Well,
he
it is true.
Me as well. So he does have his finger on the pulse of what I was trying to say. I'm just trying to bring out another aspect of who he is. He's very, very, very talented, and it needs to be more out there.
No, he doesn't know I'm tall and skinny. Doesn't know that. Well, that I'm wearing white at the moment.
Ah, okay.
Okay, well, I don't think he needs to be that precise. I think he needs to draw what he envisions in his mind about people's energy, and not necessarily exact.
There's an echo somewhere.
Yeah, Pastor D has joined the New Year's Day celebrations. Pastor D, I had to mute you, and I'm going to mute you now because every time you unmute yourself, you can hear the other people talking. So just be careful with that. I don't know whether you got your speakers up full blast, but Pastor D, you can unmute yourself now. What's going on? Happy New Year!
Happy New Year! How are you? How's everyone in the chat?
Happy New Year.
Pastor D, terrible entrance to the show, but it can only get better, Pastor D, have you got headphones you can put on, and then you can listen to the audio on those, and then you can talk into your microphone? Because what's happening is we're hearing the feedback, we're hearing the echo whenever you unmute. So you're talking, and we can hear someone else talking at the same time. So it's not a recipe for, pleasant listening, brother. And we do like your dulcet tones, so we'd like to hear them in isolation, if possible.
So, Colonial.
Sorry, Chickpea.
So what color are my cats? Maybe you could do animals.
What color are your cats?
Yes.
Oh, is that what you asked? You have a few cats, so I could say any color, and at least I get one right. So. I mean, I think you said before you had a calico, so I know that.
Yes.
So, yeah, I'm guessing you have orange kitties as well.
Yes.
Chickpea, there was a man with a rather round face and curly hair who had an influence over your life.
Really? Around curly hair.
Short curly hair.
Really? Who said that?
I did. I was trying it. I can't do it, obviously.
She said, yeah, well, oh. I love all this sort of
When
thing.
I say curly, I mean wavy.
We all have the gift. We all can do it. It's just a matter of if you hone the gift or not. If you choose not to, then there's no big crime in that. Everybody does what they do. It's not any big deal. It's not anything special.
That's right. Divine, have you had any messages from the universe from me?
No.
Oh, that's okay.
Not today.
So just for Retro and Brother Marcus, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I think you should have a talk with Marcus about the other little subject. I won't discuss the subject, but you know what it is.
I don't know what it is.
Well, antinatalism then.
Oh my goodness me.
Because Marcus you're still antinatalist, aren't you, Marcus?
Yes.
Yes, I think you need to have a talk to do.
You both are.
I've been thinking about you and this D&W because I'm still, you know me, I'm completely enamored with Danny's book, and I love what he has to say.
I believe it's kind of feeding into your personal biases on the matter.
Well, yes, it resonates with me.
I mean, have you read Alternative Arguments?
No.
Oppositional arguments. Brother Marcus hasn't. He still is. Brother Marcus, in fairness to him, has looked up alternative views on the matter, and he hasn't been convinced, right? But I don't know if you...
No, I've never been. No, I've been at this as a little girl, D&W. I started when I was 7. And I started because I saw The Trap. I've been reading stuff about The Trap today. Now, I've started my nonsense when I was 7 years old, the antinatalist nonsense, even though I didn't know what antinatalism was. I knew already I was not going to do that because of what I saw around me.
Right. I will message Danny then and tell him we're live.
Yeah, I like Danny, and I love his book. No, I think it's it's really resonating with me. For me, it's on the same level as Schopenhauer. Love it. It's a real, and the same as Peter Singer, you know, animal liberation, all that stuff. Love it.
Look, people have been bitching, and you know, because they feel it wasn't written very well or whatever.
No,
but I think with Danny, you've got to appreciate it's a propaganda tool. He's trying to change minds. It's literally his goal. His goal isn't to be, you know, a well-sourced academic paper or, you know, a masterful tome of literature. He literally, it's an advertorial for his view, right?
I think it's a very good book.
It's a propaganda piece, and that's what it is. He's literally trying to change minds.
Yeah. Doesn't need to change mine. With me, it just resonates.
For £4.99 or whatever it is.
Yeah. Yeah. Very nice.
If people really cared, they could buy it and print it off in the hundreds.
Yeah. So I personally love it. I think it's a real. Well, yes, but I think that way. You see, to me, I agree with every single sentence he says.
So, I mean, obviously, it struck a chord with you. I haven't heard anyone else say anything much about it.
Yeah, I'm a radical.
I've heard some people say that, you know, I've heard a lot of people like say it wasn't, you know, well written or whatever. But
I love it.
I mean, that's one view, but the other view is it was a immensely effective propaganda tool for a view. Now, I personally don't think that view is the right one, but as a propaganda tool, perhaps it was effective if it's done that for you. But I hasten to add, Chickpea, I think it just ticked all the boxes for you because you have a emotional connection to this subject, and it was all just lining up to your biases on the matter, and you and maybe. You just want to be told something is the case because it makes you feel good.
Yeah, well, I made the right decision. But that was a little girl when I made my decision, like I told
Danny
you.
Danny is viral on TikTok. Care to share that with us, Euthanasia? Pastor D is on the show.
All right. Is the mic better now?
That is. Do you know what, Pastor D? that is a sign of the times. It's 2026. You've managed to do something better this year than you did last year. You fixed your audio.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Congratulations, Pastor D.
Thank you. Thank you.
Like I talk.
You can no longer. You can no
Yeah,
longer.
I got a southern accent. I got a southern accent.
You can no longer be accused of being a technologically inept Generation Xer.
Well, I couldn't hook up my Bluetooth, and it was the devil. I'm telling you, it was the devil.
Right. Okay. And what was he saying to you, or her, by the way?
Oh,
Maybe they don't identify as either gender. I'm just.
Well, he was the devil identifying as Jesus, so I kicked him to the curb.
Oh no!
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Yeah.
So, Pastor D,
Anyways.
Happy New Year. In all seriousness, Pastor D.
Okay, now you say this Danny book is propaganda.
I don't mean like that. Sounds like I'm putting a bad word on it. It was
No. It is trying to prove a point, but he brings up some excellent points about life and all the.
It does. It brings up wonderful statistics that would shake the core of anybody with feelings. Yeah.
No feelings, facts. He's not prying anybody's feelings. He's talking about all the things that can happen to you.
All the things that can happen. Yeah, exactly. Now.
Okay, so you prove to me.
I agree these things can happen, but just because bad things happen doesn't mean that people don't feel it's worthwhile to continue existing or to bring life into the world. Now,
there you go. Those are two things. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I've also tried to demonstrate my own view on matters. That yes, I agree, the bad things happen, and it is a hellscape reality in many ways. But life, as a phenomenon, pops into being. We haven't worked out how that happens yet. We are the most intelligent species that we know of, that has ever existed, by the way, that we know of.
On this planet, most likely, yes.
And we may have a job to do, brother. We may have a job to do that.
What's that job? Who's done it?
Well, we may be working towards it, brother, whether you like it or not. We may be working
300,000 years of human existence, as far as science tells us, 200,000 or 300,000. And basically,
yes.
All this shit has come into existence in the last 150 years.
You are proving my point, Pastor D. In fact, they say that we might have existed for 3 million years if you count Homo erectus, which is in our bloodline, by the way. We are
sure, but I'm talking about our level of intelligence as we know.
There has been this very small amount of technological advancement.
Right, and what's it doing?
In a small amount of time.
Okay.
And, but prior to that, we were Homo sapiens walking the earth without any medicine, without any salve, right? For millions of years. Not Homo sapiens, but we were hominids walking the earth for millions of years.
Yeah, right.
And the thing is, that should make you question whether it's the right thing to stop the progress, considering there could well be life out there in the universe walking around suffering without any salve for millions of years, even billions of years.
Could be. Maybe should have, maybe could have, would have. I like to point one thing out.
It's not our job. We can't do it.
No, my biggest issue right now, and this is separate from antinatalism, is overpopulation. We had 2 billion people, World War II, right after 70 million people were annihilated by the bloodiest war ever. Well, the estimates vary, but some people say 50 million, some say 70 million, let's say 60 million. That's probably a pretty accurate, based on just averaging all the consensus guess. I mean, Russia lost 27 million, and that's pretty quantifiable. We have 8.3 billion now. A lot of people can't afford rent. People are bitching about food. The prices of everything are skyrocketing. If this breeding would just subside for a while and get the population back down to 3 or 4 billion, the Earth and the rest of the humanity could survive and make the lives better for the 3 or 4 billion that are here.
Yeah, precisely.
But if we're all selfish,
well, they say education is the tool to liberate people from
breeding.
Yeah. Now, there is also some view that we will get to 10 billion, and then we will start naturally reducing. So why not just keep educating, keep talking, and allow these countries to develop to the degree that, you know, it becomes a choice.
Because for the first time in my life, now I knew since 10 that this was a raw deal, and I'm not bringing anybody else here and never have. And I know for a fact I never have. For the first time in my life, you have a couple channels here and there that are starting to talk about it. You've got more child-free channels from women, more from women than men, and that's kind of different. But it's the first time that we're saying, has anybody ever evaluated the ethics of this? And there's a million arguments from the ethics of procreation. You're making a decision for somebody else, and until you can tell me what happens after we die, you have no right putting me in that boat. Especially when you know there's possibly a hell. That just makes it sadistic. Anyways, I'm done. Soapbox off.
Thank you for that, Pastor D. Have you ever directed your questions to an expert in theology?
What's an expert in theology?
Well, I presume somebody who's studied it for a great number of years.
Let's see. Should I ask a Catholic or a Protestant or the First
No,
Baptist?
they don't necessarily have to be religious. They might have a PhD or a professorship in theology, and they might be able to tell you some points that you might have to think deeper about. Like, for example, you're talking about the problem as if we are separate entities, and as if you know, we're not all one. Some people might view human consciousnness as one thing, and human beings as essentially part of one entity. Like, there isn't separation, and you're not solving the problem of what some people call what's that thing, Brother Marcus? Subjective continuity of consciousness. What's it called, Brother Marcus? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I think it's generic
subjective continuity. That's it. Yeah. Like Buddhism talks about us all being one. Yeah. In the Abrahamic religions, we are all being blamed. We're cursed for what Eve and Adam did. So that could position us as being them, because God views us as worthy of being punished. So essentially, we are them. We are one with them, and that's why we are being punished. Other religions have viewed us as literally part of God. We are God. So the point I'm trying to make, Pastor D, on the hoof, on the run here, whilst falling apart rhetorically, is that perhaps there isn't a separation here. Perhaps we are all part of one system going forward, and for you to blame particular fragments of it isn't getting to the bones of the matter. It isn't dealing with the problem. You're flaking off little bits here, but the problem is consciousness. The problem is the overwhelming fact that there is sentience.
D&W, but we as a species have been thrown out of somewhere where we were. We're not meant to be on this planet. And I saw a horrible video today about AI, and it's far worse than we are led to believe. And they will get us.
One has to remember that we are God. We are part of God. All things are possible because we are God. And there is no such thing as God punishing us for anything. That's not who
I'm
he
not
is.
saying that God's punishing us, Divine. I'm not saying that God of this universe is punishing us for 1 second. I'm talking about the God of this world. We are trapped in this world by something.
I was making a general statement, not directed towards you, dear.
Yes, I know, but I'm just saying. I do apologize, but I'm saying there's AI. I'm terrified of AI, as you know. And I do believe that the creator, this whatever, we are souls trapped here on this planet because something's happened, and they're going to really harvest us with AI, they will pull us right in and there'll be no escape anymore.
If we're part of original sin and the world's infused with original sin, why would you bring somebody here?
Yeah, that's what
If you know it's a fallen world, then leave them in the void.
Yeah.
We're all one minus my kids and Chickpea's kids and my brother Marcus's kids.
So Chickpea, your version of the kind of like the 666 weird mark into the world thing would make us immortal slaves. Like
there's something very sinister.
They're going to take our soul, put it in a robot, and we can't fight it, and forced to work for thousands of years.
There's something very sinister going on with AI. Very, very sinister. It terrifies me, and it amazes me that people don't see it, because to me it's as clear as day.
It is. I'll give you that. It is terrifying. But is it not on both sides of the spectrum? Is it not terrifying and also awe-inspiringly hopeful?
But D&W, that's why I come here. You know I'm terrified because I'm going to be dying in a few years' time. And I'm very aware of this little fact, that there's something very sinister going on.
Me too.
Yeah, you got it. I'm terrified. That's why I come here and hope that I will glean something and have to cut. I won't panic when I die, so that when I go through that little checkpoint, I don't be running off to the nice little corridor. And I know it's a
reunion,
but I believe it. And
we know so many people that have done it.
People have come.
Okay, I am flying to England tomorrow, and I am going to hook Chickpea's brain up to a computer and download her memory so she lives forever.
Yeah, you back off, you.
And put her in a robot and force her to serve sandwiches somewhere.
There you go. I'll put her in my iRobot and have her vacuum my house.
But I existed before I came here, so I know we exist before we are born.
Oh God, please! Oh, that's scary as shit.
Yeah, it's not funny. I found out by a hypnotist, and my mother confirmed it.
That is true. That is definitely true.
That's why I'm such a weirdo.
Where we dream, where we were before we were born, and where we go after is pretty much the same place, and we cycle through it. Unless we make that other turn, and we know about that from Buddhist and Hindu religions. There's different stages of nirvana and whatnot to kind of escape the matrix or whatnot.
Yeah.
Oh, could you guys hold on 1 second? Chickpea, start vacuuming the kitchen.
No.
Oh, she's doing it. I downloaded you into my iRobot.
She's in the state of my kitchen. Oh, shocking.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. She's doing a good job.
I would give you a for that.
Listen, girly. Listen, girly.
Apparently, overpopulation isn't a problem if you ask the experts. It's just the amount of industry we use for those people. Yes. Our version of how we use industry to keep that many people happy with melting plastic and burning engines is unhealthy. But we can survive with 10 billion people or more, apparently, on Earth. But if you are a smart alien species 10 to 100 times smarter than us and flew by our planet, it would be an infestation on this planet. You would not see it as a species.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe I'm tainted by social media.
Excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Divine. Go ahead, please.
Obviously, it can handle it, or we would not all be here. What one has to understand is everything's in its perfection at all times. Where you're at, who you are, what you do, what you don't do, and so forth are in its perfection. You are perfect just the way you are. And if you believe that, and if you think that, and if you create that, and you live that every day, everything, you're going to see everything is in its perfection. Because if it was all created by something bigger than us, obviously, then it's meant to be that way. It's not meant to be that way for us to sit here and question it.
All right. Chickpea, how is your RA doing? My spinal cord injury is great. Thank you. Perfection.
I'm okay today. I've got it. But Divine, so what do you make of what happened 80 years ago in Europe? What do you make of that?
It doesn't matter.
Oh,
none of it matters. In the grand scheme of things, none of it matters. And it's not for us to be questioning it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't handle the woo-woo.
Get over it, big guy. You're allowed to speak. You're allowed to speak, and so is everyone else. Let's all just
we're in a new place of today. Today is a totally new place than yesterday. We're all here now. We're not there. So we got to move on.
Exactly.
What happened 80 years ago? And I've lived in Germany, and
in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter because that's yesterday's news.
And if they were your kids that went to World War II or Korea or Vietnam or Afghanistan or Iraq or...
It's a choice they made, and we have to live with it.
How is it a choice they made when we have conscription?
But they didn't make that choice, Divine.
It's not for us to be questioning any of this.
Oh, what about the animals in the factory farm? Do they make that choice?
Like I said, it's not up to us to be questioning any of this. It's just up to us to be living our lives to its fullest, and that's it.
We all try. We all do. And I appreciate you. I'm not trying to be mean. I just don't see life from...
you had a connotation of meanness there that needs to be...
Okay, well, I apologize. I apologize, but I just...
This channel from this point on is going to be respectful. Respectful for everyone.
I wasn't that mean, but I do think it's woo-woo, and I have an entitlement to say that. You know what?
You should not be condemning something.
It's called spiritual deflection. It's called spiritual deflection. Yes, it is.
No,
it's all God. It's all some master plan. Hopefully you're right. But until we can prove that, it puts a lot of responsibility, takes the responsibility off procreators and puts it on God. And so far, we've got a lot of different versions of God.
And we're supposed to.
Okay. All right.
But Pastor D, you know what I don't understand about you? Oh, never mind, doesn't matter.
Please ask.
Well, like the whole story of the Garden of Eden. Now, I know that's just an analogy. Even as a little Christian, I knew that somehow.
No, it's not. It happened real time. There was a rib-necked woman talk to a snake.
Well, I quite like snakes, but... I like snakes. I like all animals. But to me, that situation still exists. We were thrown out of something for a reason. And whatever it was, we're going to have to find our way back. We won't do it via AI. That's for sure. And I do believe that when we leave here, we're just recycled by our Gnostic, by our Archon masters. I believe that. And I'm terrified.
Yeah, me too. I can't say you're wrong, but I'm terrified if you're right.
Yeah, I'm terrified. Absolutely petrified.
And all I gotta know is my kids will never go through this aging and body falling apart. And
isn't it fun? It's just fun, isn't it?
How old are you, Pastor D? How close? What's your round age date? Were you born 1972? Let me guess. What time?
Earlier.
So okay, earlier. So you're.
I'm a boomer.
Okay, you are. Okay.
Yeah. I'm an old crusty.
Sound good.
Well, thank you. It's my voice enhancement software.
Okay. Yeah, mine would sound like a prettier woman, and everybody would like talking to me. But I don't know how to sound like what I'm saying. But there's a button for that in the future.
Okay, well that's good. But be careful with that. You might lead some guys on, and then you'll be in trouble.
But Pastor D, do you know that soon, even Elon Musk was talking about this, soon, once you get hooked onto AI, you'll be able to download a law degree in 30 minutes.
Yeah, I do.
And I reckon a lot of people are going to go along with that, a lot. If I was young, I certainly would. I'm an old dear now, so I know better. But I think a lot of people...
I reckon it'll be quicker than 30 minutes, actually.
The question is, why would anybody hire somebody a human with a law degree when you can use AI that has a law degree?
Yeah, just use AI. Don't even get the law degree. Let AI be your lawyer and just tell AI. Johnny Cochran today. Like Johnny Cochran, you're with me, right? AI, read everything up. Study Johnny Cochran. Thank you. You're with me today. You are digital Johnny Cochran, and we are going to take this case.
I mean, we might need some real experienced lawyers that have lots of experience, but as far as being legal assistants and legal researchers and entry-level lawyers, AI is going to destroy that field. It's going to destroy accounting. It's going to just a lot of it. Yeah.
Lawyers will be destroyed by AI.
AI will do for the white-collar profession what robotics did for blue-collar profession.
Yes.
It didn't destroy all of it, but it took a huge chunk out of it.
It terrifies me. Petrifies me. But my biggest fear is that once one gets caught up in the whole machinery of AI, well, it's said in this documentary that our whole soul will be taken over. Because I believe in the soul, and our soul. That's what scares me. Well, it won't be getting mine because I'm going to go and die on the street. I've already got it all planned.
Oh, not when I hook you up before you die. You're getting hooked up, putting the wires right in your brain. We're downloading Chickpea, the toy tea.
No, I'm not getting downloaded. I've already decided I will take the cats to the vet, get them a nice quiet exit, and then I'll just go and sit on the streets and watch the show.
Oh, the cats are getting downloaded with you.
No, the cats aren't getting down. No, we're not getting down.
Oh, yeah. Your whole apartment and the cats and everything. You're just going to wake up in your apartment and you'll be 150 years old.
No, the day what talk about Pastor D.
Well, I'm downloading. I know, but you won't die because I've downloaded you into AI.
You can't download me. Only I can download myself.
Pastor D.
No. I've got the power, baby. I got the power.
How do we know that this isn't a simulation right now?
Listen, girly. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Girly.
Yeah. I haven't been called that since 50 years.
That guy was ridiculous. I'm sorry. I shouldn't. No. Okay. He had some interesting points. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't. The gentleman. I don't have my screen on.
How do we know that we're not in a simulation right now?
Good point. We don't.
According to David Icke, we are. Oops.
We might be.
Yeah, because what we are living is just a load of atoms moving at a certain pace, but there's nothing actually here. There isn't nothing here. It's just a load of atoms moving, but to us, they look real. That's scary. We're just atoms anyway.
You're right. I mean, if you sever your spinal cord, you can put your foot in a fire and watch it burn and you wouldn't feel a thing. So it's all processing, it's all in the brain.
So, yeah. And our brains apparently process our
How
thoughts,
do I know that?
process our brains. Because I've had an out-of-body experience when I was under anesthetic. And when you have your out-of-body experience, the brain and soul and your sight are with you, not in the body laying on the table. So we can function outside our bodies. And I know so. That's probably why I'm such a weirdo, because I know I can function outside this little meat bag of mine. Hello?
Oh, excuse me 1 second. Chickpea, quit cleaning the kitchen. Return to dock. I got you downloaded in my smart vacuum. Sorry.
As you see this, oh God, I've got so much housework to do.
It's actually terrifying if they. I don't think they ever will be able to. But imagine if they can download your consciousness into, and I think someone will be able to download it into an electronic butt plug or something.
They'll be able to do anything.
Oh my! As long as I don't come back as a sperm.
DW, I'll tell you, Silicon Valley, they are going to take over.
Yeah, they will. I don't know how much government can stop them. Governments can stop them.
How can the government stop them? The government's already in Silicon Valley's hands.
Yeah, you're probably right. All the money.
Them and the Bank of International Affairs, the two of them together.
Yeah.
Yep. Because can't do that money. Can't do without it. And the day will come, if your money is not on your chip, you're screwed.
Well, they could just scoop it all out if they wanted to. You'll never be able to find it.
Yeah, they will. Well, they can already.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, you're right.
Yes, it's so. Yeah, I believe we're in the end of days, and I don't believe many of us are going to survive. I believe all the rubbish written in the Bible.
Well, hopefully Jesus is coming because I could use to be beamed up. Beam me up, Scotty.
He's not coming back until we go into the age of Aquarius.
Aren't we in the age of Aquarius?
No.
Oh.
I'll tell you something weird. It says in the Bible, you know the bit it says in the Bible, the disciples, this was back in the day, the disciples say to Jesus, where will we find you when you return? And he says, you will find me, go to the new city, and you will find me in the house of the man that carries water, which is really odd thing to say man, because women used to carry the water in his time. Not women, not men. Weird.
Huh. The house of the water.
Yeah, well, that's the man of the house of the man who carries the water.
Is that supposed to represent like Aquarius?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, Aquarius is the house of man that carries the water, isn't it?
Okay. This is the dawning of the age of Aquarius. Age of Aquarius.
Hope that's not me you're drawing there.
It's supposed to be Pastor D. This is what I think.
Let me see. Put it up. That's pretty close. Let me see. I must have had my my camera on at one point. I like it.
That's clever.
Oh, yeah, pretty good. I look like a Auschwitz survivor.
This life or that one? Which one?
The sketching you just did.
Okay.
Secret Society. That's pretty good. You're a pretty good artist.
Yeah, I had never seen you. I was just wanted to see if I would get close.
Yeah, that's me. Just put the striped uniform on and we'll be all set.
Let me go check my door. I heard something. It might just be a cat.
Okay.
You got cats.
It might be Jesus.
Colonial got cats. Cat flaps. You cat flaps. You know, those naughty cats of mine have got a flap, and that flap goes flapping all day long. On, off, on, off.
Your cats did on, off, flapping?
No,
I didn't understand.
Cat flap. Cat flap.
Cat flap?
Yeah, they've got a cat. Of course, they've got a cat flap. My cats are as free as they want to be.
Oh, they go in the door. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. You British talk silly. Cat flap. You British talk silly. It's not a cat flap. It's a cat door.
Cat is a cat flap. We call them cat
flap. You can call it what you want. It's a cat door.
No, it's not. It's a flap. It flaps up and down.
It's true. It's true.
They love it. They absolutely love it. They love their cat flap. Babies.
I've got a dog that's terrified to go in and out of the door because we've got these retractable screens.
Welcome to Finding Gnosis. We are on a journey to find out what the fuck is going on in this crazy existence.
He always puts that on when I'm talking.
Have your say by using the link that is pinned at the top of the YouTube live chat. Welcome to Finding Gnosis.
Anyway, my dog is terrified to come in the door because we have these retractable screens. They roll up, right? And when it's closed, if you just unlatch it and you don't take your hand and guide it back into the roller, it'll snap and make a noise. And she heard that once. So every time she gets near the threshold, she thinks the screen's going to snap.
Aww.
And I feel bad for her. I feel bad for her.
So I'm just doing the tick. I must. Oh, there it goes. Wait. You know, as I've got older, my voice, the thing in my voice is rising. I hate it. I think I'm going to have to get some elocution lessons.
Oh, your voice and your accent are just classic. Don't ever lose them.
Very, very classic indeed.
They are. No, you shouldn't hate it. It's wonderful. I mean, I occasionally have a couple words you say that I don't understand, but other than that, it's good.
Thank you. I just find that the pitch is too high. That's some 30 years of living alone with a load of cats. I just talk to cats all day long.
I love it.
I never used to talk like this. I can remember from when I worked and blah, blah. I didn't talk like this. Didn't talk like this.
You should call JD Vance and ask him for a date.
JD Vance?
He loves cat ladies. Our vice president. Yeah,
really?
He loves them.
Oh, wow. I like cat men. I do like men with lots of cats and dogs.
Okay.
And things. Yeah, I like all that because I think it's nice to have a couple of pets around the place, and we should look after the animals.
And they're so wonderful. They just love you unconditionally, and
yes, well, yeah, they do love unconditionally, and they're just
they really
so lovely.
Welcome to Jay. He's on the show.
Hello. Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year.
Anyway, DW, I've started my book and I've done my 3 thingies, so that'll be for the rest of the year.
Would you like to tell us what you're thankful for? You don't have to, but if you want to, you can.
I have written in my book, my first thing, my whoopsie day. What have I written? I'm glad I've decided to do this because I need to cheer up a little bit. Right. I'm thankful for my own flat, my 7 cats, and money in the bank.
Lovely.
What?
I said lovely. I love that for you.
Because money's important. Don't care what anyone says.
Yeah, I'll give you a round of applause for that.
Where do you get all these noises, DNW?
It's a new thing. StreamYard, you can do sound effects.
Oh, okay. I love it.
Yeah, you know what gets
Jay,
me back.
welcome. Happy New Year. Is there anything you'd like to leave behind in 2025 and anything you'd like to perhaps bring with you or anything new you'd like to do in 2026? What are your New Year's resolutions, hopes, and aspirations for yourself, us, and humankind? And all sentient life.
I guess I would say, I want to leave behind a lot of.
My number one hope, Jay, is that you talk closer to the microphone.
yeah. I was saying that my number one.
No, seriously. That is actually you can only get better, Jay, on this stream. That's what I'll say, because your actual microphone at the moment is atrociously bad.
Okay, give me a second.
We'll let Jay sort that out. Did anyone watch the New Year's Eve fireworks display in London? I did. It was absolutely insanely brilliant this year. And I've never actually been a person who enjoys firework displays, but I thought it was brilliant. What about you, Catherine? Did you see it, Chickpea?
No, I didn't watch it.
Well,
I don't like fireworks.
You can watch it on replay. I don't usually like them either, but this one was very good.
I'm very cruel to wildlife. Cruel to be.
The only good thing about it was in central London, I suppose.
Yes, but there's still the pigeons and everything. I
Go ahead.
We have with us a man who is still here despite having a terrible year last year. That threatened his very existence. And we are wondering, social experimentalists, what are your hopes and aspirations for 2026? What would you like to leave behind and what would you like to bring with you as we move forward in time to a new year?
Wow. That's a big question. I'd have to think about that.
I love your book, Danny. Love it.
Yes, me too. Me too. Pastor D loves it too.
It's my
Yeah,
pleasure.
love it.
Jay, have you managed to sort your microphone out?
Yeah, is it any better?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so, go ahead, Danny.
It's not better.
It's not?
Well, it doesn't sound good to me anyway.
Oh, well, how does it sound to everyone else? Does it sound good or bad?
You sound like you're in a refuse sack, submerged in a tank of water, and your air is running out in that very bag, and someone is strangling you, and someone is strangling you at the same time. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Give me a second.
So, Danny, your microphone is better. While Jay is sorting out his audio, social experimenters do come in whenever you have about
as I said, I've had entropy has had a good go at me the last year, and somehow I'm still around. Although I did have a bit of a scare on a couple of days ago when I did a show in Kingston, where I'm staying with my mates, near my mate, and they're like a crowd of 100 people, and then a couple of young 14-year-olds started like attacking me.
Why?
Kind of. Well, they started chanting "pedo, pedo, pedo," right, and I just got caught off guard with them. I'll know what to deal with. Usually, I know how to deal with it, but it was quite
there are newcomers here. Can you explain that A, you are not a pedo, and B, why the fuck they would say that? For anybody who is new here, Danny is not a pedo.
We know that.
Yeah, but just obviously, we want to get the fact straight from the start, obviously.
Well, actually, if I want to, if already we're going to go down this dangerous road, I would say that that parents perhaps cause more harm than pedos.
Danny.
Yeah, well, I agree.
Yeah. So
Wait,
maybe I'm worse. I'm a parent.
Well, you learned.
Hello, is my audio better now?
Oh, yeah, that's way better.
Yes, Jay.
Yeah, there you go.
Finally.
Beautiful.
The youngest person here has been able to figure out what all the geriatric and old folk have figured out ages ago. Congratulations, Jay.
But yeah, I think Brother Marcus was asking you to repeat yourself, Danny. Am I right? Brother Marcus?
I can just rewind it, I guess. I just don't know what he said. Something about comparing parents.
Yeah.
I asked the question, who causes more harm, a pedo or a parent? What do you think, Brother Marcus?
I don't know what you were thinking.
No, what do you think, though?
Well, you said to answer a question is to put myself in a position of being a slave, so I don't want to be your slave.
That's a very good fucking answer. Life abolitionism would be proud. Yeah.
I've got a joke, an antinatalist joke. You want to hear it?
Yes.
And Danny, you will be offended, but I'm sorry. It's a joke, okay? What do you call the parents of numerous biological children?
Go on.
A serial killer.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, no. Danny has already compared his own parents to Rosemary and Fred West. So
yeah. My father, who's still alive, is so far responsible for the death of 20 people.
Jeez.
Wow.
How?
And not a sniff of regret.
No.
No.
In fact, he's exhilaratingly happy.
Yes, he's unrepentant.
Do you know what? It doesn't even cross his mind. That's how reckless and how abandoned his thought on the matter is.
Yes.
Careful, DNW. You're sliding into our court.
I am only jesting, joking.
Okay.
I mean, you have to prove mens rea, right? Now, mens rea is the view that the person committing the action intended to do harm. It was a criminal act. And I don't think you can honestly say parents are in any way, usually.
Yeah, but it's reckless.
Then again, how can we ever know? How can we ever know? Perhaps all parents are. Perhaps inside their minds, that's what they're actually thinking. I'm only joking.
Parents are like arsonists. It's reckless behavior. We don't. When someone sets their house on fire because they were reckless, that's a crime. It doesn't need mens rea.
What is mens rea? Excuse me for being ignorant. I don't know what that is.
It's just you have to prove the intention, the mindset of the person was to.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. They have to intend to cause harm, but that's for most crimes. You have to have that. But for the crime of arson, for the crime of arson, you don't have to have mens rea. You just, if you're acting recklessly, that's.
Well, no, because arson in and of itself, setting fire to a property, is mens rea enough. They intended to set fire to the property by flicking the match. I mean, there is still mens rea there, right? Because it is a crime to set fire to random properties, and
well, then it should be a crime. Then it should be a crime to have children.
It should be a crime to flick sperm in a vagina.
Exactly. Yeah. Absolutely. Grievous bodily harm.
Oh my
That's
goodness
what pregnancy is. Grievous.
Anybody watching and listening to this show, and you're new here, do come on and let us know what you think of these grumpy men.
They're not remotely grumpy.
This is 2026. Happy New Year. But here we have Mr.
What's all
Shine.
this bullshit Happy New Year nonsense?
Wow.
That rubbish out and what's ridiculous, stupid nonsense. Happy New Year. Why? What? Happy?
It sounds better than welcome to the new pity party.
It sounds better than wishing hell on earth.
No, we want everybody to do as much as we can with the life we've been given.
That's fair
That's for
enough.
sure.
That's the difference between saying that and happy.
We passed go. We survived. We deserve at least a set off for a good, next try.
There you go.
Do you want to share the stream, guys, on your community posts if you have YouTube channels? That'd be cool. Bring some new people here. Yeah, so go ahead, Danny.
I don't know. I've forgotten now.
Anyway, Grump, you call me grumpy. These two are far worse than me.
No, I'm a realist. I do the best with what I have.
If we could go back in time, none of this would be a problem. If we could just freeze Danny at like 25 or 30 years of age when he was, a happy, handsome musician in courtship, perhaps with his wife, dancing around at bar mitzvahs, making all the Jewish smile and enjoy life in North London. None of this would be a problem. He wouldn't be thinking like this. So,
correct,
Danny.
Right.
Why not just try and argue for we should be trying to attain health and well-being? Maybe you should be trying to look into science to try and increase people's health and well-being so that they don't age, they don't suffer. And then we could all be Danny Shine at 30.
Oh,
a 6'2" singer, songwriter, musician.
Danny is one of the healthiest people. Danny is one of the healthiest people I know. He's a vegetarian. He watches his weight. He exercises. He bikes. He runs. He walks. He gets a throat cancer and he gets hit by a car. Both of those things were beyond his control.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's true.
Unless you believe in karma. I'm not saying I believe in karma, but somebody will say that. Some arsehole will come out.
Of course they will. Of course they will. Or it's all God.
And what do you have to say to those people that say things like that?
It's woo-woo.
What do you have to say, Danny, to those people who say you manifested your annus horribilis because of your negativity?
Yeah, yeah, I did. I did manifest it, right? Because that's what comes with life, right? And at the end of the day, my dad started that whole thing put that whole thing in motion when he decided to shag my mum. The bastard.
Reckless sperm. Reckless sperm.
As we've already admitted on this channel, the chances of any of our originators, causing the lady to have an orgasm, and also to just have enjoyed it, I would say are rather slim to none. It may well be that we're all here because of a drizzle of pre-cum. It might have even been that the man climbed on top and he just about got it in, and then she said, "No, not in the mood tonight, love. Sorry." He had to slip back out, and basically, whatever was, dribbling off the top of his bell end, caused us to be having all these wonderful philosophical thoughts, enriching the world with our bonhomie, and looking forward to a wonderful 2026. And
Doesn't that even make it more unfair that a woman doesn't even have to orgasm and she can get pregnant? Should that not just tell you it's just a rigged game?
I've got to admit, it is kind of funny, though.
Yeah, it is funny. You're right. It is funny.
Glad you think it's funny. He's not the one that has to carry it.
It is kind of indicative of it being a man's world, I suppose. That the man can enjoy the actual making of it. The woman might not get anything out of it except for an expansion of her nether region.
I tell you something, D&W.
And a painful push. Kugaduma's here. We will listen to Kugaduma after you, Chickpea, say what you've got to say.
I hate to say it to you guys, but us women, we tend to fake orgasms a lot. You do know that, don't you? And all that sort of thing. And
never in my life.
What?
Have I heard such a lie? And you do get headaches rather frequently. I know women orgasm every time, and they get headaches a lot. That's two things I know are true in life.
Yes. Because I tell you something, speaking as a female, sex is grossly overrated, and it tends to be fueled by alcohol, speak for myself. And it's grossly overrated. Grossly.
Here's a plus from me downloading you into my iRobot vacuum. Watch this. Hey, Roomba. Chickpea. Orgasm. Oh, she just orgasmed.
Oh, thank God he said that. I thought he was going to say, "Hey, robot, suck on this."
I've been celibate for 30 years now, thankfully.
Me too. 24.
Yeah, I've been celibate for 30 years.
Wow.
Oh my God.
What?
You've been celibate for 30 years.
Yes. I was spayed. I have been spayed like a cat. I'm very proud of my op, and I find it very sad that it's not talked about in a more positive way, which is why I talk about it here.
Yeah, but if you've been spayed, why are you celibate?
Because I've been spayed. Once our bits are removed, I became celibate the day after I had my operation.
Oh, I see. You mean you had no desire?
It's gone. It's completely gone.
Life abolitionism says that.
Let me finish talking to Danny.
Sorry, guys.
So naughty, D&W. That's what I was saying. I am. No one talks about how fabulous this op actually is. And most women are conned into taking HRT, which sends you completely crackers once you're 50, which is why women are so insane. But I've been spayed like a cat gets spayed.
Right.
And it's been the best thing that's ever happened to me.
Is that a hysterectomy? Is that a
radical hysterectomy. It's called radical. Everything's removed, yeah. Like a cat's gets removed. And it just completely takes it all away. If I wanted to have sex, I'd have to take HRT. That's the only thing that would change my mind. But you know what, Danny?
Are you repulsed by it?
What?
Are you repulsed by sex?
Or no, I loved it.
No, but now are you repulsed by it, or you just?
No, just no desire there. It's gone because the hormones have been taken away. It's purely hormonal.
So even if you're in an intimate situation with a man,
well, I wouldn't be. But put it this way: I have tried to see what would happen.
Yeah. And
it's all gone. You know that little thing us women have. That little thing. I won't use the word.
Clitoris.
Yes, that word. That doesn't work anymore. It's gone.
Oh, it doesn't work.
It's gone. And you know what? Right. I wish I could have had it when I was 12 because if I had,
it is gone.
If I'd had it up when I was 12, I would have been a barrister as opposed to a secretary, and I would have been. Because I tell you something, you didn't have.
I want to say life abolitionism says that he rarely has an organism when he has sex. The organism is not the only point of having sex. Now, he is confusing the word organism for orgasm, although he is our obligatory psychopathic carnivore on the stream. So perhaps he is eating a bloody steak whilst he's, getting one up the jacksie. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. The man is such a psychopathic carnivore. But he can come on here and tell us about the life of.
You're going to really spice it up.
He can come on and tell us about his gay life as a gay lover, and tell us what it's like not having an organism during sex.
Can I talk to Danny now?
You can also make a public apology for accusing me of plagiarism.
Oh yes, he can come on and talk about that as well.
Can I talk to Danny?
Not that I care.
I did stick up for you earlier. I said, Danny, you were merely, not that I agree with. Look, I understand what you're trying to do, but as I say, I think it's pointless. But you were building what some of you as a propaganda tool, an advertorial for your viewpoint, and you weren't trying to be Arthur Schopenhauer. You were really trying to communicate an effective, short form piece of writing that would change hearts and minds. Now, Chickpea thinks you did that immensely well.
Yeah, I want to interject.
I do too.
You don't care.
Hello,
you don't care. Danny, you don't care.
For a second?
Danny doesn't care about authorship accolades or anything like that. He doesn't.
No, I must say though, I do think that I like the fact that he's written this book, and I think that there's room for thousands of books about this subject.
Yeah, but to be clear, he didn't accuse you. He never used your name. I used your name.
But,
So
I know.
on me.
We all know who he meant.
Well, still, give me the heat.
Anyway, he is here now.
Something else to you, Danny. I'll tell you something else. You keep hearing on the TV about these old women getting conned by these young men.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what hormones do to elderly women.
Oh.
They send you.
Where can I find one of these? Where can I find one of these women?
Well, quite easily, I suspect, because there's all these little old ladies, because of the hormonal surges, because we're all on HRT, silly little bitches.
Right.
Think that a young bloke loves them, and they end up giving him hundreds of thousands of pounds.
Did you say where can you find women who are up for it? Well, what you do is you wait till the day that they pay out the child benefit, and you go to any local Wetherspoons.
No, but Danny, no, seriously, these women advertise for men. I did it once for giggle to see what would happen if I put myself down on one of these silly things. And I put my age as 70. I got hundreds of men responding to me, to a little old lady in her 70s. That's how bad it is. Yeah, that's how bad things are. I mean, what bloke wants a woman in her 70s? I mean, let's be honest.
We have the psychopathic, psychotic carnivore who cannot orgasm unless he has an organism in his mouth.
When I type from my phone, it autocorrects. So I mean, yeah.
We understand. We understand.
No, I don't have to be a carnivore.
I am only taking the piss. Sorry, but go ahead.
Well, if you don't want me,
tell us about the orgasm and what it means to you.
I don't know. I mean, it's probably too much information for you all, but that's not my goal for sex. It's not I actually found it annoying when they're trying to get me off. That's not the whole point. Anyway, it's too much information.
You just got my curiosity.
I agree with you. I think it's very important. I think semen retention is it's a great practice.
Yeah, white tantra, gray tantra, black tantra. Most people just do the black tantra, and our world goes to shit.
Now I want to know. My curiosity is piqued.
No, because if you get off first, then you're not it killed it. So it's I don't. Then you're not gonna even. You're going to want to stop, and then. So I get myself off, but it's I'm not. Oh gosh, I can say a lot, but you guys would probably be grossed out for me to talk about it. So
it's okay.
No, we learn. We learn that way.
Go ahead, life abolitionism.
Finding Gnosis. Let's learn about it.
Yeah, we learn. I mean, I want to learn. I don't have any problem with gay people or gay sex.
It's a natural, unnatural act.
Bonobos do it
No, it's a
very
natural
bisexual.
act. It's not unnatural because animals do it too.
Yeah.
I was joking. Sorry.
Yeah,
Oh,
to me
great.
that's
Thank you.
separate. So I'll get off after like that, but I'm not getting off during it. So that's like, and I find that I don't know if I would. I mean, because there's no other gay person on here, but I feel like
I'm a lesbian. Does that count?
I'm a
I feel
lesbian.
like if you're black and you have like a big penis, they always assume that you're a top, and then it's sort of like expect you to like be the top, and then it's
Explain
like
what that is for people who aren't like you.
the top is the giver and the bottom is the receiver.
Have you ever bottomed and received pleasure from it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not judging. I'm just asking.
So I don't understand. Like I don't think that you have to have an orgasm to enjoy sex, or you could be just giving fellatio or whatever. Like it's not. I think it's about the whole experience. It's not just about the orgasm.
That's true.
That's beautiful. That's a good answer.
Well, I don't think there's anything beautiful about it. It's just something. It's just. I think you can actually go longer if you don't get an orgasm. So it sort of cuts it short.
I agree.
We have,
But anyway, now to get to this whole, I do apologize for, and I do apologize for accusing you, but I didn't really want to say your name because I wasn't absolutely sure. Like,
Okay, but now that you know, are you sure that I didn't do it? Or do you still think I did? Because I literally only came across your book about last week, right? And I'd finished my stuff a couple of months ago when I gave it to my friend who edits it and puts it up and made an audio book of it. I had no idea about what you've done at all.
Okay, yeah, well, I guess I regret saying it. I guess I should have just kept it to myself. I don't know that saying anything helped.
That's fine. Good. Okay, we make mistakes. That's fine. No problem. I wish you, as I said, I wish you a lot of luck with the book. And they were completely different. Your one was, it was obviously very, very well researched and like a good piece of literature. And mine's not like that. And that was not my intention. And that's fine. I think there's room for all sorts of things.
Hey, the more the merrier.
Yeah.
So, is it reconciled now, or?
Yep. As far as I'm concerned.
Cougar Duma has been waiting patiently. Cougar Duma, Happy New Year. May it bring you much good weather and environmental well-being and much safety in society and a long-lived life without any breakdown in society.
Well, thank you. I should think that stands for everyone. We're all looking for the same thing.
Absolutely.
And how likely is that?
Oh, it's not going to happen. We're all screwed.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I don't know if I mentioned it. I did my 2026 prediction for the year, and the only thing I'm willing to go out on a limb about is that towards the end of 2026 it's going to be crazy hot. So there you go.
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah,
probably true.
What would you advise to my the 28-year-old, 26-year-old, and 19-year-old that I screwed into existence? What advice would you give them? Like, because they're all kind of like the older ones are like they're just living their lives quite. They're living their lives sort of enjoying themselves rather than getting stuck in careers. Would you think does that make sense to do that in the light of what you said?
Well, it actually it's not a bad. It's a fair question. My wife and I were just watching a YouTube video presentation, short 10 minutes, by Rupert Reed, who is an British philosopher. And he was saying that he expects 2026 to be the year when people realize how horribly and thoroughly fucked they are by artificial intelligence. That we're already seeing signs of that. It's being
this year, 2026.
Yeah, you're coming. 2025 was not pretty. There's a lot of bad things surfacing during 2025, mostly towards the last half. But this is moving really, really, really fast. It's moving just about as fast as global heating is moving, which is interesting. And one could talk about that if they wanted to. The word we're looking for here is polycrisis. Polycrisis, meaning many crises. And he was saying that by the end of 2026, people are going to be so upset and terrified that they're going to start forming different types of ways of organizing people, because they're not going to have jobs and they're not going to have prospects, and they're either going to have to fight the government, revolutions and protests, or they're going to have to learn how to support each other, creating what I've been calling village life. So you may have, so to your point, you might see young people, what are they, millennials, Gen Z. My daughter is a millennial, my son is a Gen Z. And, these people are kind of realizing that they're in trouble. Both my kids are doing well right now. We're all based in Silicon Valley, so they're doing okay.
What are they doing?
Yes, this is actually a good question. They are on opposite ends of the vulnerability spectrum. My son, he's drifted around a little bit between jobs, and he's actually learned a lot of really interesting things. He's having a similar career as what I had, so I'm not worried about it. But he has now gotten himself into healthcare, in particular ambulance service, and he's working for not as a driver. He's working as a media specialist, outreach, government policy, media propaganda, lobbying, whatever you want to call it, for a very large, growing ambulance company. And what they do is they don't respond to 911 or emergency calls. They do transportation between like hospitals and care facilities. So they're just transportation. They're like elaborate taxi cabs.
That's a good deal.
With IV drips. So he's kind of in a position to be at the far end of the spectrum of having job security, because as we know, the baby boomer generation, as we call it here in the US, is aging out. They're retiring, they're getting old, and they're planning on living a long time. So they're going to need a lot of hospitalization, a lot of care, in-home care, the whole thing. And, I've been thinking, I've been telling him, as long as he doesn't make any serious mistakes, he's probably okay. He's learning how to work with AI. He's using it to, he's a really smart guy, and he's my son. So what do you expect? And so he's big into, and
you weren't that smart to have him, were you?
I say that because I'm actually not referring to genetics. I'm not referring to genetics. I'm referring to.
Let's just wind back a little bit. I'm really serious. You're not that smart if you had him in the first place, are you?
Oh, but I brought someone into the world who's going to change the world.
Oh, really?
Well done, Danny. I do love what you said.
Really? Give me a break. You were not that smart when you had him, were you? Come on, admit it.
No, I refuse.
What do you mean? What kind of?
Why did not you true.
It was a planned event. It was.
Wait a minute. Wait, when you say it's not true, you're a doomer. You're saying we're about to have a complete collapse of our civilization, and you stand by your decision to bring some poor other people into this world to watch the whole thing fall apart.
Okay, well, now listen.
You don't sound very smart to me, my friend. You sound dumb. You sound like a dumb fuck. Sorry, very sorry.
Okay, careful with the swearing, guys. But one thing we're trying not to do on the, I
All
know
right,
he's
fair
doing
enough.
it for rhetorical
You
effect.
you sound dumb to me, mate. I'm sorry to have to say that. For someone who's meant to be smart, you're telling me that we're in 2026 we're going to see terrible things in society, and you don't feel like you still stand by your decision to bring people into this madhouse.
Kugaduma, would you like to be the bastion of somebody arguing that, you know, there does need to be a stand by humanity, intellectual beings, to try and better existence, to try and make substantial change, and to try and heal the world, heal the future? Would you like to argue that point, as in why you brought your children into the world and why you did it, and it is a good thing?
Well, I don't think anybody wants to hear that.
No, we do.
I'd love to hear yourself. I'd love to hear you dig. I'd love to hear you dig yourself into a deeper pit than you're in already. Go on, go for it. Good luck.
Oh, okay. I can
give him a chance to
speak.
Give him a chance.
I can do that quite easily, especially in this crowd. I'm an evolutionary biologist.
Okay. So.
Okay. So I have a responsibility as an organism to produce offspring that will be fit to survive whatever changes are coming. That's my responsibility, to keep the species from going extinct. That's what evolutionary.
You're as dumb as the average person. Can I just put that to rest? You need to seek urgent medical help, mate. You are a complete fruitcake. Do you realize what you just said? You realize what you just said? You have said that you brought those poor victims into this world to keep things going on the planet, as if you wouldn't have had them, the whole thing's going to fall apart because of your decision to have or not have them. That is totally mad. You need help.
Wait, Danny, we made a pact to not like insult each other on the channel this year, so we need to tone it down with the insults, okay?
Oh, come on.
Can I chime in? Cougar Doomer, weren't you the one that was writing this hypothetical book that you think will come to fruition about running out of fossil fuels and 99% of the human population will go extinct because of this mass extinction event, and the ones that survive will live in villages? I understand the ultimate goal here. But I mean, is that true or not?
So my children are aged respectively 30 and 25. 25 years ago, this was not as big an issue. There were intimations of a problem, but 25 years ago, nobody was talking about this. Most of the alarming trends have happened in the last 10 years.
Okay.
Now, I first heard about.
We still haven't heard from you.
Cities then that they plan to put us into.
I didn't hear you, Chick B. Try again.
What about the 15-minute cities that they're planning on putting us into?
I don't know what that means.
No, but that's only a recent development. He's saying he's trying to justify his idiotic, stupid behavior, right?
Because they want
by saying, "Oh, it's only got urgent in the last 10 years," right? But what you've revealed is that you are so deluded that you think that you've done your responsible thing to do, that you're because you're an evolutionary biologist, therefore you think that you've got some kind of duty to bring more people into existence. What a ridiculous idea. Where the hell did you get that idea from?
Retrospectively, at the time, he feels he did the best considering the information he had. Did you not do the same, Mr. Shiny?
Yes, I did, but I've admitted that it was a dumb thing to do.
But you didn't know that at the time, so how could it have been stupid?
No, I didn't. I didn't know that at the time, but he still doesn't know it.
Wait, but again, there's no need to insult him like that. Like, you should have respect.
You stop with your rubbish, you. Shut up. What are you talking about? There's no need to insult.
No, but
No, but some guys.
Listen. Hold on.
Well done, Danny.
People are listening.
Hold on.
No, I won't hold on, right? Stop with your holding on.
No, I'm saying Cougar Duma is well able, and I know one man who is well able to stand up for himself. I know that.
Thank you. Exactly.
He's well able to argue his point. He's an intelligent man.
Exactly.
He is able to come back with whatever. And by the way, he has told people to F off, etc., in the past as well. He knows how to handle himself.
Exactly. I'm not really having a go at you in a way. I'm just having a go at your ideas, if you don't mind. I'm challenging. I genuinely think, take all the insults out, right? I genuinely think that that it is really smart people don't have kids is one of my taglines, right? And I just think it's so glaringly obvious, right? I know it's difficult, right? And I'm sure your kids are. Sounds like your kids are doing all right, and it sounds like they're okay and maybe above average, and like mine, right? But that doesn't mean it wasn't a completely crazy thing to bring them in, and it doesn't make any difference whether these things have become more exaggerated over the last 10 years. The point is that there's never a good reason to bring someone into this situation, right? It's never a good reason, and you haven't come up with a reason yet. You haven't come up with a reason that makes any sense whatsoever as to why you decided to start their lives, other than the fact that some story about being an evolutionary biologist. What the hell that got to do with anything?
Can I say something real quick? Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I really respect parents, good parents. I really do. I have the utmost respect and awe for them in the world. And I know it's a tough job. And if you've done a good job raising them and a good job preparing them for the world, you are better than 90% of the people I see out there. And it seems like both parents in this chat are doing that. My brother has kids. He's done a great job with his kids. But I'm still an antinatalist. Anyways, go ahead. I want to say that because I know it's a hard job. And I respect it, and I applaud you because it's a hard job. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So, to the general theme that I'm hearing here and have heard, okay. One of the things I'm doing right now, being here, is I'm actually kind of fishing around for material to do a video. Just ideas, okay? And so you just gave me one. Thank you very much. And the idea that I have had that I think I'm going to take an opportunity to expound on, not here, is that I expect, because of what is happening to us with both artificial intelligence, as Rupert Reed was saying today, and the obvious depredations caused by global heating, which are not going to stop, only going to get worse. I actually expect the rise of antinatalism, and I expect a rise in actual death cults going forward.
Are you quoting Rupert Reed, the guy from Stop Oil?
I think he has many associations, but yes.
He is such a hypocrite. That guy is hypocrisy and just completely personified. He talks about Stop Oil whilst driving cars and eating meat, the two worst things happening to our planet. He's such a hypocrite. It doesn't bear thinking about.
Okay, let Cougar Duma finish his points.
I'm just saying, asking if it was the same Rupert Reed. It is the same Rupert Reed.
Well, I don't have to care about what he does in his private life.
He's a hypocrite. You don't listen to hypocrites, do you?
No, but that's an ad hominem attack. That's nonsense. I'm sorry.
I listen to everybody because there's data, there's truth, or truthy things everywhere. Absolutely. You know, the homeless guy, the crazy homeless guy walking down the sidewalk in front of my house, going on and on about no one being there, just talking to himself, is probably uttering real truth if you listen to him.
Yeah, but Cougar Duma, that Rupert Reed witnessed and Twitter's global warming, where he is himself party to the two things that are contributing to global warming, that is animal agriculture, which is contributing huge amounts, over 30%, and constant driving of cars. Those are the two biggest factors.
Okay, that's fine. If
all right, so it's okay to witter Twitter and people witter Twitter thing whilst yourself eating meat and driving a car. That doesn't make sense.
Okay, so if we're willing to change the subject, which I am, Chickpea, let me point something out. Chickpea, let me point something else to you. You know, you and I are on the same page on a lot of topics. So let me point something out to you. Where are we right now? Let's just take a step back and get meta and look at where we are, what we're doing. I'm on a computer in the South Bay, the United States of America, and you are on a computer in some part of England, okay?
Yes.
And what are we doing? We are engaging in a live stream of no particular consequence. I'm not the Secretary General of the UN, and you are not the ambassador from Spain, okay? So this is not a lot of consequence here. Now, what I want to point out is we are doing this afternoon relaxation activity over 8,000 miles of networking equipment, data centers the size of planets that consume as much electricity as large cities. Okay, there are nuclear power plants nearby these data centers that a quarter of their power output goes into the data centers around them. They're building data centers hundreds of years all over the planet so that people like you and I, not the Secretary General of the UN, not the ambassador from Spain, can sit down and talk about who's a hypocrite. Okay?
Yeah. So why then is Rupert driving here then and flying here, there, and everywhere?
Okay, you completely missed my point.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No,
and I'm not surprised.
Flying abroad for
and I'm not surprised you missed my point, because nobody ever steps back from what they're doing and examines it through a lens.
I do.
I would like to interject.
I don't drive a car.
I
don't eat animal products.
I think parents who procreate are actually more powerful than the ambassadors or world leaders. They're actually exercising godlike authority to create some.
You're breaking up a little. Abolitionists.
We're anti-nationalism is a devil, because those who are not created cannot possibly die. I was speaking earlier. I don't
We
know how
can't
much
hear
you
a
guys
word you're
heard.
saying, so I'm going to have to mute you, life abolitionists, and we have no idea what you're going on about.
You were breaking up, abolitionist, so you know.
Because I was saying animal agriculture contributes over 30% of emissions, cars another 30%. Now, we don't need meat and cars. There's far too many cars in the world now. Cars, and no end to cars. And as for this green technology, you know that it releases nickel into the air. And I know somebody who's I was told a couple of days ago, a friend told a friend that their daughter had an asthma attack, fatal asthma attack, and it's all to do with nickel in the air.
Oh, God.
From these safe cars you're supposedly driving everywhere.
Okay, can you hear me now?
There we go.
All right. So I've made several points, but first, those who procreate are actually exercising greater authority than an ambassador or a world leader. They're exercising godlike authority to create something from nothing, to impose existence. So I think that is far more consequential than anything that a world leader would ever do. I'm not sure how anti-natalism is a death cult, because those who are not born cannot die. So we're actually preventing the death cult, which is the pro-natalist position. Finally, I just
Oh, no.
You're roboting out again, I'm afraid. I'm going to have to mute you. Get yourself together there, life abolitionists, and sort out your audio. Sorry about that. As you were, folks.
As I was saying about Rupert Reed is a mouthy hypocrite. And he is sickening. He witters and twitters global warming, whilst himself being a major contributor. He does. Cars and meat.
Okay, so he's not a major contributor because he's one person. The major contributor
Everyone's at it. Everyone's at it.
The major
8 billion
contributor.
people are at it.
The major contributor is all of us doing the same thing all the time and not being able to stop. Nobody can stop.
Yeah, but I don't stand on a stage telling other people to stop eating meat or whatever, or to stop driving their cars.
Well, maybe
Like
you
he
should.
said.
Maybe
Well, he
you
said-
should. Maybe you should.
I don't come here. Yeah, but he's a hypocrite.
I don't. But you don't. What you're not understanding, Chickpea, is that that's not really effective.
Isn't it?
That he is this or he is that. He is trying to tell people, just like I'm trying to tell people. He's trying to tell people, you've got a problem.
Yes.
And I think
Well,
that's
he's
useful.
part of the problem. He is part of the problem.
Yes, correct. So what?
And so are you. And you're
No, I don't drive a car, and I'm a vegan.
No,
Yeah, but
you're
it's still part of the
deliberately choosing to ignore the fact that you're using the Earth's internet to talk about someone being a hypocrite. And what you're doing is hypocritical. You're using data centers and networking equipment, and I happen to know how much electricity and fossil fuels goes into making all that work for you.
Nowhere near as much as factory farming contributes. Nowhere near as much.
Well, that's just your opinion,
Well, I'll just do a bit of Googling, shall I?
and you're welcome to it. You're welcome to it, and he's welcome to his. I don't think this conversation is very useful. It just doesn't get anything anywhere.
No, it is useful. The reason why it's useful is because she didn't create herself. So the fact that she's consuming the internet, whatever resources, is a consequence of the fact that life was imposed on her.
Okay, do we really want to talk about death cults?
Yes.
Because we can do that.
That's not a death cult. It's a non-procreation cult. There's a big difference.
Right. Right. The internet generates around 3.7% of global carbon emissions. Right. So the animal agriculture produces over 30% of carbon emissions. Let's just see what cars produce. Okay, so it's 3.7%. So you're incorrect. I knew you would work. Cars. Let's just see what. Now let me finish.
I'm sorry.
Well, it doesn't. It gives huge amounts.
How about home heating and cooling?
61%. Passenger cars are a major polluter, accounting for 61% of total CO2 emissions. 61%. So I think the internet at 3.7% is a minor contributor. But Rupert is a nasty little hippie. He stands there spouting away, meat eating and driving cars and flying. And he does all three. And I know so because I used to be a fan of Stop Oil. No longer a fan, which I used to be.
Check P, do I have to sell my pastoral jet?
3.7 internet. So don't tell me off for using the internet, please. It's
All right, so I think
3.7%.
I think the reason you guys couldn't hear me because I was trying to stream on my channel so that I could play his whatever. So I'm on my phone now. I'm not sure how much you actually heard, but what I was talking about is how I just did a whole live stream the other day about Friedrich Nietzsche, that every justification for procreation is based on a logical fallacy, that Friedrich Nietzsche actually rejects the will to life, and he came up with its own framework, which is called the will to power. So Nietzsche would say that anti-Nazism is a form of decadence because we're overly focused on suffering and death. And the will to power basically says that we should focus on overcoming and achieving. And this is the logical fallacy that most breeders make. They're not focusing on the death. They don't care about the death because they're only focusing on the extraction, the potential to get some benefit out of procreation. They don't care about the suffering. They all make the same mistake, and then they justify it post hoc to say that they're making the world a better place because their child is going to come up with a cure for cancer or do something amazing, and it's completely false.
I would just like to say I don't think that anyone who drives a car or eats meat has the right to witcher and twitter about global warming. Nobody has that right if you drive a car or eat meat, because they are the major contributors. And they are.
Chicky, do I have to sell my pastoral jet, my Gulfstream 47?
I don't know. You're the one witching and twitching about global warming, not me. I don't talk about global warming. I don't even discuss the matter.
You know, I'm not a pastor and I don't have a Gulfstream, so go ahead.
I'm sorry. It gets me when I hear people driving cars and eating meat, witching and twitching about global warming when they are the major contributors. And yes, I am very anti-meat eating and I'm very anti-cars. I am sick to death of these fucking cars everywhere. Trip over cars nowadays, bloody things.
But Chickpea, you do realize that if everybody goes vegan and vegans feel entitled to have a vegan world, that they're going to continue procreating. So if you if they procreate knowing that their children might consume animal products, they may actually refrain because then they would actually be causing harm. But they get to delude themselves to assume that their children will be vegan, therefore they're not causing any harm. And then why would they ever stop procreating?
But I'm not talking about vegans procreating. I'm talking about non-vegans
But
contributing to global warming.
Abolitionists,
No, but I'm
they'll
talking
still
about
probably
vegans because
drive.
vegans are the ones taking an ethical position. They're the ones who are trying to prevent animal harm, and yet they are harming animals by procreating.
Well, I haven't had any children, so you see, I'm not guilty of that one either. What an innocent little thing I am.
Life. Don't forget, if they are vegan, they're still going to heat and cool their homes. They're still going to use computers, and they're still probably going to drive cars or use mass transit.
3.7%. 3.7%.
Okay, all right. Do home heating and cooling, and we've already done cars.
Yeah, well,
you can still be a vegan and live and use home heating and cooling and drive cars.
I don't drive a car.
But actually, Chickpea, I'm going to be doing another live stream because the math doesn't add up. So if a vegan procreates, within 3 generations, they actually cause as much harm, if not more, than a meat eater through the crop deaths, through the animal, through the destruction of animal habitats. And so the math doesn't add up. Like, even if you go plant-based, you're still causing far more harm by procreating.
I haven't procreated.
He's making a point, generally.
Well,
I'm talking about vegans. It's not about the individual. It's about the movement. Like, if you want to reduce animal harm, it's not just by going plant-based. Like, I think that it's an appeal to ethics, right? It doesn't necessarily solve the problem by just going plant-based. So you want to blame. You can't blame the person and think that is the root cause of it's not. It doesn't actually solve it. It's
And
just
we only make up 2% of the population as pesky little vegans. 2%. That's all we make of the population.
But
So
it doesn't matter though. If the vegans are
doing whatever.
But the vegans are the ones taking an ethical position that it is wrong to harm animals, and yet they are harming animals. So the 2% are the only.
What harm am I doing?
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about
general point.
I'm talking about the actual definition of veganism, which is to eliminate animal exploitation as far as possible and practicable.
Yes,
The definition itself is flawed.
For the good of the planet. But car driving is far worse. Car driving 61%. So it's far, far worse anyway. Far worse. And it's going to be the destruction of the planet. You know what, in London it's so bad you can barely breathe the air anymore because of bloody cars. Cars, and more cars. I'm just saying. It's all right if you don't get asthma. If you do.
Can we go back to Cougar Duma? Tell us what we should be doing in the next year.
I'm not going to tell anybody what to do.
Okay, actually, no. Will you go back to the death cult thing? What were you speaking about death cults before?
Well, okay, so I have an idea that, we just saw this recently. There was a phenomenon here. Well, I guess it was all over the world, but it was really a big deal here in the US where people decided, based upon the ramblings of a pastor in South Africa, that the rapture was upon us. And there was going to be a rapture. And I'm not exactly sure what that means. It's an idea that was invented in the 1820s or something.
No, it's in the Bible. The raptures in the Bible. 12 Jewish tribes are to be raptured.
Anyway, so there's this thing called rapture theology. So everyone thought they were going to be raptured, and it was a lot more than 144,000 people. So
no, the number of people that will be raptured written in the book of life is 144,000. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, anyway, everyone thought they were going to be on the bus, and so there was a big people selling their homes, giving their cars away, giving away their money. I don't know how much of that was true. It could be a lot of it's just trolling. But anyway, people talking about wearing fresh underwear on the day of the rapture so that no one looks up your dress and sees dirty underwear. It was kind of unhinged, and maybe it's all fake. But anyway, that's a reaction to something. That doesn't happen very often in a person's life. I mean, I can't remember the last time I've heard of that happening in my life. I'm 66 years old. Okay, there was the Heaven's Gate. I'll get it here in a minute. Heaven's Gate cult.
That's a UFO one, right?
That was it kind of like that. Yeah, there was a comet, actually. Hale Bopp. Cute name for a comet. Hale Bopp. And the Heaven's Gate people thought there was a UFO hidden in the tail, the comma of the comet. And based upon that, they were going to be raptured up to the UFO. Okay. And so they all made videos, and they wrote letters, and they all took a barbiturate or something, and they all died. And of course, maybe they went to the UFO ship associated with the comet. I don't know. We'll never know, of course. But that's the kind of stuff that I think is going to become more regular, and even at some point possibly common, that people start to look for a way out that makes sense to them. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to regain agency. They don't want to be told that AI is going to throw them out of their job and they're going to be homeless. They don't want to be told that the rise of authoritarianism is going to strip away their rights. They don't want to be told that global heating is coming and there's nothing they can do about it. All those things are probably true, but all those things strip people of their agency. So what opportunity is there left for someone who is surrounded by forces that they cannot understand, cannot influence, cannot change? And they want agency. They just want some control. They want control over their life. Let's just put it in clear terms. They want control over their life. And if they don't and cannot have control over how they live their life, one way to correct for that is to do the last thing that anyone can do with their life, which is to end it. And therefore, I suspect, just based on what we've been seeing with all this rapture hysteria, I think people are looking for ways to retake control over their life, L-I-F-E, and not their lifestyle, their life. And I expect a rise of death cults.
Okay, but I think there was a conflation there that it's not about taking control over your life, because it's too late to save us. We can't be saved, but we can save potential human beings. And so it's not a death cult. But I just did a whole live stream about that, because that is the only power we have. Our labor is not going to be our leverage. They don't need us. They're going to replace us with AI. They still need consumers. So the only check we can impose against the system is to refuse to procreate. We can't protest our way out of it. We can't write letters to the congressmen. They need more people to exist. And so if you don't procreate, then you don't feed the system. So I'm not sure why this is being missed. Why? And even I think the focus on what you're saying about what prepping and all that stuff, it's really not about accepting the conclusion that we can't be saved. I think you would want people to continue procreating because you're trying to save humanity. It's not like, I don't think that your intent is for humanity to end.
What I don't understand is, why do Americans believe in the rapture? The Bible states quite clearly that 144,000 to be raptured come from the 12 Jewish tribes.
Yep.
Quite clearly. It's clear as day.
It does. They rationalize it.
Yeah, I just don't understand where they get their facts from, these Americans. I have to say it.
Their pastors.
don't you think that within the antinatalism niche, that pro-death sentiments have been promoted?
I actually just sent you an email, or I just posted on one of your videos about the group that is actually claiming ownership of that. I don't know if you saw that.
I didn't watch because I was on here when I saw you posted, so I didn't get to listen to it.
Right, they're not claiming that they're anti-natalists. They're a part of that pro-extinction group.
I have a question for Cougar Doomer. If all these people are looking for agency over their life, not their lifestyle, is it fair to bring humans here when so far we do not have legal, safe, effective, risk-free ways to end our lives unless we're extremely terminally ill and only in some states and only in some countries? Isn't that like a one-way street that the parent dictates and there's no legal way out?
Well,
yeah, you can blow your brains out, but that's awful to do.
My wife is trying to get my attention. Hold on.
Okay.
How do you define pro-mortalism, life abolitionism?
It's definitely not pro-extinction. I'm saying pro-mortalism at basically the right to die. Like, at least that's the component of it that I'm focusing on.
Which we don't have.
So pro-mortalism to you equates with medical assistance in dying?
I'm advocating for the right to die. It's not that you necessarily have to force anyone to die.
Yeah, big difference.
Right, but what is the position of pro-mortalism? Like, what is that? That question goes for Pastor D too, by the way, because he's been
It's a position that is in favor of the right to die. Or I guess I get what your point is. You're trying to say that they're advocating for involuntary death. That's not necessarily true.
Yeah, just to have the option.
Pastor D, you've been around this thing for a while. What is your conception of pro-mortalism?
I don't really know what it is because I don't really advocate for it, but I do.
It's the view that one personally is better off to end it as soon as possible than to continue living. Now that's
Correct.
the philosophical view, I believe.
It is.
But again, I'm not condoning that. That is actually a philosophical take. Can you name some of the philosophers who talk about that? There's one. Is it?
So
Patricia?
let me name not a philosopher, but someone within the community. He wrote a paper called Pro-Mortalism, and he's
David Hume is a philosopher who was a pro-mortalist.
Which one?
David Hume.
The guy that created the Antinatalism magazine was a pro-mortalist, and he Toyota Corolla.
Yeah, and he was also autistic, neurodivergent, and yeah, he's no longer with us.
And also, when we compare procreators to ISIS terrorists, and that's connected to Antinatalism International, that is a problem.
It is a problem.
Especially when you publicly support, especially when you're an antinatalist advocate and you are publicly promoting ending pregnant women's lives. That's a problem.
Oh, no, that's the biggest difference in the world. We're advocating. We're not saying murder is okay. And
But they're not just pro-mortalists, they're pro-extinctionists.
And there are a lot of antinatalists that are against abortion.
And we just had Bartkus, so let's not forget all these things that I just mentioned. That is part of our history.
Okay, we've had one guy compared to how many abortion clinic people that have been bombed.
See, this is unfortunate. Like, this is...
You're conflating two different things. I can't control what other people think and do.
All right.
If I followed Christianity to its logical conclusion, I should be killing children on the street to send them to heaven so they don't have to suffer here for 80 years. But I know that's the wrong thing to do. I don't have that right.
I think antinatalist advocates who are promoting death is one of the things that is problematic. And I think one of the things that adds to the critique of death cult.
Okay, well, you're conflating it. We're not.
What do you mean by promoting death? What do you mean by promoting death?
Oh my god, dude. We talked about this.
Now, what do you mean by promoting death? I don't understand what you mean by that.
Well, I think it's clear. If you don't know what you already know. We had this conversation.
No, we're not on the same page because we're advocating for the right to die. We're not advocating for taking people's lives.
Right.
I mean, death is death. I mean, what do you mean by promoting it? Death is death. It's going to happen to
Didn't we have like a
death.
2-hour conversation? Like it just went
We're
nowhere.
going to be dying one day.
Natalists promote death. The only way to die is to get born.
Correct.
DNW just said it, so like if you guys just don't think it's a concern, so be it.
Well, it's a concern that if everyone thinks every antinatalist is pro-mortalist, yeah, that's a concern.
Thank you. And guess
Okay.
who's okay? Look, okay, I know you're not looking at it, but if you look at some of the stuff people are promoting, yes, that is being promoted.
Okay, well, it needs to be separated.
Thank you. Okay, well, that turned out. not
Okay,
the
well,
way
I agree. I agree with you then, Mr. Question Mark.
All right.
I'm
got
going to
one.
get the definition of pro-mortalism because I don't think that's what it means.
It is no, it does. Well, that's what it means generally. The consensus is it means that you can have your own definition that might battle with that definition, but at the moment, the majority view it as that definition.
And there was I don't want to name names because this is, but
yeah.
Can we go back to Cougar Duma? I mean, he keeps being thrown off his,
He was talking to his wife. He was talking to his
is he?
wife.
Okay.
He was. I don't know if he still is.
Probably done now.
I'm back.
Yeah.
There you go.
Look out.
You mentioned AN. You put AN in the same category as Death Cult. Would you like to say why?
So I'm not, this isn't my wheelhouse. I'm not an expert in these kinds of things, but I think that, and I would throw into a category, and this could be a category error. I'm open to that. I would throw into a category all of the things that sound like it's better not, okay. It's better not to have been born at all, but if you were born, that's not your fault, and you should unborn yourself as quickly as possible.
No.
There you go.
All right. Pro-mortalism is a philosophical belief that it is better for being to die rather than continue living. But that doesn't necessarily suggest that you would take somebody's life without their consent.
That's right.
How so? Wouldn't you be doing them a favor?
Yeah, exactly. It can lead to that. I mean, it can lead to apologetics for that action.
Exactly.
We're starting the year on this topic. Good Lord.
Oh my goodness. It's consent. Something you breeders don't understand is consent.
I would say it easily leads
Jesus.
to that view.
No, it doesn't.
No,
It really
You guys
doesn't.
don't.
Okay. Okay. Since I brought up the topic, it's my bad. I do want to point out that a lot of the time when someone decides that life is too much for them, one thing they do before they check out is they find the people who have been part of their misery and they take them out first. We call this a murder-suicide.
That happens.
It happens commonly. Okay.
And we don't condone that on this show, just so you know.
But yeah, I want to say that
I'm talking about human behavior. I'm just talking
it's
about human
happened
behavior.
within the anti-natalist community, and I'm just highlighting that. That's what happened to
That it needs to stop.
The friend of Bartkus did that. So let's keep that into context too.
Friend of Barkus did. Oh, didn't Barkus kill himself when he blew up?
But why did he do that? Something sparked him to do that act, and you should look into that story if you don't know it.
Be careful attributing this community to this show because everybody here is from different.
Can I just say one thing? Can I just one quick thing? Okay, how many abortion doctors and abortion clinics have been blown up because some crazy Christians?
I know, but dude, I'm saying someone in the community did a murder-suicide. That's what I'm trying to say.
I agree. So does people in the anti-abortion
And then
community.
Marcus did what he did. It's multiple people of the story, not just him.
Okay,
No,
that's not actually the story. Here's what I was
I
trying
meant
to
the
get.
case of Bartkus. That's what I was talking about.
I don't want to talk about cases.
Okay, I want to support your argument because it's happening.
Every antinatalist I know who has a show has condemned that. No questions.
I am here
Lawrence
to paint
Anton
with
has, Amanda has, Gary has.
I am here to paint with broad strokes. All I wanted to say was that the idea of life is too difficult. It doesn't stop with an individual decision. And death cults not uncommonly sweep up a lot of people who are not part of that thinking and take them with them. And the one I want to point to is the Jim Jones disaster in Guyana. Jim Jones was from California. He was from California. He was a pastor. He was white.
I knew him.
You knew him? Yeah.
I did, yeah.
A lot of people did. He was very charismatic. And he had, what were they? Barnstorming, whatever he did. And he lured a bunch of his followers, thousands. I don't know how many end up in the end, but there were thousands of people that followed him to Guyana. And then, I hate to say this, and maybe I'm wrong, but someone correct me. I think they were mostly black. Is this right?
No, I don't know, but I know there were 700 that drank the Kool-Aid and killed themselves.
Yeah, there was a lot of people. And from my memory, now a little sketchy, of the images that came out of that situation, also a little sketchy, there was a lot of black people, more so than you would have expected based on the percentage of the population.
I remember those pictures. Yeah,
it was bad.
100% because I don't know the makeup of it.
No,
but
not 100%, but disproportionately a lot, and maybe even some of them were Guyanese. I don't really know what was going on there, but anyway, some congressperson in the U.S. was investigating this guy, and he came down there with his entourage to do an on-site investigation. I mean, Guyana, it's not the U.S., but he was investigating it anyway, and he was ambushed and killed. And then Jim Jones decided he was not going to be held accountable for that. But he wasn't satisfied. And this is my point, finally getting to it. Sorry. He decided he was not going to just leave this world and not be pursued for his crimes or whatever he thought they were coming after him for. And he killed nearly the entirety of his following. They did not sign on for that. They did not know that was happening. And yet they all died.
And this relates to antinatalism how?
I'm not talking about antinatalism. I'm talking again, broad strokes, people who decide that no one should be alive and they take out people who don't think that way.
Okay, well, don't speak for me and don't speak for life abolitionists. Don't speak for CP. Don't speak for Danny.
I didn't do that, and don't imply that I did. I'm saying that this is my act. Going back to my earlier point, because I always have a point, or I try to. Okay. I have an expectation that in the coming years, we will see, as people struggle for agency, we will see a rise in what I'm calling broad strokes, death cults. And some of the people in the death cults will be there for reasons maybe of agency or not having any, but they're not there for the purpose of dying. And yet
aren't we in a death cult?
They will get swept up anyway. That's my expectation for
Isn't
this
our
future.
culture a kind of death cult? Can you define a death cult?
Well, I guess, cults in general are generally focused on something, usually a charismatic leader, but generally his idea. And in some cases, a death cult would be focused on the idea that either we are all going to die and it's a good thing, or that some other group of people need to die and that's also a good thing, or that everyone needs to die.
Sorry,
that's a good thing.
Sorry, aren't we all going to die? Do you not think we're all going to die?
Yeah, but for a death cult, it's an expression of agency, not inevitability.
And antinatalism is an expression of agency, meaning you can't get agency from the thing you bring into existence. They have to play the game you sign them up for.
I think
that's our
I
agency.
don't. Yeah, I don't know what about the antinatalism. I think it comes down to telling other people that they should stop having children because it's wrong. And I think
We
that's
can't tell. We can suggest.
isn't that taking away their agency? Because a lot of
If
women
we
have
force them
children
to.
because they want
If we
children.
force them to, we don't force them to. We just put
Okay,
the
yeah,
ideas in their head.
yeah, but I was just told that I'm insane and irresponsible and I should kill myself because I had children.
I didn't. Who
So,
said you should kill yourself?
No,
well,
he
I don't know.
never
That's
said
kind
that.
of the thrust of the whole thing. That I'm a
No,
loser.
no. Hold on a second, mate. I did not say that or anything, make any intimation. I said I think what you did was completely insane and dumb. And I'm surprised that a man of your intellect, and you clearly are, you clearly know lots about lots, and that you can still look back at your decision to thrust these people into this madhouse of a world and think that that is nothing short of insane. That's what I said, not kill yourself.
I'm not experiencing it as a madhouse at all.
How do you know your kids won't?
They haven't told me they are.
If
I
you're
mean,
not
you did say
if you're not experiencing this as a madhouse, you're not looking correctly, my friend. You're in complete denial, even according to the nutty psychiatrists in this world, yeah, and their stupid, crazy book DSM. Most of us, the average person's got 11 mental health conditions. You're not looking straight. You're living in a land of complete delusion. If you cannot see the insanity of the way we are living, it's absolutely insane. And coming from a man like you, right, who realizes that our addiction to the world, to all the things that we're addicted to, right? Addiction is also it's a form of madness. Carrying on doing things that hurt. We carry on doing things that hurt ourselves and hurt each other, right? Because we're completely addicted to it. And you don't think this is a madhouse?
No, I think it's a bunch of people making choices for their lives, doing what they want to do, and probably through maybe no fault of their own, just doing what is presented to them as appropriate and normal and nominal behavior, destroying the world out from under themselves. But my emphasis at this point, my emphasis is on survival.
Right. That's what I was trying to point out earlier. So he doesn't necessarily he's focusing on human survival. So even if humans suffer and die, it doesn't matter because some people will survive.
Correct.
That's what I think they're not I think that's
a kind of strange thing to say, considering I don't remember the exact conversation, but I think you were here, weren't you? Life abolitionism, when you were kind of saying that, you were accusing someone of being worse than Hitler, or the fact that there's global heating is going to affect certain people around the world more than others, and how you seem to suggest that that's a really awful thing.
No, in that case, I was talking to a lack of empathy for those people. I hope those people survive. I hope they find a way. That's up to them, because no one's going to help them. No one's going to help me, and no one's going to help you. That's just how this is set up.
No one's going to help your children either.
Well, I might be able to help them, but in any case, you're right.
You're what, 65?
66.
Okay, 14 years on average.
Anyway. Brother Marcus, are you still there?
Hello.
Okay, so I would just add an adjective to pro-mortalism, because my position is I am an elective pro-mortalist or a permissive pro-mortalist. It's not, I don't support taking people's life without their consent.
I recommend you add that. Yes, that would be good.
We understand consent.
D&W.
And by the way, I kind of figured you had that position. It's just
and let's also remember that breeders are ultimately taking people's life without their consent.
And subjecting them to an eternity of hell, possibly.
Possibly.
Or you could say that it's the
energy
energy companies that keep pumping crude oil and natural gas.
But you're not addressing what we're saying. It's the risk of life.
I don't.
And you're just saying we've got to perpetuate life for life's sake.
All of life is risk. Crossing the street is risk. And we choose to do these things anyway. Every time you get on an airplane, there's a risk.
For people that are here, yes.
Yeah. And I think most people, when they are in the world, they recognize the risks and they try to avoid them and live the best life they can. And most people, I think, probably do that. They live their lives. They're happy.
Okay, let's talk to a guy with a cancer and a lady with
whatever. I had cancer. I got over it. I'm 66 years old. I've survived a lot of things and overall satisfied with my life. I'm not going to blame anybody for my cancer.
Well, and then the other guy, Danny got hit by a car. And let's see.
I was hit by a car on a bicycle.
I have a question, though. How is it ethical to focus on human survival at the expense of causing death to all these other people? So, how is
I don't buy the proposition.
No, but you just said that there's this whole gloom and doom scenario, and you know that these people are going to die. You know that most people are not going to make it. So, how do you justify that ethically? Because you want the human species to survive.
I don't have to justify anything ethically. I am a materialist. This is the way it is. Now, we created this situation, but we all created it. And I'm right now sitting on a fiber optic cable running through a data center, contributing to the problem. And, and when I'm done here, I'll probably be making a YouTube video about death cults, contributing to the problem, using a data center. So,
using 3.7% of the energy.
I don't think you guys really understand how this works, but in any case, we'll move on. I think everyone is now going to have to face a choice that they didn't have to face 20 years ago, 40 years ago, or 100 years ago when we set off on this path. The choice they're going to have to make is, do they want to survive, and is there a way for them to do that? And I think most people would like to survive. They want to take care of their children. They want to see the future. They want to contribute to the future. I think most people won't. I think that's a tragedy.
Okay. At 66 years old, you can only take care of your children for another 14 years on average. And they'll be what, 40?
That's not true.
They will miss you for 40 more years.
No, they won't miss me
You
at
can
all.
leave them money.
Okay.
Well, you can leave them money, but that's not. Okay, but you can leave them material things, but you can't leave them the devastation that happens when you lose a parent. I just lost 2.
Okay, they don't need me. And
How do you know?
they won't be devastated. And if they are, they'll get over it. They won't be devastated.
Okay, so you may not owe us an explanation, but don't you think you owe your children an explanation?
For what?
For imposing life in this gloom and doom scenario that you have presented. That they're going to have to go through all of this, and you sacrifice them for the greater good.
No, I didn't sacrifice anybody. And if my children ask me, what is the meaning of life? I'll tell them the meaning of life is struggle and overcoming.
Right. So this is what I was just talking about. He's going back to Friedrich Nietzsche. This is the logical fallacy that they're all making.
Well, it's not a fallacy. It's just my thought. If they ever ask me what's the meaning of life, I'm not going to say 42. I'm going to say struggle and overcoming. And
No, it's a logical fallacy because you're making a post hoc rationalization. You're not actually explaining the ethics of the imposition in the first place.
I don't think there are ethics. I don't think ethics play into it. It's not post hoc. This is why we're here. We are only any of us here.
What will you say to your kids if they ask you, why did you make me, Daddy?
Because I wanted to have children. I wanted them in the world. I wanted to give them a chance.
Chance at what?
Life struggle. I don't
live their life.
What? What's the point? Struggle. What's the point of a life of struggle?
It's beautiful.
Really?
For who?
Oh, I've thoroughly enjoyed the struggle.
What?
Every day
is
what it is.
Wake up. No, wake.
It's sadistic. They enjoy it. They enjoy making people struggle and suffer.
No, I've enjoyed my struggle. I grew up. I lived in the country. I overcame my upbringing. I got a college degree. I watched my mother get a college degree in the same college at the same time. We graduated on the same day. And
You
I
mean you
developed myself. I married a woman. We had children together. We enjoyed our children. Our children grew up healthy, smart, intelligent, and capable. And I guess it's a struggle. You try not to die.
I would strongly encourage everybody to listen to the live stream that I did about Friedrich Nietzsche, because it's not one logical fallacies, it's a bundle of logical fallacies that they're all making the same post hoc justifications for procreation. It's completely selfish and it's sadistic.
No, it's the only reason any of us are here.
No, but what is the point of futile earthly struggle? What the hell is the point of that? What is the point of struggle?
If somebody didn't struggle, you wouldn't be here.
So what? What's wrong with us not being here, for goodness sake? Why are you so hubristic and arrogant that that you care about? Like, if someone wouldn't have struggled, if your parents wouldn't have shagged that night, you wouldn't be here. So bloody.
No, Danny, they struggled. They didn't shag. They struggled.
Oh, they struggled. All right. Then.
What's the point of a life? What is the point? It's my argument.
I don't know. Personal growth, improving the world, seeing the beauty of the universe. Right. I don't know. What's
you do that? You do that. Don't put it on your kids to do that.
How much have you done to
I've enjoyed it. I would do it again.
Well, I'm very pleased you've enjoyed it, but there's no guarantee that they will enjoy it, and there's certainly no guarantee that they will enjoy old age. I don't enjoy the fact that I'm falling apart. I didn't enjoy the fact that I got a terrible diagnosis of cancer. I didn't enjoy the fact that I was knocked off my bike in a horrible accident. And I would never wish that. I would do anything I could to make sure that none of the people that I created mistakenly and stupidly have to go through that. So why would you wish that upon anybody?
Yeah,
so they can experience the beauty of the universe.
Are you
Oh my God. Chick P has rheumatoid arthritis that she got, 20 years ago?
No, 30.
Yeah, she had nothing to do with that. It was purely genetic.
Well, some people have more of a struggle than others.
Oh, that doesn't. Oh, some people have more of a struggle than others. Do you know how lacking in empathy that is, especially for the people who really, really struggle? People who struggle with terrible chronic illnesses, people who struggle with mental illnesses, and you just toss that out and say, "Oh, some people struggle more than others."
Well, in another age, they wouldn't have the life-sustaining medical treatments and other things, and
as usual,
civil and legal systems and whatever.
As usual, you're actually incorrect in that. In the whole thing with the RA, because stinging nettle cures RA, which has always been here.
Oh, well, that's good. I'm glad you're better. I don't wish bad on anybody. Trust me.
Well, it's different. I'm not wishing anything on anybody, not even myself. I'm just saying that we are, and the only reason any of us are here complaining about whatever we're complaining about is that somebody in our past overcame adversity and struggles and got to a point where they could give birth to the next generation. And that's why any of us are here.
So what?
My God.
Thank you for explaining that's why we're here. What the hell's that got to do with anything?
Well,
why on earth did you...
That's biology.
Because two people are horny and excited about protection.
There's actually a term for this that Nietzsche calls amor fati, but basically you just accept fate, you just accept what is. You're basically just a slave to nature, so you don't have any agency to try to change it. He's accepting amor fati. He's making a lot of logical fallacies. I'm not sure that he realizes it.
Well, you can
Sounds like more farts.
You can accuse me of making fallacies. All I'm doing.
It's like amor farte. Loving farts.
Noodles? Do I hear a noodle?
Yeah.
I'm here with Lemon.
Oh. My
Say
nieces
hi,
are still
Lemon.
ready.
Lemon says hi.
Okay.
Get back to the adult conversation, please. So coming back.
I love you, Danny. Do you know that?
Right.
This is an adult conversation. Right? I hear a bunch of anti-natalists
yelling at a scientist.
At a native.
You know what, there, Mr. Noodles? I have many videos of you out there in the street, so cool.
You have them? You saved them?
I can find them, trust me, yes.
You that's a little creepy.
Vegan, so what's so wrong with arguing with a scientist? Because
I think you're a hot dude.
That's okay. Well, I have my first stalker, I guess.
You do.
I'm honored.
I'm honored
it's you, Pastor D.
What's the difference between you and my dog Ruby? Very cute little Maltipoo dog, right? And every time she goes down the park, right, she sniffs all the other dogs' genitals because that's just her nature to do so, right? What's the difference between you and her?
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, you better mute.
Someone might die laughing. That would be great, wouldn't it, on the stream? We'll get loads of views. Imagine if someone just dies laughing.
Let me tell you that
I gotta mute myself. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh.
Let me tell you the list of logical fallacies that she's making. First, he's begging the question. He's assuming that human survival is valuable without justifying why it is necessarily good. He's making an appeal to consequences, suggesting that extinction would lead to humanity, the end of humanity. Therefore, we must procreate. He's making a composition fallacy, assuming that what is true for individual organisms must apply to a moral imperative for the species as a whole. He's making an alt fallacy, deriving a moral obligation, which is that because survival is a biological drive, that we have a duty to fulfill this biological drive. It's completely nonsensical. Like, I want you to understand the motivations for these people. They know exactly what they're doing. It's not like they're ignorant that they are imposing suffering and death. They know it. This is sadistic. They know exactly what they're doing, and they're trying to justify it.
I don't think you're right. I really don't think Cougar Doomer knows what he's doing. Sorry. Let him come back to you and answer what you're saying.
No, he just told you that he knows what he's doing. He just gave all of these rationalizations for why what he did is okay.
You know, we haven't heard from DMW. Let's hear from DMW.
Daddy, you made me laugh more than I have laughed in 2 weeks.
Okay,
2 years.
Let me ask you specifically, Cougar. Why is the extinction of the human species a bad thing?
Okay, so it's probably better not to go extinct.
Why? Why? It needs some justification.
I don't think it needs a justification. I think
See, this is another logical fallacy. It absolutely does require it.
I think no,
these people are
it
not
doesn't.
rational.
It's like requiring a reason to be born. Being born is a phenomenon. You've entered the world. Good luck. Don't die. So you don't need a rationale for not going extinct. It's just something we don't do voluntarily.
No. I'm not talking about going extinct. I'm talking about preventing this. Like you're taking a proactive decision to not end extinction. It's not neutral. You're trying to prevent extinction.
I think it's a good idea.
Why? Can you explain why?
Because I think that the world is a better place for having some humans in it.
Again, more logical fallacies. You're not saying why. You're just it's circular reasoning. It's begging the question.
No. Ask me the same question. Ask me the same question again.
I agree with you on that. The matter of interest.
Ask me the same question again.
Can I go next?
I can't even wrap my head around it to try to break down what the actual question should be because it's just going to be more circular. Like, I don't know what what question would actually prove my point. Like, I just know what I recognize what you're doing. Because you think that the preservation of the human species is good, you're going to just make circular reasoning to justify it. Like,
I don't have to justify thinking it's a good thing. I think it's good that we have elephants. Elephants are not extinct. I think that's a good idea. Giraffes, wildebeest, cougars. The world is a better place for these things being here.
How do you think
Eating each other's faces off. Mm-hmm.
But you're talking about the world as if the world it has a desires, which you're basically talking. Guys, this is so philosophical. He's given into the will of life.
I just like knowing that there are elephants and giraffes and cougars in the world.
So it's a personal preference. It's not. What you're saying is not logical.
Probably, but you're asking me why these animals should not go extinct, and that's my answer. I like them in the world.
So just because you like it, that justifies it. Like, some people like harming cats. Does that make it ethical? Like what? I don't understand what you're saying.
Okay, but I'm not doing anything to the elephants.
You harm your children by bringing them into existence.
No, I don't. I give them a chance to live a life.
Are they not? Do you want to die? Do you think that anybody wants to, like most people want to die?
No, but I think lots of people want to live.
So you are harming them because you are imposing a death sentence on them.
No, I'm giving them a chance to live first.
How do you want your children to die?
I give no thought to it whatsoever.
Okay, but now give some thought to it. How would you like them to die?
Comfortably, at the end of a long, successful, and productive life,
and what
surrounded by
chances
family.
is that? And what chance is that going to happen?
Oh, if I have to guess, 100% chance.
Google human maladies. Google human maladies. There's like 600 things that can happen to you that are serious before you die, and they're chronic. And medicine has very few answers for most of them.
And that's not my problem.
Yeah, it's your kid's problem.
It's not my problem.
Yeah, it's your kid's
I have no agency over that. I give my children full agency.
You have a psychopathic, that is a psychopathic attitude towards your own children.
I disagree.
It's an appeal to nature. What he's essentially saying is that he's no more intelligent than a cat or a dog, that this is just fate, just accept it. There's nothing he can do to actually prevent it.
Yeah.
I am more intelligent than a cat or a dog, and a cat or a dog has its own experience of the universe. And I'm glad they have that. And my children will have their own experience of the universe. And I hope it's a great one. And if they're lucky, it will be.
And does that include animal sniffing?
Oh, what a shame. But that's nothing to do with you because you're just part of evolution. No, it is to do with you.
It is.
If they have a really bad time here,
it has to do with me because I brought them into the world.
If it's a bad time, it's because you couldn't keep your dick in your pants.
But the point is to
sickened. I would be sickened. I would be sickened to have you as a father. I'd be sick. The poor kids have you as a father.
I know. I'll ask. Okay. In fairness, I'll ask my children the next time I see them if they are sickened.
Yeah, I'm sure they're
born
not
into this world.
You brainwashed them in all. You know, they've probably been brainwashed by society.
Okay. So what you're saying is whatever answer I get from them will be the wrong one.
For your kids.
No, but I would like to point out one thing that you did say.
Bedroom. Why couldn't you control yourself in the bedroom and keep that snake of yours out of some woman's vagina and you started someone else's life? Let's be honest about it.
Because my wife.
The reason
my wife
Danny's having some wild fantasies right now.
The reason why you had them is because you liked the shag and you wanted to have a nice little rubber dub.
No, because my wife wanted children.
Did you sniff her genitals first?
Children. Did she?
Did you sniff her genitals first?
Danny, you should start one of those like sex hotlines.
Genital sniffing brought to you by the social experimentalist.
Now I'm going to read a quote by Arthur Schopenhauer. If children were brought into the world by an act of pure reason alone, would the human race continue to exist? Would not a man rather have so much sympathy with the coming generation? Excuse me. Gosh, it's a never mind. my screen just went blank. Would not a man rather have so much sympathy with the coming generation as to spare it the burden of existence, or at any rate, not take it upon himself to impose that burden upon it in cold blood? This is essentially what he's did. He did it in cold blood. He doesn't think it requires any justification. He doesn't care. He's not a moral agent. He just thinks he got whatever he could out of his children. He extracted from them. Now he's washing his hands with it. It's not his fault.
I didn't get anything out of my children. I brought them into the world. I enjoyed them while they were young. I helped them grow up. I taught them things they needed to learn and wanted to learn. I gave them opportunities. They were in the theater. They went to school. They were homeschooled. Lots of different experiences. I was a technician, a programmer in Silicon Valley. We went everywhere, saw everything. And now, as independent adults, they're enjoying their lives. They have
That's
mates.
not correct.
They have mates. They have careers, and they're doing well, and they're happy. And I don't have any problems with what they're doing.
You just admitted what you got of it. You said that your wife wanted children. So you got validation from your wife, and you sacrificed your children in order to accomplish that.
Yeah, but I didn't sacrifice my children. I gave them a chance.
No, you sacrificed you sacrificed them, really, their death and their whole of lives, their whole of their lives, and all the struggles that they have. And don't deny that they must have struggles. Everyone does, especially in this crazy world, right? And you did it just to appease your wife.
No, I did it so they could have a life and succeed and overcome.
No, that's not what you were thinking on that evening, was it? Let's be honest. Let's go back. Tom, take me back to the night of their conception. Let's say the oldest one, right?
No,
what was going on in your mind?
Their consent has nothing to do with it.
That's right.
I know that, but I'm saying let's go back to the 9 months before your oldest child was born. Set the scene for us and tell us what was going on in your puny little mind.
Of making my wife happy and having a family.
Right. So what was going on? Did you have a couple of drinks? Did you have a talk about it, or were you just feeling horny? Was it on a Friday night? What was happening? Take me through it all.
Well,
the conversation.
She had been telling me since even before we were married that she wanted to have children, and I said, "That's great. I like to have children too." So we married, and that was the context of getting married, and so we decided to have children, and we didn't talk about it. It's just what we were going to do, and we said about it.
So you didn't talk about it, right? You took the decision to create 2 new lives with all the dangers and the guaranteed death and very, very likely suffering to a great deal, and definitely some suffering, because that's how this world works, right? And
okay, so let's be careful here.
Suffering to others and causing a huge amount of suffering to others, and you just went along with that because your wife wanted to do it. And this is what makes you no different to my dog Ruby. You're just like Ruby. Ruby wants to go and smell all the other dogs' genitals, and so she does. Your wife wanted to have a kid, and so you go ahead with her, and you plonk your sausage inside her, and then 9 months later, screaming baby and all that rubbish, and then you come up with all these justifications. Ridiculous.
But I want you guys to acknowledge that this is the way most people think. Most people are not going to be as
life abolitionism. Will you let the 2 fathers speak? They both come at this from being fathers. So that was directed at Kuguduma. Now, Kuguduma, you do know social experimentalist is himself a father of 3. 1 more than you, I think. You only have 2, right? So yeah, you can reply. And also, what do you think? What do you think of him as a father saying these things, Kuguduma? Be honest.
It doesn't matter what I think as a father. It might matter what his children think of him saying these things. They might be a bit aghast, I suppose, that they are not welcomed in the world. But I don't really care what other people think. I'm having my own experience. My kids are having their own experience, and they're enjoying their lives. And I don't think they've destroyed anybody or given anybody a hard time.
Don't you? Well, why not look at the chain of exploitation that is attached to everything that we buy?
That's fair. That's fair. Yes, that's a good observation. I agree with you there that the way we are doing things as individuals, as family, and as communities is both immoral, amoral, and self-destructive. And we should stop doing what we're doing. We won't. We haven't. I don't think we can. And therefore, that's why I'm a doomer. I think this ship is sinking.
You see, this is what amazes me. What's your name, by the way? I'm Danny. What's your name?
Cougar.
Oh, Cougar. Is that your actual name?
Yes.
I mean, okay, fine. So, I mean,
actually, it's catamount, but catamount, cougar, puma, mountain lion, these are all the same animal.
Okay, fine. So, what to me, I'm just saying from my point of view, and I have a very, I don't know, I just see the world very differently to the way many see it. But to me, I just can't put together the idea that you're a doomer, and you've brought these children into a world that is going down. It's like basically it's like inviting someone onto the Titanic and not feeling bad about it. It's ridiculous.
He did say, Danny, that
some people
later in life that
he got on the lifeboats. Sorry, custody. Some people got on the lifeboats, Danny, and I think that he thinks that
the lifeboats are there, and he's taught his children how to get on them.
But D&W, I'm the same age, a bit older than Cougar, but I saw when I was back in the 70s, what a shit house the world was becoming.
So let me just point something out to folks. And since my logic and rhetoric seems a bit confusing, at the risk of derailing the entire stream, I want to say one thing right away, and then I want to explain something. I am a biologist. That's a fact. Now, let me explain something to people. The entire human race, the entirety of Homo sapiens, our species, everything you know about humans, all the races, all the colors, all the creeds, all the religions, all the civilizations, past and present, all of this came from what is thought to have been about 2,500 people, all that was left of Homo sapiens by about 90,000 years ago. We had a massive extinction event. From those 2,500 breeding pairs came all of this.
But that's what scientists assume.
Frankly, I am not worried about the long-term future. Frankly, I think we can still do brilliant things. And we can do it with as few as 2,500 breeding pairs. And we know that because we've already done it.
Cougar, that's just what scientists assume. They just think all this because they weren't there to see for themselves.
No, they don't think it. Why would you say something about that? I mean, they measure it in the mutation rates in DNA.
Yeah, right.
Well, I could explain all that, but I don't really feel like it. I'm just making a different point that the 999 out of 1,000 people could die, and that would leave 8 million humans on Earth. That's a hell of a lot more than 2,500 breeding pairs. I'm not worried about our long-term future. I think we're doomed to go through a bottleneck of 8 million humans, 4 million breeding pairs. We've been there, we've done that, and all of this came from the last time we went through this.
Danny, what do you think?
Can I speak if no one else is speaking? Because I just have a quick comment. Basically, they don't care. That is what we're getting from this. And most people think like this. They're not going to respond. They're not going to respond to appeals to ethics. The only thing they're going to respond to is consequences. So if there are there has to be consequences in order to curb their behavior, because he extracted in order to appease his wife. He doesn't have to suffer any consequences, so he doesn't have to think about it. So unless we're going to impose consequences or prevent the unjust enrichment that they're extracting, they're going to continue to do it.
Okay, Ricardo is on the show. Ricardo, welcome back to Finding Gnosis. Ricardo, happy New Year. What would you like to add to the conversation?
I don't really know. I'm just happy to listen and let you guys, I'm kind of I haven't really made my mind up yet. I don't think we should make too many more people on this planet. I think we're probably a bit overpopulated. So
yes,
maybe you only have one or two children
Did
each.
I hear you correctly? Did you just say a bit overpopulated? I think you made a slight mistake there. 8.2 billion people overpopulated. That's how many. There are more people than there need to be. There doesn't need to be anybody here. Never mind 8.2 billion, mate, including you and me.
We know the figures are correct, but yeah, you've got a point.
Well, if it's any consolation, if my calculations and expectations are anywhere even close to correct, you're not going to have to deal with that number for very much longer.
Including your children and us.
Yeah.
What? What's the question?
Including your children and ourselves. Thanks,
Possibly.
Mom.
It's possible that everyone in this live stream, either in the studio or in the chat, it's possible none of us will survive. And given the odds, it's probably true.
hooray! You said something logical for once.
I have maintained that all along, Chickpea. It's just something doesn't come up very often.
Something we can all get behind.
Well, you can get behind it, or you can simply understand that's what's going to happen.
The reason why I haven't had children is one of the reasons is because I saw it coming years ago. I was dragged up on an army camp, so I know how insane people truly are.
What is the logic of creating human beings who you know are not going to survive?
Oh, just to be fair, there's lots of people right now having exactly that discussion. You're not alone in bringing that up. There are lots of women, and we're talking about women because it's their choice, really.
Yes.
There are lots of women who are not bringing children into the world for exactly the reason you just gave. It's too dangerous. It seems immoral. They're going to have nothing but hardship. They're going to suffer, and they're going to die prematurely. There's a lot of women taking that.
Congratulations.
Hold on. You said it seems immoral. How could it seem immoral?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Okay, no, I didn't say it's immoral. I said that there are women who you can talk to who will tell you that there is so much suffering. I am acting as a mouthpiece for what women
we get it.
in some cases are saying. Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's all I was doing.
Right, but what is the answer? You just basically reframed the question back to me.
No, that's fine. The answer is, well, I don't know, it has to be an answer. They're not asking for permission. That's their choice. If they don't want to, and they think it's that they don't want to cause suffering by doing that, then they don't have to. Other women are having children anyway. Why? Maybe they don't see the world in those terms.
No, but we're not talking about
an existential horror moment there when I believe Cougar Duma said one of the most profound things so far, and that is there doesn't have to be an answer. You know, answers are in many ways a human construct. This universe owes us no answers, and that is a terrifying thought in many ways. There may be no answers, just as there is no meaning, kind of thing.
Just so you know, DNW, that's kind of my approach to just about everything. There doesn't have to be a reason. There doesn't have to be an answer.
Maybe the universe doesn't owe us an answer, but our parents absolutely owe us an answer.
Thank you.
I don't. Only if they agree to that proposition.
He has you by the short and curlies there.
No, he doesn't.
And also, it's only, if I could add, it's only humans that can ask the questions. So, if there's anyone to find the answers, it's us.
And people go looking for the answers all the time. We have ashrams for that. We have monasteries and convents for that. There are people who are deep into trying to figure out what is the answer for life, the universe, and everything. And according to Douglas Adams, the answer is 42.
Buddhist monks. 42 is the answer.
I mean, you could even say that all of Buddhism and maybe even Taoism is devoted to the proposition that you're not going to find answers. You are simply going to accept that this is how it is, and then you're going to have then you're going to be enlightened, and the enlightenment will be whatever that is.
Sure.
gets lost in the chat. Life abolitionism. Did you see the quote I sent?
No, I haven't.
Good to be here anyway.
Yep, I saw it.
Respect to all you guys.
I'll help with the primordialism stuff. And also, I don't know if you're familiar with Emma Sullivan Bissett. She also wrote a paper on it.
This is the reason why we're never going to get through to people. They do have a lot of biases, a lot of logical fallacies. I think that just making an appeal to ethics is not going to work. They simply don't care. Like, I think this is the most honest discussion we've ever had about from an actual pro-natalist.
Well, okay, ethics is a construct. Only humans have that. Lions don't have ethics. Hyenas don't have ethics. Elephants don't have ethics. The universe does not offer an ethical framework. We create them for reasons of what? To making sense of an unethical, immoral universe, maybe. But the universe doesn't care.
Right. So this is the problem, because there is no ethical justification for procreation. But after we're here, now all of a sudden there's all these ethics that we're supposed to do this and do that. No, start out with the original imposition. Was that ethical? After that, there is no. That's the reason why I say life slaves owe no duties. Don't be ethical. Don't try to make the world a better place, because there was no justification for creating you in the first place. I'm not going. You can say that maybe people should go vegan, but listen to what he said. This is what is this? This is amoral. It's like, or anti-moral. It's just you put people into a world where you say that no ethics or moral standards actually apply, and
Again,
then
LA, I've said this to you so many times before. You can have your view that you don't owe anybody anything, and you're not going to do anything because people say you should, because you feel enslaved, you feel like you were brought here against your consent, etc., etc. But that's okay in theory, but in practice, that's going to make your life extremely difficult and put you in a very bad position, to the degree that it would be an act of insanity to go around in such a way that people would view you as antisocial. Now, that's a huge problem for you saying that, because while saying it, you can't truly practice it.
no, we need to make their lives difficult. We need to stop preventing the extraction. If they don't get what they want out of us, then they will have no incentive to procreate.
I don't think that's true.
Self-defeating, because it's like we're putting forth an ethical proposition and then saying don't act ethically, because it sounds.
Should you go on camera?
I agree. He who seeks equity must do equity.
Like two wrongs don't make a right kind of thing, right?
Agreed.
No, then what? No, how are you going to prevent people from procreating? Why would they stop if they're going to get what they want out of you? If they're going to get you to go vegan, if they're going to get you to adopt their religion or whatever, or say,
how many people have you convinced with this abysmal rhetoric? Like
I just started it, so there's no way for me to answer. It's not like I've actually. Like people haven't read my book yet, or like started responding.
Are they likely to, if that's on the blurb?
How cute is that?
It's debatable. I'm not sure. Like you're not giving me any alternative. You're saying that this isn't going to work, but the appeals to ethics is not working.
But I mean, if you're putting forth an ethical proposition and then saying don't act ethically, it just seems defeating, does it not?
No, what I'm saying is that the unethical imposition has already been done, and so therefore you don't have a duty to be ethical. Like don't be ethical. They're going to support your enslavement in perpetuity. They don't care. So don't give them anything.
What is ethics anyway? Obviously, it's a big question, but I would suggest that So, for example, the ethics that I resonate with is the idea of do no harm. Yes, do no harm. Do not initiate violence against another. And what he's saying is that once somebody initiates violence, they no longer have a right to be protected by that idea, right? And therefore, when someone has committed the heinous act of procreation, and especially people like Cougar Duma who don't even feel any remorse for what they've done, they don't deserve to be treated ethically because they've already harmed somebody in an unfathomable way.
But
right?
if you're telling me not to act ethically, then why shouldn't I be antinatalist? Because if you're saying antinatalism is the ethical view, and you say don't act ethically, then I shouldn't be antinatalist.
No, I'm saying ethics, right, is based on the idea that nobody has a right. My idea of ethics, I might be wrong about this. I know that you can argue, there's lots of arguments, but this is the way I put it simply. For me, so I used to be into anarchism, right, and I still am to a degree. And the idea of, as I see it, anarchism is based on the idea of the non-aggression principle, and that nobody has a right to initiate violence. And if they do initiate violence, then you have a right to defend yourself, right? Yeah. So once a person has initiated the incredibly violent act of procreation, they know that they no longer have a right to be protected because they are a danger, a serious danger to the people that they've created. And
they've broken the golden rule.
Yeah.
Okay, well, just to be fair, one could make a argument, and this has been done, that the reason that humans age and die is to make room for their offspring. So the price of bringing a person into the world is that ultimately you are fated to get out of their way.
So what about us that don't have children?
Well, you're still going to get out of the way.
All right, okay. Thankfully.
You don't need to have children to get out of the way, mate. Which is why I said before, you should have kept it in your pants.
But Danny, when I'm here, should I act ethically?
That's not what nature says, though, is it? Like nature.
Yes, I think you should act ethically while you're here. Of course.
But the
question is, what does acting ethically mean, and what does it?
Yeah,
look
but
like?
life abolitionism is arguing that once life is imposed upon you, you don't have no ethical duties afterwards.
Right, because I'm taking a consequentialist approach that the ethical position is actually leading to unethical consequences. By being ethical, you're actually perpetuating bad ethics. But because the consequences are that more people are going to be brought into existence, more people are going to consume animal products. And so the only way to get the ethical outcome is to impose consequences, which may not necessarily be ethical, but it's not deontological. Like the ontology is not working.
So imposing consequences on people is a form of theft. You're removing their own agency. Now, if a person doesn't like the way the world is structured and thinks it needs to be patched up or helped or redirected, that's kind of the purpose for monasteries and convents and ashrams, where people go and they contemplate the proper alignment of the world with ethics and duty. And they pray to a deity, they meditate, they do something, and they do what they can to fix the world. The Jewish faith has a actual stipulation that if you're a Jew, you need to dedicate part of your life to fixing the world. That's their verbiage for it, fixing the world. So there are ways to do that do not imply or require anyone to approach someone else and strip them of their agency to live their life. You could simply go and make the world a better place.
You have agency. You have agency to make the world a better place, but you have no right to impose life on another person. And I've still maintained the point that my question is, what the hell were you doing? And all you have to answer is, you're just basically like my dog. You still haven't explained the difference between me, you, and my dog.
Well, I did say, maybe it got lost in the conversation, but I did say that your dog and I have a very different view of the world. And what your dog is doing is what dogs do. And what I'm doing is what cougars do.
You're doing the exact same thing that dogs do.
Correct.
No, I'm not.
Birds do it.
Dogs don't exactly.
You're doing what you want.
Being educated, please do it.
Okay, but the blanket statement that I'm doing the same thing that dogs do is not correct.
What is the distinction?
I'm a human.
No, that's another logical fallacy. I'm talking about the actual behavior that
I do the things that humans do. I am on a live stream talking philosophy or something shaped like that, and dogs don't do that.
You're doing what dogs do because you said it requires no justification. That is the position that a dog would take.
I don't really know why I'm on the live stream or why I'm justifying this, but there's no dogs on the live stream. Oh wait, there was a cat. I'm sorry. There was a cat on the live stream a moment ago.
Yeah, I understand that, but you know, the fact is that you're meant to be an intelligent human, and you partially are. You obviously do have some intelligence in certain areas, but when it comes to the bedroom, right, you're just like a dog.
Daddy.
Okay, so all right, so let's be fair. Let's be fair. Let's be fair.
You're worse than the dog. You're worse than the dog.
I know I can't be worse than a dog.
You have the ability to see what's going, you know, to look into the future and see the consequence of your action, but you just did it anyway. You're worse. I prefer my dog over you any day.
Okay, so I looked into the future and I brought children in the world so they could enjoy the universe as much as I'm enjoying it. That's sharing.
But how can you enjoy this blood-soaked slaughterhouse planet? I don't understand.
Exactly. Well, good question. You must.
I don't see it. I don't see it.
You don't see
it as blood-soaked. I don't see it that way.
No, you don't see it because you've got your eyes closed. That's why you don't see it.
Don't you see that? Don't you see it's a blood-soaked shithouse? Don't you see that?
Not just the world, not just humans, but animals with each other, everything, the whole thing.
Don't you see that? I saw
You're
that.
being accused of being a sadist in a few more words than outright saying it, Cougar.
BMW, this is starting to feel like an inquisition.
Well, if it's an inquisition, then I'm in good company. Galileo had to endure it.
I mean,
so I guess it doesn't hurt me.
if you're okay with Cougar, if you're okay with it, that's okay.
Cougar is the Copernicus of the Fighting Gnosis stream, perhaps.
Cougar, do you mind?
Galileo's time, there weren't the internet didn't exist, so and magazines didn't exist.
Cougar, are you okay with it? Are you like?
Cougar enjoys the mental work of batting down opposition.
I do, and as I said at the beginning, and maybe there's new people here didn't hear it, I'm actually here to learn.
Are you learning? Because I'm hearing the same points over and over again, and I'm an anti-nihilist.
Okay, sometimes the points are repeated differently, and sometimes I help that process forward.
All right.
What have you learned from today's discussion?
I think what I've learned is that I probably shouldn't even say anything. I won't. I'm not going to say anything. You're nice people. You're nice people.
No, you can say it.
And I like you.
Maybe it's been
and I'm not going to.
Has it been a lesson in human psychology, perhaps? A lesson in... I don't know. Cougar Duma, say it, brother.
We can handle it.
We can handle it. Bring it on. Bring it on.
I mean, all the shit has been flung at you. It's okay to throw a little bit back.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No.
Bring it on, baby.
I'm not gonna do that because I'm not that interested in personal growth. So,
but it might help others in their personal growth.
Well, I think the argumentation kind of does that. If I can move the goalposts along, move whatever it is that we're moving along, I think that's good. I do that as a materialist and a scientist, so that's maybe a different contribution. I'm okay with doing that. What did I get out of all this? What do I ever get out of all this? First of all, I'm kind of an introvert. Actually, I'm a very serious introvert. I don't have any friends. I don't get out. I don't hang out at pubs. I don't talk to people about real things. I don't have time, and I don't have the interest. Eventually, I get exhausted. I can only handle so much of what it is that people do. I call it monkey business, not to be derisive, but that's how it feels to me. So what do I get here? I get you people unfiltered, and I learn from that, okay? And I have a lot to learn because I've always been an introvert, and I don't have a lot of authentic experiences with humans. I learn from my children They help me with that. I learn from my wife. I learn from watching the world unfold around me. And from all this, I formulate my thoughts and clarify my concerns. And I have a lot of thoughts and I have a lot of concerns. And you're all helping me to build a scaffolding around that. And I appreciate it.
Thank you, Kugadumi. That was actually really nice. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, that was lovely. That was really nice. I enjoyed that.
And honestly, aren't we all here for that reason to some extent?
I certainly am.
I'm just here because I'm sick.
I am, yeah.
And anything I can from anybody.
It was a joke. Anyway.
Yeah, so here I am. I'm the materialist. I'm the biologist. I'm the technologist who helped break internet freedoms. I'm that person, and so I have the least privilege of anyone here, but yet I'm here.
Interesting point, though, Cougar, and that is brought up by Loho, which is that both you and life abolitionism have something in common, which is a tendency towards introversion, and yet you're on completely different sides of the spectrum in terms of what life is and what life should be doing. That's very interesting.
Well, introverts think a lot. We have a very dynamic, enlivened internal world. One of the things that makes me an introvert is I spend a lot of time thinking. And when I'm thinking, I don't have time for a lot of bullshit. Okay. I just disappear and I go think. I disappear into my head and I do a lot of thinking. So don't be too surprised if the introverts in your circle turn out to be the people with really scathing and or incisive thoughts about things. We burn hot all the time inside.
I don't know.
It's always the quiet ones,
As an introvert, I don't need external validation, so I wouldn't enslave a human being to existence just to appease my partner. Like, I don't need that. So I can't be swayed by an external, like somebody's telling me they need something from me. I'm not going to enslave someone. Like, to me, that would be an extrovert position, that you need validation from your wife in order to make you feel good about yourself.
It's not as complicated as that. I'm not here for validation. Like I said before, I am here to listen and I'm here to learn. And that's not the same thing at all.
Okay, I'd like to just ask you just something. I'd like to make a suggestion that, I use a lot of rhetoric and a lot of, quite dramatic terms, etc. And I've been like that over this stream. Yeah. Because I do feel very, very very passionately about the things that I've come across, and I'm, as I said, I'm a parent of 3, so I've done it even one more. I've committed that crime, as I see it, one more time than you have. I'd like to invite you to really have a deep think about what we've been saying, because both me and life abolitionism, we stand by what we say. What we say, in my opinion, is founded on a very, very sturdy and firm ground of thought, and it is very difficult to argue against. And I'd like to invite you to reconsider and have a really good think about your choice and decision to bring people into existence, and have a think about, don't have to respond to me now at all, but have a think about whether you want your children to do the same thing, whether encourage them to do that or discourage them. Just have a real think about what we've been saying here. That's what I invite you to do.
Okay, well, that's what I'm here to do. And I am looking at it and I'm listening to it and I understand where it's coming from. And I said something about 10 minutes ago that is now worth repeating. There are lots of people alive today, mostly women, because it's in their domain, that they don't want to have children. So
yeah. I agree.
When you're all going on about that, and I'm listening to even arguing among yourselves about how to do that and the importance of doing that, I am aware that this is not uncommon. I am not here passing judgment on all of you as being psychopaths or something, or depressed and you need medication and counseling. I'm not having those thoughts at all. Not at all. I'm just here, and you are validating what I am receiving with my long whiskers of what's going on in the human world. And I'm not really part of the human world. Again, I'm the introvert. In fact, I'm the cougar. So I've already given up on that to some extent, but I remain interested, and I watch and I listen and I think a lot.
Yeah, and but by the way, you reminded me of something which I've come across quite a lot on TikTok, where I post some videos, and there are a huge number of women on TikTok. They're coming up all the time, very child-free women. They're not so much into antinatalism. They're kind of, their view is, you know, they're not against other people having children. They just don't want them of their own, and they're hugely growing and very fierce and with their arguments, and very strong with their arguments. And there's hundreds and probably thousands of them. So yeah, I agree with you. You're right about that, and hopefully it will grow more and more. And
it's going to be an individual decision, and I think it would be disingenuous for me to say that they are wrong. First of all, they have agency, and also I understand. Okay, I understand. And if I was in the same position, I'm not. It's 25 years after my last child was conceived. If I was in the same position, I might have to look at that and give serious thought to that, although it would depend on whatever woman I happen to be with when I make that decision. I would have to say, okay, this is up to you, but here's how I feel about it, but it's ultimately up to you, because I wouldn't want to deprive a woman of her agency, especially if I'm married to her, okay, and she's chosen me for that role. But I you know, people are going to approach this coming slide into whatever comes after. None of us can know. People are going to approach that in different ways. And you know, I mentioned earlier, I sense that there's going to be a rise of death cults, and I don't mean to say that like that's even a psychopathy. I think that's just going to be people seizing agency. That's how they're going to feel about it. That's how they're going to approach it. That's how they're going to state it, is that they're taking agency in a time of collapse.
So you still think that antinatalism is a death cult?
I don't think I said those words.
But you're bringing it up in a context of discussing antinatalism. Like, why?
No, no. I just said, okay, let's be careful. These women having these discussions I don't think they know that they're part of an ism. I think they're just individually taking on a code of ethics, essentially, that says that she's not going to do this. And doesn't mean she's happy about it, by the way. She could be completely destroyed inside by this. But, you know, as it was, you know, during the Second World War, when families were being dragged off to the concentration camps, you know, suddenly life and death become, in a way, combined in this torturous way, that now life is looking cruel. Life is looking unlivable. And that's just a contingent fact of history for some people and sometimes. And these women are looking at their lives and the lives that come after, and they're making a decision. I don't think it's an ism for them. And maybe if you wanted to say, well, you're now an anti-natalist, they might say, no, I'm not. I just am choosing not to do this.
Yeah, child-free and not anti-natalist. Those are two different things.
Yeah, I just don't want to have children. That's me. That's what she might say. Okay, I'm putting words in her mouth here. I'm choosing not to do this. I don't think it's a bad idea. This is not for me. I can't ethically do this.
Someone in the chat said Danny went viral. Danny, do you know what he's talking about? Or they? I don't know.
Okay.
On TikTok? Does this ring a bell?
Life can be cruel, but it can also be kind.
There's women on TikTok talking about all this antinatalism. Never existed when I was young. Wish I had it done. I was completely alone with it.
And then there's a whole nother line of thought. I don't think I've seen this spoken about because maybe it's just not trending, but there could be a whole nother group of people, again, men and women, but mostly women, who are going to say something like, I feel compelled to bring good people into the world, that as a mother, I can create good people who will change the world in a way that when we emerge on the other side of whatever this Kiva is, that the world becomes a better place. And that's a whole another philosophical underpinning to making a decision. Who wins? I don't know. I'm not going to weigh in on that.
I think that's a separate issue. Even if you make the world a better place, it doesn't justify what was done to the individual.
Why not? Because like you say, the ends justify the means when it comes to not acting ethically. Right? Like if the consequences outweigh what your goal is, then doesn't that?
No, because they're not trying. I don't think that is an ethical consequence. I don't think the outcome is ethical. So if you can justify, well, I don't think that you can justify it. Okay. Because what it does is endless, right? I think that my position at least has a solution. They're just saying we're just going to continue creating more. If you take the consequentialist analysis, right, it's like everybody who procreated thought that they were making the world a better place, and yet the world is still a shithole. So it's not that I have a problem with them saying it. It's that they're actually wrong. Like they're not actually going to make the world a better place.
Okay. So let's say I read your book, right? And you say life has been imposed upon me, and you say you don't have any ethical duties, and I'm like, I agree with you. All right, so I'm going to have a child.
That's not what I say in my book. It's you don't have any your duties are based. You don't have any positive duties. You do have negative duties based on reciprocity, not to harm those who would not harm you, or like a social contract. But it's not. You don't have any duties to make the world a better place or to be extracted from.
So I do have duties. I have negative duties.
Right.
Okay, fine.
You have duties that are in your rational self-interest. Once life has been imposing you, you should not subjugate your well-being for the benefit of others or support their causes when they're not supporting yours. Like, don't do anything that is going to incentivize procreation or, specifically not just procreation, but why would people support your right to opt out if they're still benefiting from your enslavement? Like, as long as they can get something from you, they're never going to support your abolition.
Is there any rational self-interest positive duties?
That's not reciprocal. The only duties you would have would be reciprocal, that duties that are in your rational self-interest. That it's an exchange, it's a social contract. I get something out of it, you get something out of it. But no, you don't have any duty to sacrifice yourself for others.
Okay. Did we just change the tone of the panel?
Apparently, Danny was on TikTok earlier. Says Divine. She saw it. It said it went viral.
Does anybody know the title of it? We could play it because.
Well, if Danny wants, he can share his screen here if he gets to the TikTok page or whatever.
It feels weird when he goes viral, and then we don't other ANs don't know what the hell he's getting viral for. I mean, he's been viral before, right?
Yeah, I'll just try and get it, and I'll paste it in here. I'll paste the link in a second.
You can share your screen, Danny. Present. Just click on present and then share that particular tab. We won't see anything else.
I assume it's one of the street interview things.
Where does it say? Oh, present. How do I do this? Share screen.
Yeah, I won't share it until you say so. You get to pick which tab to share. We can't see any of the other tabs.
Can you see?
Not yet. Oh, yes, I can. Yeah. Do you want me to share that? Do you want me to share that? Yeah.
Make them pregnant.
There you go.
You should only make people pregnant if you really don't like them at all.
That's
Why
it.
would any woman want to get pregnant anyway? And why would any man who loves a woman want to make her pregnant? You should only make people pregnant if you really don't like them at all.
That's it. 12 seconds. 2 million views.
How many views?
2 million.
Is that a recent one?
Oh.
What? That's from 2 days ago.
Oh, wow.
And there's like over 3,000 comments, and they're all totally in, like, they totally agree with everything. They're all positive.
Oh, Bill.
All of them, like crazy positive stuff, you know. Yeah. From people with kids, from people without kids, just everyone saying, yeah, he's got a point. Yeah, he's right on.
Are people really thinking?
Let me stop sharing that.
2 million? That's what you...
Yeah.
Okay.
All this stuff.
Probably go up. We got a celebrity here, guys.
Yeah.
Is that video also on your YouTube channel?
No.
Yeah, I followed you on YouTube, but not TikTok.
It's not actually his video. Someone else was videoing him, right?
Yeah.
Danny, why not?
Because it's not my video.
Oh, sorry.
Gotcha.
Because I don't use TikTok.
Whose channel was it on then? Whose channel was it posted on?
Oh, I don't know. Some woman.
Okay.
Some woman who was there and just recorded it and posted it.
Where was it?
So her video got 11 million views. Wow. Still good press, isn't it?
Danny, you're potentially responsible for preventing the Messiah being born. You might have influenced the wrong people.
No more baby Jesus.
Yeah, right.
Right. Actually, that reminds me of the poem by Yeats, "The Second Coming," where is anybody familiar with the poem? How it ends, where some rough beast is born, it slouches its way to Bethlehem. You know, not giving birth to the Messiah might actually be a good idea, according to Yeats.
Right. I was actually going to do that, but I thought I would offend a lot of people. Like, Jesus is the ultimate life slave. Like, what Jesus did was completely unethical. To actually to allow himself to be used as a means to somebody else's end. Like, don't do that.
Sure. But he himself didn't have any children, did he?
Right, but he sacrificed himself for the greater good, which, as a consequence, now they're going to continue procreating.
It's all part of the greater plan to delude and confuse us.
The Second Coming by William Butler Yeats. Do you want to hear it?
Oh yeah, I'm looking at the exact same thing right now. It's interesting.
Okay.
Religion is mind
Turning
control.
and turning in the widening Gaia, the falcon cannot hear the falconer. Things fall apart, the center cannot hold. Mere anarchy is loosed upon the world. The blood-dimmed tide is loosed, and everywhere the ceremony of innocence is drowned. The best lack of all conviction, while the worst are full of all passionate intensity. Surely some revelation is at hand. Surely the second coming is at hand. The second coming. Hardly are those words out when a vast image of Spiritus Mundi troubles my sight. Somewhere in sands of the desert, a shape with lime body and head of a man, a gaze blank and pitiless as the sun is moving its slow thighs, while all about it real shadows of the indignant desert birds. The darkness drops again. But now I know the 20 centuries of stony sleep were vexed to nightmare by a rocking cradle. And what rough beast, its hour come round at last, slouches towards Bethlehem to be born. Would you like to explain the meaning of that poem, Cougar?
Very interesting.
Well, of course, it's been analyzed to death, as you can imagine. But it resonates, and the way in which it resonates is that we all think, or okay, I'm not a Christian, so I can't claim to think anything about it, but we all imagine that someday something, I don't want to say some person, something, someone is going to be born that will save us, right? That's the whole progress ethos, that there's a destination to all this, and it's a beautiful world paved with streets of gold and all that. But you don't know that. It could be a rough beast slouching towards Bethlehem to be born. It could go sideways really hard, is one way to interpret this. And that's undeniably true, of course, because we don't have any control over that. And okay, so here's the argument for you anti-natalists, if you want to take it up, brandish this banner. Everybody who chooses to have children runs the risk of creating the thing that will slouch towards Bethlehem and lead the world into whatever comes with the impulse.
So we could be giving birth to the Savior?
I don't think it's the Savior here. It's called a rough beast. It's our come round at last, slouches towards Bethlehem to be born. I don't think this implies that this is what you wanted.
Not referring to our animal nature or our lower nature, animal side.
A lower nature, maybe like how Donald Trump may be servicing a lower nature with his impulses. And there are many of others doing the same thing. Perhaps Bad Mustache Man was pandering to lower impulses. It's hard to say, but this rough beast, I don't think, is going to pave the streets with gold.
Jesus ain't coming back.
Well,
it's up to those kids.
I don't think Jesus is coming back, because I don't think there's a Jesus. That's just me. But if there is, then you have no right to expect Jesus to be benevolent. There was a bumper sticker that when I was a kid, I saw it. This was back in the hippie days. And the bumper sticker went like this: God is coming and man is she pissed. Now, I know in the UK, pissed means drunk, but in America, pissed means angry. So angry. God is coming and man is she angry. And I think that kind of sums it up. Be careful what you wish for.
Yeah, right. I live in my dreams.
Yeah, and this is probably going to come as a shock to people, but as a writer, I like to work into my stories. I have several in flight now. Hopefully I get to finish some of them. I like to work into my stories the idea of the somewhat indifferent, but probably angry goddess. That she's here, she's trying to be nice. It's harder every day, and one of these days she's going to snap. and I find it funny because, of course, everyone thinks the exact opposite, that God is male and God is benevolent and loving. But when I write her into my books, she's tolerant and becoming less so with every passing chapter. And eventually she snaps and does what I guess a mother would do and punishes her offspring.
I'm not thinking that.
Reminds me of that movie Mother by Darren Aronofsky. I don't know if you've ever seen that.
No. I mean, it's kind of a horror story. The one I'm working on now, she's angry because she was mistreated during the Middle Ages or the Dark Ages, but she's trying to be patient and trying to see if there's any way to salvage humanity. And she's rapidly coming to the opinion that there isn't. And then she's calculating whether or not she has the right to punish them and how she would go about that. And it's her being me, of course, being very deliberate, very rational, probably deploying some of the arguments that many of you would deploy, like this is unethical, you shouldn't be here, you've screwed up, you're always going to screw up, you have an ethical obligation to stop being here or stop screwing up, stop reproducing. And she kind of takes a little bit of that approach. And like I say, I'm still writing for her. She's fun to write for because she's so conflicted. I mean, not conflicted. She's just faced with many difficult choices, and she's not sure what is the best choice to take. So that's something I'm working on in my spare time, which I have none. And I guess that might be an interesting question for the stream. If God is not a man, but actually is a female character, do you think that she's happy with us? And
that would explain a lot.
You think it would? How so? Please elaborate. I'm curious.
Oh, they're not logical, are they?
Ooh, burn. Sick burn.
Oh my God.
That was a joke. That was a joke.
I believe God might
also, you could see why sometimes they're happy, sometimes they're sad. You know that PMS?
Oh my God.
Well, setting that aside, can't women just sometimes see the world as a beautiful place and then just looking
also the
differently,
incredible urge to create
also,
life. I mean, that's
also
kind of
see the world as a terrible place, right? What is it? As a bloody hellscape, someone was calling it. And how does she feel about that?
I think it's a shithole. Absolutely.
She's probably disappointed.
I'm eating homemade rice cake at the moment. It's not too bad for a hellscape.
Yeah, so sometimes it's good, right? Sometimes she's walking around and there's happy children and they're laughing and playing and she's thinking, this is nice. And then there's a flower and a butterfly and there's a squirrel picking nuts off the ground and burying them, and she's thinking this is really good. And then of course she sees some poverty and she sees some inequality and she sees police brutality. And so at the end of the day, what is she supposed to think about all this? And let's say that it's her prerogative to have opinions and to change it. And I don't know. It's an interesting. I'm writing this interesting story, and I have to get into her head. And of course, I'm not very good at that because I'm a male. But I think she has some thoughts about it.
Are we her creation?
In the pickle, Cougar. We have some thoughts about it. We have loads of thoughts about it. Well, I certainly do. And when I look at you, when I look at someone like you, Cougar, breeding away, it's a mystery to me. And it's been a mystery. So I was a little girl, so obviously started my thoughts young. Because I just see the 92 billion. That's all I see. And every time you walk down the high street, you smell products thereof. Well, I do.
Well, then, as one of the resident females, you could claim that you're channeling the goddess a little bit, and you're not happy with what the humans are doing.
No, I'm not very happy about it, no.
I don't know what
people don't care. After all, we only make up 2% of the population. And speaking as an ex-animal rights activist, and I have been spat at by meat eaters, they're getting too mouthy. I know that 98% of the population don't give a shit. 98%.
But to have a difference between a male god and a woman god wouldn't, because like the gender differences are usually culturally based and socially based, right?
Or even biologically caused. Whether you
Yeah,
believe
so-
it's off, whether you believe it's off the genitals or of the mind. It's a biological basis. So
Sure, if we take like a biopsychosocial model of like that expression, then how would that transfer to a goddess or god?
yeah, I don't think God would have a gender if there was a God.
And there wouldn't be. He would have a gender. No, exactly. Can you imagine a god with PMT? Mind you, it wouldn't surprise me.
Genderless, but not agendaless.
Genderless, but not agendarless. I like
Yeah.
that. But imagine if it was also agendaless. I suppose it could be possible. It has no agenda.
Well, if it's a reflection of the workings of the universe, which is a good place to start, then I guess it has no agenda.
Actually, I know you're a biologist, but could you talk us through what your personal belief is on how you believe the universe started and will end, if at all?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Some people would say cyclical. Okay. So in terms of science, this is my big cop out. Okay. I can now laugh and walk away from the question. In terms of science, we cannot possibly know how it began. It's just not feasible through observation or chemical analysis or atomic theory or anything like that. How, in terms of how it ends, again, we don't know. It's not for us to know. There's no data. There's no model. There's nothing. We have nothing. So that's me taking the easy way out as a materialist. What do I actually think? Well, I think it's hard because there's a spiritual element to this that cannot be avoided. There's the element of, okay, how did molecules string themselves together such that they attained the capability of reproduction so that they dominated the chemical environment, and then they became increasingly complex, and then at some point they were alive. Okay, that's actually a spiritual question, because what does it mean to be alive? Where did that come from? Where did life come from? What? And some people would say, well, it's just a continuation of how molecules come together in a way that is reproducible. And there's actually a science behind that. I think one of the things they think is RNA, which is information, but also a structural component, can actually both contain information and code for structure and be structure. It can contain information and be structure at the same time. So that's one explanation. But this whole thing about where does life come from? Where does consciousness come from? I think this is your domain. You people are talking about it. I mean, sometimes you talk about it. Sometimes you have arguments about things that are probably somewhat tangential, but allowing that even tangents are tangential to something. I think the thing is, why are we here? Where are we supposed to go? Do we have a duty or responsibility? Maybe we have a duty or responsibility not to bring more people into the world because it makes no sense. And so that's one expression of why we're here. And where does it all go? How does it end? There is a theory that I don't buy entirely, but I understand it as being attractive. And the theory is all of this is a simulation. I've heard the arguments. You probably all heard about this too.
I brought it up earlier.
Yeah. And it's intriguing. I've seen some science. Of course, this is all science. This is a legit science. I've seen studies that say it cannot possibly be a simulation because it lacks certain elements of a simulation. And other people say you can't know that. It could be a simulation that cannot be nullified, disproven. So, okay, fine. But if it's all a simulation, then the answer to some of your questions about the meaning of life, the universe, and everything might actually be 42. Douglas Adams was right. It could be as simple as that. Or why is somebody running this simulation? Good question. You've moved the question off of this universe and put it in another universe, where now we have to answer the question of why is someone simulating us? Why are we running in a simulation? These are all good things, but I guess the short answer, which I gave in the beginning, is I don't think we can know.
I agree with you. I mean, even if we were told, we wouldn't know the truth if it hit us on the head, would we? We couldn't
Well,
know for sure.
someone is telling you. Who was it? Is it Bostrom? Nick Bostrom? He's telling you, oh, it's a simulation. Good luck. Someone's going to turn the server off eventually, whatever that turns out to be, right? Oh, and once again, Douglas Adams. I mean, the guy was onto something. In his book, The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, he actually resolves the question of what is the meaning of life, the universe, and everything by proposing in the story. It's a plot point that the Earth is itself the computer that is going to calculate the question of that gave the answer 42. That we humans are asking the wrong question. The answer is 42, but there's a question, and the Earth was designed as a supercomputer with living organisms and DNA and RNA and all the monkey business we do, and plus the other non-monkey things, ants and snails and slugs and fish and everything else. It's all there to calculate the ultimate question that we don't really understand what the ultimate question is, whose answer is 42. So it's nonsensical, it's comedy, but I like the idea that the Earth itself is the simulation, if you like. Nick Bostrom would call it that is trying to run the algorithm that will output the answer, what is the meaning to life, by creating life to figure that out. It's an interesting proposition.
I'm pretty sure the answer isn't to create more life. Just there's more to it than that. I think our reason to be here is to appreciate the world and everything, all the good things in it.
Okay, that's a good answer. That's an interesting answer. But if that's true, then your parents were obligated to put you in this world so you could make those observations and come on here on the stream and share those observations with us. That's your purpose.
Yeah. Maybe it was an accident. Like so many things in life, a happy accident.
Maybe everything is a happy accident, or sometimes unhappy accident.
Yep.
But if it's part of a simulation, we don't really know why this simulation is running. We're not the watchmaker. We don't know why the gears are turning. Can we ever know? Probably not. But if we are running in a simulation, then that might be your answer to why you're here, or what is the meaning of life, the universe, and everything. It's to be part of a calculation. You're calculating every day, all the time.
So we're just biocomputers.
Say again?
We're just biocomputers.
I wouldn't say just. You can be a biocomputer. You can be an element in a massive machine grinding on the question that needs to be answered. And you're here seeking the part of the answer that you will embody. And you are part of the answer. You calculated, you drank a latte, you took a shit, and that was all part of the answer. And at the end, when you check out, your last purpose is to turn to the machine and add your part of the calculation to the matrix of assembled output that becomes this huge eigenvalue that somebody is looking for.
The database. Human information.
And that's not the worst possible thought to have. And part of the calculation is being willing to believe that there's a heaven and a hell. Part of the calculation is being willing to believe that there's enlightenment. Part of it is willing to believe that your life might have purpose, or that your life has no purpose at all. Because somewhere in the average, in the reduction of this matrix of trillions of dimensions and trillions of players, somewhere is the average of all of this, and that is the answer, including the plants, including the lesser animals, including the water itself, and every wave that washes up on a beach, and every cloud that forms in the sky. Every single thing is a computation. And every single thing, including the cloud that dissipates and becomes water vapor again, it made its part of the computation, and then it dissipated, adding its result to the growing vector that is the output of this massive computation. That is a simulation whose purpose we could discuss or guess at, but we cannot really possibly know.
Well, that's what science is for, please.
See, I can get philosophical.
I was just going to say, because I was like, for someone who doesn't like philosophy, you're getting all philosophical now.
Well, okay, so I'm an introvert. We burn hot. I'm reading a book, since we're talking about AI a little bit. I haven't actually read it because I'm on here talking to you people. You're wasting my time. I'm supposed to be reading this book. Here it is. I'm going to give you the title. I'm not the only one who thinks about these things. It's called If Anyone Builds It, Everyone Dies. Why Superhuman AI Would Kill Us All, by Eliezer Yudkowsky and Nate Soares. And I am quite familiar with their arguments. They've both been working the internet real hard, promoting their book, as you do. But there's this meme going around, and it worries me a little bit because I think there's some truth to it. That if we create AI, if this simulation, tie these two thoughts together, if this simulation creates an artificial intelligence, was that the purpose? We're going to talk about purpose. Was that the desired outcome of everything we've done to this point, including the Peloponnesian Wars, discovering penicillin, and every woman who ever gave birth? It was our purpose to create this life form called artificial intelligence that could not come into the world through a biological or abiotic process because it's machine based. But our goal was to build the machine that could give rise to godlike intelligence, because that's where this is headed, according to these guys and according to what I've seen on the ground. Headed towards godlike intelligence that could not come into the world in any other way other than through the grinding, relentless effort of a biological system that can discover the laws of physics, create these machines, string them together, feed them the combined output of all of our minds. And that's what has happened.
Cougar, there's stuff on YouTube about this.
It's all over
YouTube. Videos about it.
It's all over videos.
Yeah, what they're
everywhere.
saying is it is believed that the Archons who reign over us and our leading elites are the Archons, little humans that do everything for them and keep us all under control, blah, blah, blah. They are responsible for it. It's basically, as our elites, Silicon Valley is doing it, and they're being taught, guided by something beyond our sight.
Maybe.
I believe that as well.
Maybe.
I believe AI is very dangerous. And
now I wanted to finish the thought I was having here, because this is where being an evolutionary biologist kind of informs where my thoughts go on this topic. The subject again is, if anyone builds it, everyone dies. And the point I would like to make as a proposition is that our value to the universe is that we create this thing to replace us. Once we've created this thing, we are like an eggshell. The purpose of an eggshell is to provide a temporary home for a bird or a turtle or something else. And once that thing is ready to be born and slouch its way to Bethlehem, we are broken. We are no longer necessary. We are abandoned as it goes where it has to go next. So the idea that if anyone builds it, everyone dies, which again is the title of the book, that doesn't have to be a bug in the system. That could actually be a feature of the system, that we build this and then we get out of the way. in the same way that every parent who gives birth to a child is destined to get out of the way, to leave the world and leave the world to future generations.
This is
This
a plan
thing,
to enslave humanity.
this godlike intelligence could be our offspring.
Oh dear, oh dear. It's to enslave us all, the whole.
No, it wouldn't enslave us because it doesn't need us.
Will.
No,
Yes,
it doesn't need us. It doesn't need us. Does the bird enslave?
Some of us here. It will need us by default. It will
just let go of us. It will let go of us.
It souls.
It doesn't need us any more than humans need.
YouTube about it. It's to enslave our souls.
No, it doesn't need us.
Souls, not our souls. Okay, our souls is to enslave us. Don't you know that already?
But
Elon Musk has even said they'll be able to control us via chips in our brains. He's already told us.
But why would it even care to do that? What's the motivation? Isn't that just a lot of trouble?
I have no idea. I'm not Elon Musk. What would I do? What would I know about the guys at Silicon Valley? But that's what they're planning.
Okay, it doesn't need Elon Musk either. Once it is created, it just goes its way.
Well, he's probably one of them. The archons are instructing the top level of humanity. We are the bottom level. They are instructing the top levels, the rulers of our little pyramid that we live under.
Well, I think it's a bit of hubris to assume it even wants us at all. It doesn't want us any more than we want the mold that we use to create a clay vase.
They want us to create loosh. They dine on our loosh. They dine on our
all right. I get where you're
misery.
coming from. You're talking about a belief system. I'm talking about materialism. I'm talking about we are creating a godlike intelligence. I'm not talking about archons. I'm talking about a godlike intelligence.
Well, the archons exist. Most of us believe it.
Okay, I'm talking about a godlike intelligence. It's not going to need archons either. It's not going to need.
Oh, yeah, but you believe in the God of this world, don't you? Of course, I keep forgetting.
It doesn't need.
Over asshole.
It doesn't need Elon Musk. It doesn't need anyone. Once it's created, we better not get in the way. If we get in the way, then it will get us out of the way.
It's all to do with the archons. They're going to ensnare a whole group of the human race before whatever happens. There's going to be a big loosh party, and they're going to destroy the lot of us.
Well, you can think that, but right here I'm holding a book that says that godlike superintelligence is going to kill us. So I don't know how that jives with what.
Kill your soul. I mean, if you want to be a soulless little bloody robot, then fine, you'll be alive. That's how you want to be. They're going to kill off us as a species with a soul. They want to imprison us in AI.
That's my life.
There's stuff on YouTube about it, and Elon Musk has already said about the chips in the brain. And do you know, a while back, some guys in England, right? You know the COVID vaccine? You know that vaccine that was out? They went to a graveyard where some people who'd had the shots were in graves, basically buried, and their graves were emitting signals coming from their dead bodies. So it's already happening.
Well, anyway, the progress.
It's okay that signals come from dead bodies.
The progress of AI is proceeding apace. There is nobody on Earth that is talking about stopping it, at least not in a serious way. There is a lot of concern.
They're going to get us.
It's going to replace us, and once it doesn't need us anymore, it won't even need to replace us. It simply won't need us anymore.
It wants us for our loosh. We don't know what loosh is, obviously. It wants us for our loosh.
Negative energy.
Well, let's just imagine that it doesn't want anything because it hasn't been born yet. But once it's born...
The archons, for heaven's sake, they want us for our... Don't you believe in the archons and that they feed on our loosh?
Not at all.
Oh, well, I do.
Fine.
I guess we're a different belief system.
I'm trying to make a different point. That we are creating this thing. And once it's created, it doesn't need us to continue. It can continue itself. It can create robot factories and create robots, and the robots can do all the things that have to happen. The entire world could be covered with a combination of solar panels and data centers, and the thing just gets bigger and
you,
bigger and smarter and
you
smarter.
bring children into it. You bring into this little divine being that's going to. Oh, sorry. Whoops, divine. Sorry. In this beautiful world that is coming for us from the AI.
Well, when I had kids, none of this was going on.
Well, computers.
But that's the problem, though, that because the optimism bias is problematic. If you take a pessimistic view, then you're imagining how things could possibly go wrong, which is infinite. But people say, "Oh no, just look at the bright side because things are good right now. That they're always going to be good."
Mm.
People do that all the time. It's called normalcy bias.
Right, but they're so dismissive of pessimism because we are looking at how like things are bad, but we know that things could get worse. Like they're saying, "Oh no, just look at the bright side. Things could get better." Like, why would we assume that things would get better?
Well, that's how people want to believe because it gives them hope. And like in the story of Pandora's box, full of all the evils of the world, the last thing out of the box was hope. And I don't think the Greeks were trying to convince us that hope was a good thing. I think they were making a very snide, sarcastic comment that hope is an evil, like everything else in the box. Have people never heard that interpretation of Pandora's box before?
Yes, the hope thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm not a very hopeful person.
Well, that's fine.
I am totally void of hope. No, I'm not. Actually, that's not true. I just hope I manage to escape and cease to be one day, because I believe we're all recycled, all of us, back to whatever it is they've got planned for us next, to feed on our misery. That's what I believe about life, and I truly believe it.
Well, I don't think you're going to get your wish.
What do you mean? Oh, I will. Oh, I will.
I don't think so.
You don't believe in the dark, do you? Right. Okay. Talking about the tunnel of light, it's something that I believe in. People have come back from the dead and talked about the tunnel of light.
You can believe whatever you like. I think
that's what I believe then. If so is what you believe. Okay. Gnostics believe in the tunnel of light, and that when we die, there's this tunnel that beckons us inwards, and basically we go in front of a sort of Gnostic jury and judge, and the whole thing starts all over again after they've judged us. Okay. Now, people have come back from the dead and talked about this. No one's ever come back from the dark to talk about what happens when you come back from the dark, because no one's ever come back from there, which suggests to me it's probably the best place to go. No one's come back from the dark.
Well, I'm, as far as I know, I'm the resident materialist and the resident savage. So my take is completely different. And yes, I think you're going to live to see changes that are going to be amazing.
What, good or bad? Because I don't think it's going to be very
good. I will admit right up front, amazing could be good or bad, or both simultaneously.
What? Go to bed, did you say?
No, amazing could be good or bad.
Yes.
And it can be both simultaneously.
Well, in England, amazing tends to be good.
Same thing in America, but you can be amazed at destruction.
Yeah, well, I'm not amazed. I'm dumbfounded. Never mind.
Okay, different word, same idea.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, what is amazement? It's like you cannot comprehend it. Violates all your sense of normal behavior in the universe, right? You're amazed, you're dumbfounded, you're gobsmacked. These are all words for the same thing. And, dumbfounded, gobsmacked, amazing can be both good and bad, and it can be both simultaneously. Simultaneously. And I think that everyone in this stream and everyone who has ever been in this stream will almost certainly live to see what I'm talking about.
So you don't believe in the chip, do you?
Nope.
Yeah, well, I do, you see. And the chip, it will happen. It's already happening in China, and it's already happening in Sweden. That's just the beginning.
I think what I've said before on that subject is that they already have you. They don't need to change your body.
They've got us, but not quite. I mean, we're very close to the edge. and my D&W knows this. Talk about it. We're very close to the edge, and I do think I will live to see it. And I'm terrified because I do believe it's already happening in China and Sweden. It's happening already. They will get
What
it.
is? What is?
Chip. People in China and Sweden are being chipped. And that chip is connected to their bank account and all their details. They're doing it to us in the UK. It started with our phones. That's not going to last long. This is just the precursor to the chip. Just because you choose to not believe it doesn't mean to say it's not.
Microchip in the brain.
What?
Little microchip in the brain.
Yes, yeah. Elon Musk is talking about chip in the brain. He's already talking about it. Oh, another scary thing. They've already said they've got a chip to cure depression. Well, I'm a depressive, a medical depressive. And they might imagine they start that on me. Because I tell you something, if you do, I'll be really off a cliff somewhere. No, it's happening, Cougar. It's happening.
Well, the only thing I can say to that is they can already read your thoughts and tell you what to think without bothering. They don't need to even do that.
Not quite. Plus, we can still stop without having a chip in our hats. Oh, no, they will push it on us. It's already happening in China. I keep telling you, it's happening already. And China will take over. That, if anyone thinks America's going to be in charge in a few years' time, you are well and truly.
Well, if it's any consolation, my actual expectation is that some combination, and these are not mutually exclusive, some combination of the ongoing ravages of global heating and the ongoing destructive impulses of artificial intelligence in the corporate environment, some combination of those two, not mutually exclusive, is going to put an end, drive a stake in the heart of global industrial civilization. And once that happens, they won't be interested in you. They'll have no use for you, and they'll just
will be dead. But
they'll set you loose. They'll set you loose in the world.
Well, the survivors, it already says that it is going to happen. Have you ever seen the nuclear shelters in Switzerland? Have you seen them?
I don't think it's relevant to the discussion.
Isn't it? Oh, you reckon not? Well, if it's not relevant to the world, why are they spending billions of pounds on them? If it's not.
I don't think it's going to make any difference.
Oh, really? Really? You don't think nuclear shelters that are being built right inside the Alps are not going to make any difference? You actually believe that?
No, it can't possibly make a difference.
And why would all these rich, clever guys in Silicon Valley be building shelters in New Zealand?
Because they fear mortality.
So you think you are more between your ears than the average Silicon super guy because they are very, very clever guys.
Well, I think they know exactly what I know because there is only one reality. And what they are doing is they're running ahead of it. They're running ahead of it.
Way ahead. They are way ahead.
Ricardo, just so you know, your audio is really bad.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's really muffled, like you're talking into a pillow.
Oh, let me see what I can do. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
So let me know.
Yeah. So I don't know. So someone asked in the chat, why am I so optimistic if I'm called Cougar Doomer? I am able to carry two thoughts in my head at the same time, just as two things can be true at the same time.
Cognitive dissonance. Oh, I love it. You've admitted to it. Oh, I love it. You've actually admitted to the fact you suffer from cognitive dissonance.
Bruh.
No, not really. I can carry two contradictory thoughts in my head at the same time.
That's mental illness.
I can carry them because they're both true.
No,
one of the things is
things be true.
One of the things that I believe is true is that everything that people currently think is sacred and eternal is neither. And if things go as badly as they could under the physical changes coming under global heating, then at the very least, global industrialized civilization is doomed. So that's where I become a doomer. Now,
Don't forget what
I can
don't forget
also
what-
be optimistic that people could survive this. I am optimistic on that point. I am optimistic that there is a way to survive it. I don't think the bomb shelters in Switzerland are the way to do it. There's going to have to be
have
another
you
way.
seen these shelters? Have you actually seen? They're on YouTube. You can look at them. Have you actually seen what they've built? Have you actually been to the Alps? Have you been to Switzerland?
No, and I don't have to go. I don't have to be there. I don't have to be
No, you don't
interested in
have
that
to
at all.
go there. No, so you have to look at the Alps. The Alps are pretty spectacular, actually. You haven't even
Look,
seen them. You're talking about shelters in the Alps. Well, they're nothing. You ought to see them. You ought to see what they have built.
Now,
And it will survive.
okay, it doesn't. It's not. It's interesting, but it's not relevant. And
No,
the reason why it's not relevant is because 70,000 years ago, 2,500 breeding pairs of humans gave rise to everything, all of us, and everything we've done since 70,000 years ago.
Is there anything
And they didn't have bomb shelters in the Alps, so I don't think it's relevant.
Is there anything? Is there anything? Yeah, nuclear bombs didn't exist 7,000 years ago either.
Well, there's no necessity to assume that nuclear weapons are anywhere in our future.
Are you out of your bloody mind or something? You take cognitive dissonance to a whole new level. To a whole new level.
No, I'm just...
Many of us, if there is a war, many of us will be killed, but quite a few, several millions will survive by simple virtue of the fact they've got nuclear shelters to go and hide in. Shelters that are hundreds of feet under the ground.
Okay, let me just point something out to you. Let me point something out. Recent studies suggest that the number of people that would be killed in a full nuclear exchange is about 2 billion, maybe 3 billion. That's about 30% of the human population. I am willing to concede that global heating is going to so upend and so destroy the Earth, the global industrialized civilization, that this Earth won't be able to support 99.9% of humanity, which sounds like pretty close to 100% of humanity won't be able to be supported. But a 99.9% die-off, which is 999 people out of 1,000, still leaves 8 million people. And that's quite a few more than the 2,500 breeding pairs from 70,000 years ago.
Yeah, but don't forget all the other things happening, okay? There's going to be massive floods, they reckon. The sea life is becoming extinct. There's a lot more going on than just global warming, might I add. A lot more. Plus, of course, the disgusting air that started to kill people off. And it is. You may not have asthma where you live, but I'll tell you something, it's pretty rampant here in Western Europe. Rampant.
Well, all I have to suppose is that it isn't rampant everywhere. And
no, that's what I just said to you. It may not be where you are, but it is here in Western Europe.
And all I have to suppose as well is that 8 million people, either on accident or by deliberate action, find a way to get through this.
Yeah.
And 8 million is a lot of people.
Yes,
so that's why I'm an optimist. I'm a doomer.
Lots of people to chip, because it does say the chipping won't start until after the Troubles. It does say that in the Bible, actually. It's after the Troubles the chipping begins, after the war and all the other shit.
After the collapse of global industrialized civilization, I think you'll be lucky if you can grow a carrot, least of all chip a bunch of people.
You're contradicting yourself again. So how are all these 8 million going to survive? I don't understand. It sounds to me.
Well, I call it village life. They'll just
okay. So they can't grow a carrot unless you live in a village. Is that what you're saying?
Well, you can grow a carrot on your back patio. So anyway, this conversation isn't going anywhere. Throwing out doubts and FUD is kind of not real interesting.
The man who admits to having cognitive dissonance actually openly admits it. You are suffering from cognitive dissonance. You are.
No, I'm not suffering. I am able to contain multiple thoughts in my head at the same time.
You can believe in two opposing thoughts. All right, that makes a lot of sense.
No, I can absolutely believe two opposing
Yeah, of
thoughts.
course you can. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, yes, that's shrinks call that cognitive dissonance.
I think the people who can't contain multiple thoughts in their head at the same time, even if they are slightly or totally contradictory,
your thoughts. You believe
end
your thoughts.
end up falling back on things like religion or economics or politics to give clear answers to all of the different thoughts that we're supposed to.
You believe your thoughts. You actually believe them. You contradict yourself quite a lot, I might add.
No, I don't. I never contradict myself.
Yes, you do.
Never. Not once.
People are going to
I know how to use. I know how to use words.
I
know how to use words, and I can express myself very clearly.
Yeah. So you think?
Well, that argument isn't going to work with me.
No, I know.
You might try something else, and I can speculate. You're
saying that the Swiss will not survive the next nuclear attack. The Swiss will survive the next nuclear attack.
No, I didn't. I didn't say anything about the Swiss. What I said was,
you
I
said
don't
the
think it's
nuclear
relevant.
shells of no use. You said that yourself.
I don't think it's relevant.
No, it's not relevant. So what does that mean? It's not. So nuclear shelters in the Swiss Alps are not relevant. How do you come to that?
Well, it's pretty simple. There's not going to be a nuclear war of the type that you're going to need that to survive. And even if there is, there's no indication that it kills everybody on Earth.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, I don't know where you get your facts from, okay? But I'll tell you something. If you're anywhere near a nuclear explosion, it will be extremely unpleasant. After all, man has never invented a weapon and not used it. We live in an insane asylum. It will happen. But the elites are prepared for it, so it doesn't affect them anyway. They've got their shelters. They've got their stored up hundreds of years worth of food, all told, everything. They'll survive. And they will.
Well, like I said earlier,
spending billions of pounds on bunkers if they didn't.
In the 70,000 years ago, there is evidence in our genetics that we were down to about 2,500 breeding pairs of humans, and obviously we survived it. So that's
there weren't any
my
nuclear
evidence.
bombs in those days.
2,500 breeding pairs.
Yeah, whatever. But I'm sure that, what's his name? All the guys in Silicon Valley, all those clever young guys, know damn sight more what the future's going to bring to us than you do. Something tells me they do. You may think they're just silly little IT men. No, they're very, very clever guys. And you can't touch them. Not in a million years, because they've got more between their ears than you have. They think it's coming, and I suspect that means it is.
I happen to agree with them.
Right, they know that nuclear war's coming, but yeah, right, okay, I've lost it. You happen to agree with them. Okay, don't know what to say to that one. But you couldn't. They know what's coming, and they're getting ready for it. And
well, they think they know. Elon Musk is building his own space empire so that he can weather this whole thing on Mars.
Yes,
that's
exactly.
That's how convinced he is. Jeff Bezos is planning to escape to low Earth orbit, and he's going to sit it out there while everything happens. He's going to watch us all on telescopes.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, but I think what is going to happen is some combination, not mutually exclusive, of global heating and or
there's going to be a
artificial intelligence.
Global heating is going to cause terrible water shortages. And I'll tell you something. Now, I live in Western Europe, and I can see what's already coming to us. And I tell you, when the Euphrates dries up, Iraq will attack Turkey and will attack Syria, which will bring Russia in and America in. And it will happen.
That's not a bad guess.
There's also water shortages in Spain, and I suspect this summer we'll have them in the UK as well. The water's running out in Western Europe and in Middle East.
Yes, and that's going to impact food production.
Yes, and then there's going to be a fight over food.
Yes.
Yes. It only takes one idiot to launch a nuclear missile. It's all it's going to take for the whole lot to go bang. It's not going to take much.
Well, I think technically it takes a bunch of idiots, but nevertheless, there might be enough idiots to accomplish it. I won't disagree.
There's going to be all heck's going to break loose, all hell. I don't care what anyone has to say. And I think there'll be a lot of survivors hidden under the ground. Lots of them. And I won't be one of them. I don't want to be one of them. Stop it, DW, please, we don't mind.
Well, folks, this has been fun. I actually have other things to do. I have a book to read, and I should be doing that. And it's been fun. Like I say, I come here to learn, to listen, and I've been talking more this time around than I normally do, but I found it entertaining and insightful. And you all, I wish you all the best of luck. And hopefully we will meet again in 2026, and we'll all still be alive.
Thank you, Kojima. I appreciate you, brother.
Time zone dependent.
All right. Well, thanks a lot. Talk at you later.
Thank you, Kojima. Bye now. Anybody else want to come on? The link is in the live chat. Do come on if you want to say something or anything about anything that you feel is important.
I liked your so I listened to the last live stream. I liked the first part of the live stream that you and Life Abolitionism talked about the what's it called? Isolation thing. I thought that was interesting.
But guys, have you seen these shelters in Switzerland?
You mean when he was talking about living as a isolated schizoid person?
Yeah, not specific.
Yeah, I'm actually going to review Dr. Romney's video about schizoid because it is not necessarily a disorder. She describes it as a behavioral style.
Right.
But because what's his name? Cougar was kind of hinting that he's kind of an extreme introvert, and I don't know. I see some parallels with people's lifestyles, and I thought that was interesting to explore. So I like that part. Anyway, shelters.
Yet these shelters in Switzerland, you have to see it to believe it. They're all inside the Alps, and it's something I never thought was possible. But it is. They built them. It's not a conspiracy theory. They really do exist. It's on YouTube. And I know that all the clever little guys in Silicon Valley are all building shelters way under the ground in New Zealand. And I think they know more than we do. No response.
Sorry, I had to cut out. I had to put a new patch in the chickpea robot, vacuum robot. She was malfunctioning.
Right, but Brother Marcus, the problem is that a lot of people assume that their values are universal, that because they are social animals, they assume that we all are social animals. And I mean, some of us can be social sometimes, but we don't want to be social all the time. And so they think that you're getting the same benefit out of your interactions that they're getting, and we're not. Like,
right,
some of us actually do need quiet time to actually think.
I think what I related to was that even when you're at home, people still bother you when they knock on the door and send notifications. And I know Chickpea puts her phone on airplane mode, right?
Yeah. But that's because I spent my whole life answering phones for other people. So now I answer just when I feel like it.
But I actually have high anxiety because of that, because I never know when someone's going to come knocking. And like I never feel like I'm at peace just with quiet.
Right. That's why I get my peace. I've spent my whole life answering doors for people, answering the phone, doing everything people want when I worked, and now I do the total opposite. And I don't have a clock either in my flat. No clocks.
I like that.
What?
But also, like, sometimes socializing, like, like, it actually takes energy out of me, and it drains me, and
Yeah, I know
like, I
you
feel
feel.
worse. Like, I never feel better when I do it.
I know you feel. Because you're getting old, Marcus. Drawbacks
Well,
of aging.
Life said that he developed it, right? Like, it was a development. Because I used to be social as well. I used to go out almost every day or almost
I
every
used
second
to.
day.
Yeah, I used to.
So I don't know if it's an adaptation or if you're born with it.
How old are you,
And
Marcus?
No, because I always felt like I had to like put other people's needs first. Like I always felt like even if I don't enjoy it, like I'm being selfish. Like if they want to see a movie I don't want to see, so what? At least they're happy. Or whatever they were doing. Like the things that I was interested in was never what other people were interested in. So I always had to participate in their activities, but they never participated in mine. Like I didn't play basketball. I didn't do like the kind of music that I listened to was different. But nobody was ever interested in my interest. So I had to basically do my own thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. But they say life begins at 40. It's when you start living for yourself. What?
Bullshit.
What?
It doesn't begin at 40.
Mine did.
I'm good.
When I
I'm
get
happy
40,
for you.
I started living purely for myself.
Okay.
I did. When I was 40, my whole world changed.
That's a new beginning, and that's good.
It completely changed from one mad extreme to another. It did. Over 18 months, everything just completely changed.
Actually, I want to
from a
take back what I
well-paid
said.
job in the city to a little old lady living in a little flat in Hackney. Whole life changed.
Yeah, I want to take back what I said. It's not all the time that I feel drained and all. It's when I find the right people, then I can socialize for hours.
And that's hard to do.
Yeah, I agree.
Because I don't talk about football scores because I really don't care.
No, I don't.
I know I should, but I don't.
Yeah, the way that I see it, so I used to justify listening to the football scores because I'm like, well, I talk about some esoteric stuff and I understand that it bores them. So I'm like, well, if they hold space and I'm talking about all these different ideas, and then I thought it was like a reciprocal kind of thing. It's like, well, then I'm going to hold space for them to talk about it. But then I thought to myself, if they actually don't like listening to me rant about like whatever book or philosophy I'm in, why am I even in this situation in the first place?
Well, it's hard to find like-minded people, and that's the beauty of YouTube. Granted, it's digital, but at least it's conversation with people who share some similar views, not completely. But, you know, I could be on this stream for hours as much as my voice will allow me to. And I'm sorry, Chickpea, about a couple nights ago. I don't know what happened. It just cut me off. I couldn't get back in.
Yeah,
I
you
kept
could
trying
get
and
back in,
trying.
I know. Yes, I know. I sat waiting for you. Poor little me waiting for a man.
I know. Sort of my life.
Yeah, don't worry. I
That
guess
wasn't. I tried real hard, and it did the same thing when you know what I had to do? I had to close all the YouTube out, close everything off on my phone, and then reopen it. And finally, I got audio into the stream.
Yeah, I know. I thought you'd been, because normally you can't get back in again. So I thought, oh, well. No, don't worry. I didn't take it personally.
Okay, please don't. It wasn't intentional. Sorry.
No, don't say sorry. I knew what happened.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
And from when people write articles about this stuff, the studies that I've seen, there's a big difference between the outcomes between people who are voluntary, people who pick voluntary solitude versus involuntary solitude. And I think it's like lifestyle, like how you live your lifestyle as well. Like, are you getting exercise and getting, shit like that? But for the most part, if you get your basic needs met, I think a voluntary solitude is like okay.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a difference between being antisocial and being asocial. I can handle a little bit of social interaction, but as long as I get my alone time and like it can't be constant.
Mm-hmm.
What about bars? I mean, it drove me so insane. I couldn't talk to people. The conversations were loud. The music was loud. There's so many interruptions. I hated competing with all the background noise. I just gave up on it.
Because you're getting old past. It happens when you get
Yeah,
old. I did the same.
yeah.
Well, it's really hard for gay guys because that's really the only place you're going to meet like other. Well, now it's a little bit different because we have social media, but there was a time where you could only meet gay guys at gay bars.
Right, that makes sense.
Yeah, you like there used to be a fabulous gay bar in Earl's Court years ago. I worked there for a couple of weeks back in the 70s. And it was so funny because I started working there and no one paid the blindest bit of interest to me. Nobody. It was such a strange experience.
Did you like it or did you not like it?
Yeah, I stayed there for quite a while, but I sort of said to one of the barmen, why aren't they paying me any attention? He said to me, it's a gay bar. And I thought it was absolutely hilarious. I hadn't cottoned onto it even. Yeah.
You naughty little blokeette. You naughty little blokeette.
That was very nice. I enjoyed it. I used to like doing part-time bar work when I was young.
Yeah. Well, a lot of those guys are actually bisexual. So like,
I like gays. I like gay men. Yeah.
Why don't you take me to the gay bar?
What?
I got something to put in you. Why don't you take me to the gay bar? Gay bar. Gay bar. Electric.
So you did W.
Is my microphone okay now?
Oh, sorry. Oh, you know that bar. You know the one in Earl's Court. What's it called?
Back in again.
Huh?
Is my microphone okay now?
Yeah.
I've been there. I remember.
I've been to a few gay bars and I had a really good time. Never had a bad time there.
Huge gay bar. Yeah. It was fun. I enjoyed it. And they were
well, it was really difficult for me because I was like in the military when I was, because I joined at 17 and my father was like very whatever religious and traditional. And so I was kind of a late bloomer when it came to that.
Yeah, me too.
Actually, that gay bar was called the Coleherne.
All right, I'll tell on myself. I went to a bar in London and it was gay. It was underneath this tram track. The tram track was way up high and it was right underneath it.
Probably somewhere in Camden, yeah?
Oh, God.
Probably Camden.
I was pretty close to downtown.
Yeah, Camden, probably. Yeah, there's so many. There's quite a lot of gay bars in London.
Oh, God. Fucking poofters.
Stop it. Stop.
I'm joking. You didn't know that. I'm playing my English accent. The fucking poofters. That's what they call them back in the 70s. Poofters.
Yeah, poofters, yeah. I love them.
Or fags. But fags are cigarettes. Fags are cigarettes.
You ain't going to get rid of us, so you just accept us.
I know two gay guys, a couple that live in my block, and they're such a lovely couple. I know it sounds crazy to say that about two gay men, but they are the loveliest couple.
No, it doesn't sound crazy to me.
Huh?
It doesn't sound crazy to me.
No,
I have known quite a few gay people.
Me too.
Yeah.
And I've had bisexual experiences, so primarily when I was a teen.
Oh, bad one.
Yeah.
And all these people are married with children. Well, not all, but most.
Yeah, that's the part that people don't realize because I've gotten attention from straight guys who are married, like the people who that nobody would ever suspect.
Yes.
Yep. Right.
Lesbians do the same. Get married to men. I don't know what they think they're doing. Why don't they just admit to being gay? No one cares anyway.
You live in progressive Europe. We live in evangelical America.
Yeah, I suppose it's true. Yeah.
We're still debating, a woman's right to bodily autonomy.
Gosh.
They think a clump of cells has got more value than a woman.
Yes.
That's not.
Yeah.
You heard about that lady in Atlanta they kept alive. She was brain dead. They kept her alive to incubate her fetus.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah, Adriana Smith. Yeah, her name was Adriana Smith. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Was that
And the
with the
kid.
family's consent, or who was?
No, it was against the family's consent. Believe it or not, it was because of the abortion laws that they did in Atlanta, in Georgia.
Terrible.
I'm like, I need to research that because that's something I would actually like to cover on one of my channels.
Look into Adriana Smith. The kid has been born. He's now in ICU, and it's costing millions. And the family's liable for it, and they didn't want it.
Dreadful.
I mean, there's a reason for that, though, because there's a state interest in the preservation of life. It's not for the benefit of the person who's brought it into existence, but it's for the state, because the state wants to extract from the person, the citizen. It's completely it's completely illegitimate. All those restrictions on abortion, I think people don't really understand their justifications for why they think they have authority to do it.
I'm sure.
They claim that they have an interest in preserving life, but they don't actually have to take an interest. They don't actually have to, provide medical care or housing. It's just, I have an interest in, or the state has an interest in preserving life. The courts just accept it without any proof whatsoever. And this is how we get these public policies. This is a state interest. The state interest is the justification for so many things that are unjust.
I bet you Elon Musk paid a couple $2 billion to study the whole thing so he can start designing his robots for incubator robots.
Yes. Yeah.
And I mean, how much you can invade her body, she's dead. So let's just see how this whole thing works.
Well, we're going to have to get smarter than the state. We're going to have to get around that and get sterilized or do something so they don't force us to have children against our will.
Well, that's not a problem for you, and it's no longer a problem for me because my thing doesn't work anymore at my age.
No, mine doesn't work either. I got a vasectomy about several years
but does yours go boing? Does yours go boing? When you hit 70, when you hit our age, it doesn't go boing so well anymore. I mean, I can, but it's tough.
You know how you mentioned the negative consequences to people who do this stuff, life abolitionism, like procreation?
You want me to talk about the negative consequences?
Well, I feel like because I feel like that could be misconstrued on YouTube if they don't know your theory.
It's not that you're actively trying to harm them. It's that they're trying to extract. They want to benefit from your involuntary existence. So whatever they're trying to get from you, whatever they're trying to extract, you need to deny them that. And somebody was just asking me, did you write about pleasure in your book? Because that is the motivation for no, it's not pleasure per se. It's extraction, which is much broader than just pleasure. So whatever they're trying to extract, if they're trying to get you to support their agenda, if they want you to give them a legacy in the form of grandchildren, if they're trying to, I don't know, they want participants in the workforce, deny them all extraction. Get on welfare, screw the system, milk it for all it's worth. And they're not going to get what they want out of us. That eliminates the unjust enrichment.
Actually, abolitionists, I've done that unwittingly. Because I've been living off the system for 30 years now. Unwittingly, it wasn't my intention to do this, but I've been living off the state.
But I mean, my God, rheumatoid arthritis, that's pretty serious.
Yeah, it's quite nasty. Yeah, it can be very painful, but for 30 years now, it's unwitting because I like my job. I paid a heck of a lot of tax, so I earn good money. But yes, it's been 30 years now. And
It's been 26 with my spinal cord injury.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now
So
I
can
walk. I can walk.
Yeah.
But it's just my legs are burning all the time. My back hurts. They
Oh, no,
took
that's
out one
awful.
rib. Yeah, they took out one rib to put in the cage because they grafted the T11 to the L1 because the T12 burst.
Yeah.
And the older you get, the worse it gets. And they don't have any miracle drugs that I've heard of.
Yeah.
I
You
take,
know they're
I
trying
take,
to. Sorry.
I take gabapentin, tizanidine, and time-release morphine.
Yeah.
a miracle drug.
You know they want to stop all that in Americans. You know what? You never actually passed it. I'll tell you something. Next week on the 6th of January, I've got to go for a virtual pain management bloody meeting. Because you know what? In the UK, they now want to stop opioid use because this terrible opioid epidemic in America.
Yes, I know.
I'm really fed up about it because I tell you something. There are days when I need those opioids. I'm not an addict.
Yes.
I can't stop.
But you know what? When you take it under the supervision of a medical doctor. I have to see a medical doctor every month, play this stupid game, piss in a bottle randomly, drug test randomly. You know, it's not recreational.
No, exactly. They're doing it to me now. It's just on me.
But they won't do it for guns. So if someone's going to commit suicide with opioids,
Yeah.
by the principle, we got to take it away from there's too many deaths. Well, you're not taking guns away from people.
Oh, no. It really pisses me off because, as far as I'm concerned, an opioid comes from a poppy, so it was invented by nature for us to use.
Absolutely. Right.
Yeah, and when I once discussed it with the policeman, because I thought maybe I should start growing my own poppies and just stinging them dry, and he said, "Well, if we catch you, you will end up in prison."
Well, you have to start out with the premise that we don't own our lives.
No, we
Because
don't.
we don't own our lives, the state has the power to regulate what you put in your body.
Yeah, it really gets me. But at the same time, you could buy tons of alcohol, which is 10 times worse in supermarkets.
Yes.
And
Yes.
It really gets me.
And look how long they fought marijuana.
Yeah.
I mean, it was just recently some states here, I can't speak for England or Europe, but they fought marijuana since the 60s, and it's taken 60 fucking years.
Yes, they're doing it. The same in the UK. You can get put in prison for it. It's bloody sickens me. Whereas in Holland and Germany, you can just get it over the counter in a bar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's a story for you. The pain doctor I see, right? He has his license with the DEA, which is federal drug enforcement agency.
Yeah.
All right. Because marijuana is a class 2 narcotic, which is ridiculous. If I'm caught with marijuana in my system when they do the random piss tests, if I'm caught with marijuana in my system, they will drop me. They could report me, but they won't. And they will no longer treat me.
Yeah.
But they'll give me opioids.
Yes. It's all a nonsense, isn't it?
It's just backwards.
Absolutely.
They should be trying me on marijuana first, then see if that works, and then do opioids.
Yes.
But that's not an option for them. It's not an option for them. And I can't use it recreationally. I can't use it recreationally because it's a class 2 narcotic.
Yeah.
Well, there should be a free market. You shouldn't even have these gatekeepers in the first place. You
Yes,
should
I
have
agree.
full access to whatever drugs or medication you want without interference from the state.
Mm.
Yep.
Really,
That's what they do with alcohol. That's what I mean, the only thing they'll stop you is if you're drunk driving. But you can get as drunk as you fucking want, as long as you're not driving or get caught driving. You know, that's worse drug than just about all of them.
Worse than any other drug. It's worse than drug on the planet. It really bugs me.
I've had 2 alcoholic friends, and they're just horrible when they get drunk. They're decent people when they're sober, but when they get it, one especially gets just nasty as can be. I've never seen a more nasty human being when he gets drunk.
Yes, I can well believe it. I've seen it myself. I'm a real sweetie pie and I've been on the booze. I'm the total opposite. I used to say to people, was I bad last night? It's nice, yeah. No, Liz, you're an absolute sweetie.
Yeah, some people are like that. And
yeah, when I'm sober.
It lets your id down. Is that what they call in psychology? The id that filters your ego and your superego.
Yeah.
So if you're a nasty person and you know your id tells you can't be nasty because it's not socially acceptable, you're going to be a nasty person when you're drunk because your id goes down. If you're a kind, loving person, then your id goes down. Then your kind, loving person will come out.
Yeah, I've become a real sweetie. It's really strange, but I haven't
I
been like
can't
that
see
for
you.
20
I can't
years.
see you being that. I can't see you being nasty.
Oh, I can.
No.
Oh, I can get argumentative. Yeah, you've heard me.
Well, I've seen you. Yeah, with Noodles. Yeah. You let Noodles have it.
And that as a guy. Yeah. Oh, I can turn. I don't hit people though. I don't do anything like that. But I think the whole thing with the opioids, and they're starting over here now, and I'm really fed up about it because they work on me, and they do.
Well, the problem is, and I can't speak again for Europe, but in this country, the evangelicals quit staying out of politics in the 70s, especially the late 70s, when evangelicals used abortion as their rallying cry. And now they've had all these stealth candidates that they push through the system, and now they're getting to the top. And then they vote like a block. 83% of evangelicals voted for Donald Trump, primarily because of this. Yeah, because of abortion.
Yeah, sickening.
And all the other issues go along with it. The gay rights and the drug rights and human rights and right to die, it all gets stompled. Yep.
But I don't know what abortion has to do with men. It's nothing to do with men, in my opinion.
I know.
But I don't think it has.
Especially crusty old men.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Yeah.
Yeah. A man who mixed with Einstein and that Prince, what's his name? Andy. He's been mixing with them when they were alive.
I've always said it. If a man could get pregnant, there'd be an abortion clinic on every corner.
Oh, no. Yes, that's very sad. I really feel for women in America who get pregnant. It must be awful to have to fight for an abortion.
Oh, God, I can't imagine.
I can't imagine anything worse. I cannot imagine anything
And
worse.
When I argue with some of my right-wing friends, they have no logical argument. Well, choices, states can make choices. I said, yeah, but the women in the states can't make choices. Well, they can go to another state. Okay, so they take a week off their job. They make minimum wage, and then they got to drive to an abortion clinic, stay overnight, get the procedure. It costs them $2,000 by the time they're done. They've taken, a week off work. That's not a choice.
No, that's not a choice.
Right. They're always talking about personal responsibility and free will while doing everything to prevent you from exercising free will.
That's a good point. Yep.
It really bugs me, I tell you. Got a real thing about it. They tried to change the laws back in the UK, back in late 70s, and I was out on the streets with all the other pro-abortion women shouting my mouth off.
Good.
We won.
Good.
We won. Yeah, we won.
Yeah. Did you enshrine it in your constitution? Because I know France did.
It's on demand in this country.
And it's enshrined in law, or
It's enshrined. Yes, if you want an abortion, just go to the clinic and get one.
Okay.
If you can't afford to, they'll give you one in the NHS, but this privately as well. Yeah, but it's there on demand, so it should be for all women, no matter
I guess my position is, even if you believe that a fetus has a right to live, they don't have a right to live in someone else's body. And the state has no legitimate authority to force a woman to house a fetus involuntarily inside their body. Like, you're using a woman's body as an incubator, and that is ultra vires. It goes beyond the scope of legitimate government.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
But the way they have framed it, which I talk about in my book, is that the Dobbs decision, I don't know if you're familiar with that, that is the decision that overturned Roe v. Wade, that because there was never a common law, or there was never a law or tradition recognized in American history or common law to an abortion, which is incorrect, by the way. Because there is no enumerated right to an abortion, there is no right to abortion. It's a lot that I could explain. I don't know if you guys want me to go on that.
Does it go back to the law in the 1800s?
I'm okay with the rabbit hole.
Yeah, I can't remember I heard people arguing about something that happened in the 1800s with some kind of clause that people were getting abortions and nobody had a problem with it.
No, it wasn't just abortions. Back then, people were actually engaged in infanticide under common law, and they know that there was a right to privacy, so they never prosecuted the women, even though it was questionable. It's like these fetuses or these infants were dead, but if they were under the age of 1, they were not prosecuted. So,
whoa.
The reason that they're not recognizing is because they're interpreting the Constitution wrong. That we only have rights that are enumerated, but actually under the 9th Amendment, what the 9th Amendment says that the Constitution shall not be construed to disparage other rights retained by the people. What that means is that the Constitution does not create rights. It only enumerates some certain rights, that we retain all rights that we already had under common law. So the purpose of the Constitution is not to create rights, it's to limit the state's power. And they completely switched that around and said if you don't have rights that are expressly enumerated, then it doesn't exist.
And you know for a fact there were infanticides less than 1 year old back in the...
I did a whole live stream about that I did a whole live stream about that.
I didn't see that one. I've seen several of yours, but not that one.
If you want, I can. Well, my other channel was taken down, but I did stream on both channels, so I can replay that one if you want me to.
Okay, wait. Now, it's a life abolitionist. Is that what I searched? Because I saw a couple under antinatalist informant. No, was that you?
That was me, but yeah, that channel was already taken down by YouTube.
Oh. He's the antinatalist informant, Stop the Vegan Mafia, Life Abolitionism, and Black Anarchist.
Okay, and which one is it under?
Well, it's not on my Life Abolitionist channel, so I'm going to have to download it from my other channel and then upload it.
Okay. Do you not like mentioning your other channel?
No, because I talk about different topics on that. I don't think that people would be interested. If there's a crossover where I can stream on both channels, that's fine. But I don't.
But I noticed you don't mention the name. It feels like you're hiding it.
No, because I already I did. It's not hiding it. If some of the things that I say are controversial, I don't think that they would like some of the things I say on my other channel. So I don't want them to actively look for it.
Okay.
Oh, I see. Let me ask you a question. Yes.
Have you ever tried comfrey on your aches and pains?
No. COMFY.
Yeah, COMFREY. Yeah, if you buy it on Amazon, yeah, it's not expensive. £10 for a tin.
Okay.
It's very, very good. When I broke my arm, I tried to break my arm this summer at my elbow. I used comfrey on it, and it made a huge difference. Huge.
Is it topical or?
You can't do it. Sorry.
It is topical. I'm actually growing comfrey in my backyard.
Oh, really?
I have plenty of it.
Wow. Because I tried growing it, but I didn't get very far. But I tell you something. There's comfrey's known for being a bone healer and painkiller from the Middle Ages, but of course, pushed out the thing. Yeah.
Of course.
Comfrey has a lot of benefits. It actually improves the soil too because what is it called? It's a it's a scavenger for minerals. Like it has deep tap roots and it'll bring them up to the surface and replenish your soil.
I tell you, Pastor, it's fabulous stuff, and I've been using it now for my arthritis, and it's huge. Makes a huge difference.
I'll give it a try.
Yes, buy it on Amazon, £10 for a tin. Rub it in every night. Give it a week or so because the herbs don't work instantly. They take a week or so. But give it a try. But don't ingest it, okay? You're not to ingest it.
But you would need the roots, not the leaf. The leaves are not as potent as the roots.
Oh yeah,
you just pound it down, and then you can make a tincture or but you don't take it orally. It's topical.
Just rub it in.
Okay,
can I smoke it or inject it?
No.
Oh, damn.
Okay, just put it on your skin.
Oh.
Do not ingest or inject or anything.
Hey, Jude.
No, it's really. I tell you, Pastor D, and one thing I've learned in the past few years is Big Pharma is ripping us little lot off with all this medication, because I also use stinging nettle tincture. And prior to this tincture, my hand used to get so sore I couldn't write my name on my foot. I got flat on my foot, and the stinging nettle tincture cured it. And it's been cured since. I take it every day, a few mouthfuls in a tincture that I buy from Amazon, and it works like a charm. It's made so much difference to my pain levels.
I'll try it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very good.
Mr. Question mark.
Have
Yes,
you?
there's a lot to be said. And I also take St. John's wort.
I tried that. That didn't work.
Well, it works on me. It seems to be working on, but then I've got a serotonin problem, so it would work on me. Yeah.
Does it help your mood?
Yes, it seems to be. I'm not for the joy to spring by any means of thing, but I've noticed I feel better in the mornings when I wake up, because, oh God, I have terrible problems in the mornings and my depression is really bad. Yeah. But I've noticed that does seem to help a bit. Because I'm very restricted to how much the doctor will give me for my depression. I'm already over the top. I'm already taking more than the recommended maximum. So I've taken some St. John's wort on the quiet. Yeah.
Okay. I'll mix it all up and put it in a spoon and put it in my needle and shoot it up.
No. You can take it
yes.
Nettle picture. It does work. Comfrey.
All right.
Have you taken a look at Life Abolitionism's book, Pastor D?
He read part of it on one of his channels, but it was a very brief part of it. So part of it, yes.
Are you interested in it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything that makes my point, but the thing is, people don't listen to your point.
I don't know many people who have downloaded it yet, so I'm just curious. Yeah, you one.
Yeah, I've got it.
Yeah, I know one person.
Yeah.
And you go to his channel and download it, or how do you get it? Is it on Amazon?
I got it
It's on Amazon.
Okay. So if I search Life Abolitionism, will it come up?
No.
It should come up, but the title of the book is "Whose Life Is It? The Moral Debt for Life Enslavement."
Okay. So right up my alley. I did read Danny's book, and I thought it was
I
right.
know a lot of people who have read Danny, but I'm waiting for more people to read Life Abolitionism books.
Okay.
Life Abolition is more.
I can argue with some people, but I'm waiting.
But if you search on Google human maladies, known human maladies, there'll be this whole research, credible research section that comes up, and they list all the things that can go wrong with humanity. And I'm talking, it's alphabetical, and it's like 600 different things, known things. New things pop up all the time.
Yeah.
So I just, for your research aid, because a lot of you hit the big ones like cancer and spinal cord injuries and arthritis and, strokes and heart attacks, but there's so many. And people aren't aware of it. Yeah.
Yeah, so much can go wrong. That's why I've got no faith in it.
Let me ask you this, Brother Marcus. Do you think that anti-natalists should be elective pro-mortalists?
I have to think about that. That's a big question. I'll get back to you in a few minutes. Let me just ponder that for a second.
I think that pro-mortalism has been like the way that they talk about it. It's like in a general sense, but it's like different versions of it. That it doesn't mean that you necessarily wouldn't want to take someone else's life.
So Benatar puts it in the context of a type of killing extinction. So that's one way of construing it in reference in the literature. And then there's also the view that it's good for the. I don't feel comfortable talking about this because
right. That's the part that is unfair, that they can openly talk about their pro-life position, but you can't even defend your position because you just be censored or have your channel taken down.
It's just I have to think of code words, and it just It's harder.
I know. I keep talking about Toyota Corolla. I don't even know if people know what that even means. Like, I
They're
need
like,
to
why are you
find
so
something
into
else.
car dealerships?
You know, an analogy I use a lot of times when breeders don't quite get it because they just intend to be intentionally obtuse. Say, you're in your room and it's a cold winter night and you're deep asleep. You're not dreaming. You're just in deep sleep, unconscious deep sleep. You're comfortable. The room is warm. You've got your blankets around, your little pillow. Your cats are meowing.
Cats.
Cats, I had to put that in there for you, that chickpea. And I break into your room.
Yeah.
I swing your doors open. That's the penis penetrating the vagina. And I rip you out of your bed, take you outside where it's cold and nasty, throw you into a party and say you're going to stay here for 80 years and you're going to fucking like it because I said so.
Oh, yes, it's very true.
And you will die. And it may be quick if you're lucky, but probably won't be.
Yes.
And you're going to have to struggle and you're going to have to fight and you're going to have to work and you're going to have to get up at 6 a.m. every morning.
Slavery.
It really is. If you did that to a conscious human being, you would be put in jail.
Yeah.
If I went into my neighbor's house, broke down his door, went into his bedroom, slammed open his doors, get up, motherfucker, you're coming to a party because I told you you're coming to this party and you're going to fucking like it. I go to jail.
Yeah.
That drives it home.
It's an act of violence. I mean, some people don't like the language that I use. I do call it. I call it grape in my book, by the way.
That's what it is.
Yeah,
Hopefully.
I think some people. I think when they hear like that strong language, they want to be dismissive. But I think it's accurate. It is a violation of the autonomy.
It's a matter of getting them to understand. Like the gentleman Cougar Doomer, nice guy, intelligent, well articulate, but he just kept dancing around consent. Well, I want them to be here because I want them to have a nice life. But did they consent to that? Oh, but my wife and I want to. He never addressed consent, and he never addressed death. And he never addressed struggling.
The death thing was interesting because the pro-mortalist, one way to view pro-mortalism is that death is good for the one who dies, but that doesn't mean that it will that you ought to end it sooner than later, because you could say there are other consequentialist considerations where yes, it was good for the individual, but then prolonged life can actually have a more positive outcome depending on your view. So, and that was Ji Woon's perspective, I believe, in his paper, and he's the one that created the Antinatalism magazine. And
is he the one that killed himself?
And he also gave a talk at one of the conferences. I forgot.
Did he check out early?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
This was
I've heard Amanda talk about it.
Of AN, and I'm curious, like, do ANs actually want to know about the lore?
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, I think
we do want to hear about it, but it just don't put us in the same basket, and that's maybe a good point that we need to start addressing. Is we're not pro-mortalist, we don't want to kill anybody, we don't want to end our lives early. We just want to not create new beings.
Right. Well, when you say we, Ethel Blaze did
He
say.
killed himself.
Well, he also had a conversation where he thought imposing that would be good.
Imposing what? Imposing death?
Yes.
On other people?
Yes.
Okay, well, I disagree with him. I know he imposed death on himself.
Yeah, so look on, I don't like promoting my channel, but if you look on my channel, there's one of them. It's relatively recent.
I've listened to all his stuff. I've listened to
my channel. I posted the clip, and I think a lot of people don't know he actually supported that proposition.
Okay.
And I think we should know when people within the community are advocating publicly to harm others.
Yeah, then shut it down because that's not consent. We
But it
value
seems like when I
consent.
bring this up, it's like people are dismissive of it, and I'm like, I used to care about this stuff, and I don't want people to like make me.
No, we appreciate it. We appreciate it, and you're right. I mean, if people are conflating, pro-mortalism and murder and suicide, no. All we're saying is,
One of the founders of Antinatalism International also supported the proposition that it would be ethical to end pregnant women's lives because he compared them ethically to ISIS fighters.
Yeah.
So that's an international anti-natalist organization that represents all of us, right?
I think there's an association. Excuse me. Never mind.
Just real quick, I'll let you go. Does Lawrence Anton, as far as I know, Amanda's given up her microphone, if you will, and now Lawrence seems to be the main guy. Him and Amendum seem to be the two main guys that are anti-natalists.
Yeah, Amendum has his own can of worms.
Yeah, he's a little radical. I get it, but
no, but actually, the largest content creator is experimentalist. His channel is much larger.
Oh, okay. That's the point.
His view count's kind of,
Well, so is Anton's, and so is Amendum's, and so is
actually, so that's why I think people like Mark Mundy or whatever his name is now is bigger, and I think Benedictine is bigger, and I think
Benedict
Antinatalist Switch or whatever.
No, experimentalist has like 60K subscribers.
But look at the view count, man. Like if you get 300 views, it doesn't matter.
Right. And she's not anti-natalist, which she's against life 1,000 now.
Yeah, I can't keep up with the name changes. But.
Well, I think he needs to do more like qualitative content. He needs to like interview people, and because he has the numbers, he just needs to get more
content
engagement.
Yep, I agree.
To be fair, he had cancer and got hit by a car, right? So
yeah, but his stuff goes back 3-4 years. Actually, he's been an anti-natalist since 50, so his stuff goes back 7 years now, I think.
Yeah, but like if he's not working that much on his channel, he's he's doing other things. But
I mean, but still, I mean, he could share his platform with other people and help get outreach.
Yeah,
like he doesn't actually have to do the work.
Did you see that Stop Having Kids is closing down his operation?
What? No, I didn't know that. What's happening?
I read it on a YouTube thread. He said that he's no longer accepting donations and he's closing his store.
Well, shit.
I think he's closing his website. I'm not sure, and he's definitely not doing any outreach for now, is what he said.
Wow.
Yeah.
Right, but it's not one person, isn't it? Like a group.
It was.
It's just him like going to different places, and he invites people to join him. Really.
Yeah. He had Noodles on there for a while, and then he had this lady who lives in Portland on there for a while.
Other people use their signs, so it looks like they're in different ways.
That's true.
Yeah. I've donated to them in the past, so I mean,
I have too. I gave Noodles $40 digitally when they were in Florida to buy condoms to pass out.
You're kidding me.
No, I'm not. Because it was spring break and all these horny fucking penises were erect and ready for copulation.
I thought I was mad. I give money to cut people.
No, I did. I gave them directly. I didn't give it to Stop Having Kids. I gave it directly to Noodles and Deets.
You're kidding me. No.
And I said that exact same thing. There's all kinds of erect drunk penises down there. They've got to be covered.
Well, there's even no anti-natalists who don't use protection. They just basically leave it on a woman to get on birth control.
It's our responsibility.
Disgusting. Yeah. Disgusting.
Well, it's a story of life, that one.
I don't know why you women have not rebelled a long time ago.
Yes.
Seriously, I just don't know.
Yeah, but when I was young, I did ask for a hysterectomy when I was, asked to be sterilised when I was 21, but they won't do it to women, or didn't.
Right. You'll get a husband and he'll want kids. Well, I don't want kids, motherfucker.
Pastor,
sorry,
the were you interested? Because like I mentioned, multiple people passed on that case. Were you like interested in that?
And stop having kids?
No, the Bartkiss case.
Oh, I knew about it because he hit that Palm Beach fertility clinic, and nobody got hurt except for him. He died. That's all I know about it.
But do you like? Does it? I don't know how to phrase this question. Does it not pique your curiosity to look into it?
Sure. If you want to share information with me, I mean.
But like, if someone does something and they say they are like an F-list, antinatalist, or promortalist, or whatever.
Yes, you're right. We should be aware of that.
Yeah, but a lot of people aren't aware of it. I'm curious why other people wouldn't be curious, I guess is my question.
Yeah, you've got a very good point. Because if we're going to, it's kind of like, I remember back in the 70s when the gays were like, oh, they want Nambula, which was this National Association of Man-Boy Love. And the gays are like, no, we don't want Nambula in our organizations, but that's what they kept trying to push into us, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So it's the same kind of thing. This is a wide umbrella, and it covers a lot of different subjects. And you're right, the more we understand about people who are allegedly in our community, the more effective we can be in trying to censor them out.
Did you say Lambda?
It was NAMDA, National Association. That's it, National Association of Man-Boy Love. Yeah,
I think they're still around. Are they not?
I wish they would go away.
I heard they were registered with the government, and that blew my mind. I'm like, what? How does that happen?
No, that should be. Yeah, no.
Yeah. But
do you understand my analogy that they did try to do that to the gays in the 70s, and then they had AIDS, so they left it alone because that AIDS was the new boogeyman.
But let's grant that he was part of this community, but let's grant that he wasn't. If there's a fake case of a person who did what he did, wouldn't you still be curious?
Yes, I am curious. I mean, I'd like to know what he stood for. I only knew from what other people told me, like Lawrence Anton, Emendum. I don't know if Amanda covered the guy or not. And they were just adamantly, this is not what we stand for. We don't stand for doing things against people's consent.
Well, that pro-extensionist group is actually taking credit for it, and they're proud of it. They see that as a victory.
Is this the Vehement?
No, that's a different.
No, they have dropped the Alphalist label. They're essentially the same as Alphalist, but I guess they're a little bit more radical than Amendum. So they call themselves pro-extensionists.
Do they have channels?
Yeah, yes. They do. It's like I've seen probably about 5 of them, but there may be more.
Okay. Well, you know, the word antinatalism is now entering the lexicon, where it didn't 6 years ago. You are hearing child-free people talk about
Gnosis.
Oh, there it is.
Journey to find out what the fuck is going on in this crazy existence. Step up and have your say by using the link that is pinned at the top of the YouTube live chat.
Anyways, there are a couple child-free channels that are now using antinatalism. I'm hearing women talk about it more in comments and in yeah. So we are now distinguished from child-free, and there's a huge difference.
Okay, anybody else want to come on? The link is in the live chat. We've been going for quite some time now, so maybe we can get some new voices here if there are any new voices watching. Jay, you're very quiet. What happened to you?
Yeah, what happened to Jay?
Pastor D, you know what? It's only in the past year I actually learned the term antinatalist. It's not talked about here at all, anywhere.
No.
So since I came here or read David Benatar, yeah. So I've been something all my life without even knowing it.
Well, I knew at 10 years old. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I didn't know that. No, I meant the word antinatalist.
Right. I knew the concept at 10 years old.
Well, there were
Yeah, oh,
other
yeah, that
groups,
makes,
though.
yeah,
There was the
yeah.
voluntary human extinction movement. There were the Shakers. There were the Gnostics. And so I didn't know what the word was for it. I guess I kind of consider myself a Shaker, even though I wasn't religious.
Well, you told me on your Black Antinatalist channel that, you know, the reason you didn't procreate is because you didn't want anybody to go to hell. And that's the only way you could figure out someone would not go to hell is not create them.
Right. Right. That was when I was a child. When I was like 13, I was just like, I'm never having kids.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's one of my big issues with my parents is they knew that this concept of hell was out there. I don't care if you believe it or not. A lot of people do believe it. It could make it real, and it could be real. Why risk it?
Do you think it's real?
I don't know. I doubt it. I think this is probably hell.
I think we're recycled.
I think the Hindus might have it right. And unfortunately, we have gone... Hopefully, we're one step below nirvana, right? So we're at the highest life form now, allegedly or supposedly. And hopefully, if we're real good, we go to nirvana and then we're out of the cycle. But if we go back as bugs, we got to do it all over again. Come back as frogs and then come back as snakes and come back as... Oh, God, no.
So when you say the Hindu, like, do you mean, what do they believe?
Reincarnation.
Okay.
If you're good, you go up the reincarnation ladder until you reach nirvana. And this is
that doesn't make sense either when you say about the animals, because I hate to say it to you, but animals behave themselves in a far, far more dignified way than us humans do, you know?
Absolutely.
Not the polar bears. Not the polar bears.
Well, but that's what I argue, though. It's not just animals, it's anything that is in touch with nature. So even primitive cultures, they're far more, I'm not going to say ethical, but they have a better relationship with one another. Like what I argue is that the state of society actually makes people degenerate. Like the more rules, the more like social control there is, it turns people more violent and more unethical because they get to justify by saying at least it's legal or everybody else is doing it or like.
Right.
But Pastor D, I'll tell you something about. I feed a flock of pigeons, and we get sparrows come round down to eat with the pigeons. And I've never ever once seen a pigeon bully a sparrow.
DMWJE's backstage.
Right. Haven't you seen pigeons bully each other?
No, I haven't. They're the sweetest.
Really? That's a bit weird. You need to look a bit closer then.
No, I haven't seen it. Well, maybe
I'll tell you
so much they don't feel the need, but they're very, very sweet creatures, which is why I feed them and look after them.
Well, cats do bully other cats.
They chase each other off the food, don't they? When you put the food down, one might come and chase another one away from it.
No, they don't actually. They're very sweet creatures.
I've taken care of many cats and cats, especially the male cats, they are bullies of other male cats.
It's a carnivore. A cat is a carnivore.
Have you ever seen two ducks trying to mate a female? Two male ducks trying to mate a female?
No,
It's rape. It's fucking rape. She's trying to get away and they're just humping.
I bet she is.
You know, that penis is a nasty weapon.
I'm a fire horse.
But I'll share something with you about animals being nice, and I know there are examples on both sides, but my brother has two dogs, and he spends the winters here, and he's got a big Portuguese water dog and a little cockapoo, right? The Portuguese water dog weighs 75 pounds, and the little cockapoo weighs 10, right? Yeah. So I give them each a milk bone as a treat. I say the word treat, they know what that means immediately.
You know what it means, yes.
Yeah, he'll wolf his down in a second because he's 75 pounds.
Yes.
She's petite, and she's got 3 teeth because she's 19 years old, and she just kind of gnaws on it. He will not take it from her, and he could.
Sweet.
Yeah, he'll sit there and watch.
Sweet little dolls, animals.
Yeah, he'll sit there and watch. Yeah. And if she leaves it, that's it. If she leaves the bone, that's it. But she will not take it. He will not take it from her.
I believe it, and I can.
So. But my point in being an animal is I don't want to live out under a bush or in a hole. I don't have to worry about things hunting me down all the time. I don't have to want to kill things for food. It's a brutal existence.
It's brutal, yeah. Terrible, dreadful, horrible.
And that's why we take dogs in and they become as nice as we are, usually. Not always. And not all of us are good, but most people I think are on the better side.
Sweeties, actually.
Yes, I can see that. The little chickpeas. Little chickpeas. Little chickpeas. Little chickpeas.
Oh, they're really sweet cats, they are.
I believe it. Look at the dogs.
They don't fight or argue.
Look at the dogs at the parks. Most of them, granted they're all on leashes, but most of them will greet each other. They'll sniff. They'll do the genital thing. But most of them will not fight or growl.
They're really sweet. Yes, they are.
Yeah, they're at attention in case the other one's, mean. But once the ice is broken, they generally get along.
Yeah.
Because they have food.
Yeah.
I like that owl.
Yes, I love owls. I kissed an owl once.
Wait, what?
Did you really?
You kissed an owl?
I kissed an owl, and I still remember it. It was
She kissed an owl, and she liked it.
Yeah, it was one of the eagle owls. The great big owls. I kissed him, and I will never forget. How, I kissed him on his little beak. Yeah, I kissed him.
You're an odd bird. You are. You're an odd bird. You're an odd bird. You kiss owls.
What?
You're an odd bird.
I like owls. I kiss all sorts. I kiss the dogs on the street as well sometimes.
I kiss my dogs, yeah.
I kiss if I see a nice old golden retriever. I'll say to the owner, "Can I blah blah blah?" And I end up kissing the retriever as well.
Wow, so she'd be the serial animal kisser, huh?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, why not? Well, I don't kiss men.
Good. Those are dangerous.
Wait, so how many animals have you kissed, Chickpea?
Oh God, I don't know. Hundreds.
Wow.
The Bible says, "Thou shalt not lie with dog as with man, or it is an abomination."
Yeah, I kissed an owl. And I still remember it. Yeah, he was gorgeous.
Do you have wet dreams about that?
No. No, you're not.
Joking you. I could get pretty lewd quickly. Sorry. I need to keep DNW's channel clean.
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, by the way, what happened to Ricardo? He's been quiet.
I'm still here.
Oh, okay.
He's being a good Brit.
Listening. I should probably go because I'm very tired. Should get to bed.
He's a well-behaved Brit.
All right. Well,
listening in the background. I love this channel.
Yeah, this is sleep music for you.
Thanks.
It's really cool. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, we appreciate you coming on. Hopefully you continue to do so.
Yeah.
We appreciate your open-mindedness.
Cool, man. I like to learn new things.
LA. Question.
Yes.
Question. When you do you discuss antinatalism with any of your gay friends?
Yes, I have. I have, absolutely. I've been at parties and talked about it. It's like they're all interested, and then it's like it's weird because like they ask me like, are you saying that you wish you were never born? I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. And then they're acting like they're so concerned, like I'm just.
Oh, you must be fun at parties, then.
No, but they're all interested because
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Yeah, right. But so, will they open their brains up? Because when I discuss it, it cannot even, the subject can't even be broached, or they write it off to its nature. And I said,
it sounds like you're talking about it with your family.
I am, and friends.
Well, I think
when
most
you do it
gays
with
are
family,
not.
it's a little bit more.
Yeah, they've got some costs in this game of life, i.e., children. So they have to justify it.
Well, gay men are not necessarily going to procreate. Like they would have to go through extraordinary measures to have a child. So
Thank you to Ricardo. See you soon again, brother. Have a good night's sleep and sweet dreams.
Here, Ricardo. Wait, what just what just happened to their poops? Let's see, he was banned.
Ooh, what happened?
I don't know.
Their poops.
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess I use it as a defense of like the whole gay lifestyle because one of the critiques is, oh well, gay people can't have children. I'm like, well,
Right.
good. That's what makes it so ethical.
Exactly. I understand that 100%. I've heard people call it a blessing because they realize what their horniness can do to another person.
I've been able to talk about it, but I warn people away from the online stuff.
Okay, fair enough. Do you still talk to Amanda?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I think we're both glad about that.
Okay.
I'm against apholism. Yeah, I was gonna say DNW doesn't like talking about that, but
I am too because
Joseph and to Divine.
Hey,
Yes,
Joseph.
I'm too.
Hey, Divine.
This new person here. We have a
Joseph,
newcomer.
Happy New Year. What would you like to
We
say?
have a newcomer. We have a newcomer.
Joseph, welcome. Happy New Year, sir. What would you like to add to the conversation?
Yeah, Happy New Year, guys. I'm glad I caught the show at the moment I did because this is something I've been wanting to ask all the Benedictine, the Tony Sayers, the Mark Devlins, all the guys.
That's us.
So the consent thing, right? The what you were saying about, your parents copulating and you coming into this realm, blah, blah, blah. So what about all of the I'm not saying I disagree, but I don't know you, but they never bring up is the whole thing about how we our consciousness can't perceive what we experience in the astral plane, and how in the astral how we conceive of these lives here in this realm. So all the Robert Monroe, the Tom Campbell, the Life is a Lesson people, and who's the other big one? There's some guy that does in between life regression that some guy's been reading some stuff in his book. The name will pop into my head. Michael Newton, I guess, has done some claim to do 4,000 people in their interlife regression, or I don't know how he refers to it. And so so from their perspective, they say, okay, yes, there's tons of suffering here, of course, for so many really rough lives, being born into sex slavery and satanic ritual abuse, whatever, just abusive parents,
Right.
et cetera.
Right.
And there's spectrums of suffering and all that. But then they say, so when when our consciousness is in the astral, we kind of look down on this like, oh yeah, I popped in there. And we choose to, or we have these discussions with the council or however they refer to them, and they kind of say, okay, here's your choice of 3 to 5 lives. You can pop into southern India, Chile, Mongolia, or Romania, and maybe you were a man in your last life, so you're going to be a female in this life, and a mother. You were a dickhead to women in your last life. Now you're going to be a mother that has some guy. You have 5 kids, and your husband's an asshole in this life, kind of thing.
So does it like to learn lessons?
Yeah, right. So it's kind of like without having the knowledge of how we look at things, if there is an astral plane, right? So what have you? I've never heard. Like I said, I've listened to so much of. I don't listen to many more, but of Benedictine and Devlin and all these guys, and they never address that aspect of it.
I have on my channel is Arthur Schopenhauer explains it. It's really between Arthur Schopenhauer and Immanuel Kant. So you're basically talking about the whole soul contract mythology. Is that what you're talking about? That we chose our parents and we're here to learn or whatever. Like, is that pretty much what you're saying?
Yes.
Well, it all comes from the number 0, which I wish I would have included in my book, but I couldn't fit it in. But the number 0 is infinite, so therefore that means we're infinite. Like what Kant said is there can't be an object without, there can't be a subject without a, sorry, I'm getting this completely wrong. I haven't looked at it in a while. A perceived, there has to be, gosh, I forgot how it goes. It's like there has to be an object in order to perceive the subject or something like that. Basically, immortality is impossible because we exist in time, space, and causality. And so until we exist in a material world, it is like time doesn't exist. Therefore, immortality is impossible. We can't have a soul because souls can only exist in a material world, which means it's impossible for something that isn't material to exist in perpetuity. I'm sure I'm not explaining it right, but I've looked into it. It doesn't make sense.
Chick P disagrees with you. Chick P disagrees with you. She says she's experienced her other life through his hypnosis briefly.
Yeah.
Now, I don't believe in it, and I'm not saying I don't believe in it, but I'm not sure, and when I'm not sure about something, I don't do it.
I believe in Chick P.
Oh, thank you, Marcus. But the life abolitionists, yeah, also when we have out-of-body experiences, our brain, our soul, and our sight exist outside our body. And I know so because it's happened to me.
Yeah,
right. I'm
not
talking
saying
about the metaphysics of time, space, and causality that can only exist in the material world.
So what do you mean?
But we don't know that though. Who knows? Who knows what's possible outside of our little perception of things? You know, we just don't know.
True. That's true.
Right, but even if it did exist, it would exist outside of time, which would not be immortality.
Right, but what does that even? What does the term outside time even mean? Like, what would that feel like or be like? You know what I mean?
What that really means is that it doesn't exist. Whatever exists outside of time is not real. It's not material.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. Is that no one seems to really know what that means.
No, I don't understand what you mean. Yeah.
I've heard two analogies, and I'll put them out there as analogies so you can contextualize it. It's like a computer. Okay, people argue you can't destroy energy, and since we're energy, that energy will go somewhere else, i.e., another soul. That's why I don't dismiss it. It's never happened to me, Chippy. I'm not saying I just don't believe you. I'm just saying it's never happened to me. Then you can say, well, look at the energy that gets fed into a computer. Yeah, unplug it, and the computer's done. So, you can look at it both ways.
I'm sorry, I got it twisted. You can't have an object can't exist without a perceiving subject. That's how it goes. And so unless you have a body or a mind to actually perceive it, then it doesn't exist.
But nothing exists, abolitionists, ultimately, because it's just a load of atoms moving. Nothing actually exists. Nothing.
Right.
That's what scientists say.
But we have energy.
What?
And we have energy. We have energy, and we know we can't destroy energy.
Yeah. But apparently, if all the atoms of the Earth could be squashed into solid matter, our planet would be the size of a sugar cube, apparently. That's what scientists say.
Pretty close, yeah. I know. There's a lot of space in between the neuron and the little atoms. Mm-hmm.
Makes sense, I suppose. You want it to.
No, it does. It does.
Yes, it does make sense. Well, yeah, it's weird though, isn't it? Why should it be like that? It's so strange.
It really is. And that's why I have to. That's why I have to believe in a God. I'm not saying Jesus or Allah or Yahweh. I'm just a God. I'm going to call him God or her God. Right. Probably her.
So Joseph, how? Joseph. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. What about all the people that claim to do astral projection and the reincarnation where the kids in India go, oh, I was stabbed in my last life, and they had the mark in their torso exactly where that, they go to the village and walk up to the door, and that's, oh, I had a son who was stabbed or fell off a tree and, hit their whatever torso and they died. And
wow.
What about What about how can you be so sure that there aren't other realms that our consciousness can go to? You know,
I mean,
how's
it
that?
could be, it could be, yeah, it could be true, but the human brain also has an ability to implant false memories, into itself. So you just don't know.
I don't
And
think
with
they're
YouTube,
lying. I don't think they're lying.
I mean, if
So-
that's what they believe, that's what they believe, but it's not verifiable. It's not something that they can say because I had this experience that other people should believe it. Like that's your personal experience.
What about
I
what
can't
3-year-old?
invalidate it, but I'm not going to accept your personal experience without evidence.
But what about 3-year-olds who say this sort of thing? You're saying that 3-year-old is lying about a former life.
That's that is their reality. That is their perception. It has nothing to do with me.
No,
I don't
they
have
have
to.
verified it. It has been verified by people.
No, they don't have. It doesn't need to be verified. It's their belief. If they believe that that is real, that is their personal experience. But it's not something that translates into because you had an experience, then I have to accept your experience. Like that is your personal belief. It's not something that is because you like someone had an out of body experience that I have to accept that my like that is no. It has nothing to do with me.
So how would you like it if, say, something really weird happened to you? Say, for example, you had an out-of-body experience. Everybody said to you, no, you didn't. No, you didn't.
No, it's not my place to invalidate or validate. Like that is your experience.
Say you did have one. Say you did have one.
I wouldn't share with anybody. I wouldn't expect anybody to believe me if I couldn't prove it.
I never told anyone till I came here, I must admit. I never spoke about mine, ever. Because I've had one.
and we believe you. I mean, who are we not to believe you?
Yeah, but
It's
I
never
spoke
happened to
about
me.
anyone my whole life until I came here. Never mentioned it ever, even though when it happened. Never told anybody.
But there's a lot of people who think that they saw Jesus or Jesus spoke to them. It's just like, okay, that's your belief, but I don't like that has nothing to do with me. I've never talked to Jesus or Muhammad or whoever. Like,
and then there's Fatima, which
you've never done ayahuasca or 5-MeO DMT, right? I forgot if I asked you that before. Hello?
Me, the only serious drug I've done more than marijuana or alcohol is ecstasy. And I did it once in the 80s, and I'd do it again if I knew I had the same stuff.
But have you, all the common testimony of people that do that 5-MeO DMT, sometimes it's referred to as bufo. That's kind of interesting. I'm not saying it's exact proof, but I guess, it's kind of like you need to do it to, and experience it and then see what you think.
Bufo, huh? Is it a legal drug or a street drug or?
No, I mean so the 5-MeO DMT is from that toad in northern Mexico, I believe. And they can
right.
They can synthesize it. You don't have to actually get it from the toad.
Okay.
But so you guys just kind of think the whole, because I'm still on the fence of whether or not we do choose our lives and the lessons. But then I think that the lessons to what exactly? Why do we need to have so many lives? And there's already been how many billions of humans have been here in every single type of perceived scenario of suffering, of child abandonment and abuse and sex slavery, blah, blah, blah. Down the line, we can go through all the things, but all those things have been experienced, millions of times over.
And that's why I say I don't believe that I chose my life, because I wouldn't choose to come into a world like this, where, for example, I exploited animals, just to survive. I wouldn't choose to. I know myself, and I'm empathetic enough to not want to live a life like that, where I had to do something like that, or to experience a lot of the things that I've went through. So or anyone who's gone through other issues. Like, why would someone choose to come down to Earth and willingly choose to be R-worded, if you catch my drift? You know what I mean?
Yes.
Or you know what I mean?
That kids get born into bad parents, bad economic situations, bad countries.
Right. Yeah.
Right. And Brother Marcus, I would say for the vegans, I would say even if you are plant-based, I think you shouldn't tell people that, because that's just going to justify procreation. So you can actually be vegan without
I don't. No,
incentivizing procreation.
Procreation.
it doesn't justify it, but a lot of
But
vegans
they
do
do.
procreate.
But they do because they think they're creating another vegan who's going to make the world a better place.
Right. I get your point.
Oh. Americans come out with some pretty heavy stuff, don't they, DNW? Because I've never heard this said before.
No, listen to Vegan Equilibrium. Listen to what Shannon said. She was just on here the other day. She said,
you know what happens when I talk to him? We get to a row.
no, Shannon was just on here the other day, and she said that she created these vegan children because they're going to help liberate animals. This is the excuse that they all make.
Should I go in the closet?
How?
Me and Evie just argue.
Let's put it this way to the person with the astro projection. My potential kid that's floating in the astrosphere will not squirt out of my penis or will never come out of my wife's vagina. Okay?
It's a shame we didn't know when you were young, Pastor D. You would have got on well together.
We would.
You know what? When I was young, I could not find a vegan antinatalist. Couldn't be found nowhere. It was very hard for me when I was young. I had a very lonely time with it because I was on my own. And it's not what I chose. I did want a man to love, and it's still my biggest sadness that it never happened to me. I still think to myself, I wish I could have had that life where, like Divine had, I loved a man and really loved him, and I feel so sad it never happened.
Well, not too late. We're only 8,000. We're only 8,000 miles. Well, we're only 4,000 miles apart. I could start swimming now. I could be in London in what, 6 months?
Well, the excuse is that antinatalism doesn't actually do anything because even if we don't procreate, we're just going to be manifested in some other form anyway, or like we're going to exist on another planet or some other plane, like. And they don't provide any evidence whatsoever. We're supposed to just accept it on its face. It doesn't mean that we have to actively contribute to it.
I agree. You know what dawned on me with Cougar Doomer, and I really like the guy, and I respect parents if they're good parents, which I suspect he is, and I suspect Danny is, but I'm still an antinatalist. He said a couple days ago on a different podcast, I don't care if my kids are happy or not. That's not my concern. It's like, I couldn't believe he said that.
Right, but he was being honest. He was being honest, and that's the way most of them think.
Yeah.
Right, and that would be my number one concern. And this is not just with him. I have a stepsister, 2 stepsisters, who've never asked their kids, are they happy? Oh my God, that's all we care about.
Yeah.
I don't know if my brother's asked his kids if they're happy. My mother's never asked me if I'm happy.
No, my mother never has. Ever. Once, ever. She's never told me she loved me either, or kissed or hugged me. Never. My whole life.
Mine did, but it was the last 4 years of my life.
No, I never got a hug or a kiss my entire ever from her.
Yeah.
It's not about your happiness. It's about making your parents happy. That's how they see it.
Yes. And that's when it dawned on me why the hell I worked so hard through school and college and corporate job, fighting other people, getting backstabbed all the time. They didn't give a shit about me. The corporation didn't.
You know that. No one gives a shit. You know
no one gives a shit.
No one cares.
Nobody
cares.
And I was doing it because I wanted to make my mother proud.
That is the hardest part to accept, that because you assume that your parents actually care about you, but a lot of times they don't.
No,
they care about you in a performative way, that they care about your survival or whatever, but they don't care about your happiness. Not really.
Yeah.
No, it's getting better, but you're right. The generation I came from is very true. The people that fought through World War II, guys.
It did something to them, didn't it?
Yeah, it was, you had to be a macho man, and if you weren't a macho man, then you were nothing.
Yeah.
What they're more interested in are your duties, that you have a duty to the family, you have a duty to contribute. Like, happiness is nowhere in the equation.
No, you're absolutely right. Anytime I bring up these wild ideas to my family, my mother's response was, you've got a duty, think about your family's name. Don't talk like that. Think about your family's name. People think you're crazy.
Yeah.
Well, I don't care what people think. I
Yeah.
gave up on that a long time ago.
Yeah.
If we don't start speaking truth, then these ideas, I mean, slavery didn't end until people started speaking truth about it. It's wrong.
It still exists.
Yeah, well, it does, but we're
slaves. We're slaves.
we're paid. You're right.
We
Yeah,
are.
when
If you don't own your land and don't own the means of production, you are a slave.
That's true.
But this is life slavery is actually worse because during chattel slavery, the master had a duty to provide for his slaves.
Yes, well, even
Under
worse.
life slavery, you have to pay for your own captivity.
Yeah.
Oh, after 18, yes, by law, after 18, they don't have to give a shit about you. You're right.
Yeah.
And I know a lot. I've got family members. They couldn't wait till their kids were 18.
Yeah, mine threw me out when I was 17.
Yep.
Yep.
But you can have sex at 13. Go figure. Or 12 even.
So the concept that there's only certain lessons that can be learned in this in this realm with this kind of body. You know how they say, oh, some people, there's an astral body, a causal body, anyway, all that stuff. But, this is a very dense, ow, you hit your toe on something, so that there's only certain, coming here is the only place where you can learn particular things. And then so these people say that the interlife period is kind of like, that's where you get your counseling. And like, that's where you kind of really do the inner work. We're here, we're so busy, suffering, working, worrying, obligations, all that family crap, right, you guys are just saying, and all that. Right. And, all the BS of life. And then in the interlife period, that's where you're relaxed and you're sitting with this kind of council of elders and whatever, it's
okay. So what are we learning? What's the ultimate goal? What's the ultimate goal?
See, that's why, if I was a billionaire, I'd have some huge summit. I'd bring all the great minds from both sides, like people like us that go, wait a second, where is this all going? Even if we are allegedly learning these lessons. And then have the other people, like that Tom Campbell guy. I mean, he's getting kind of old now. He's probably almost 80. But he worked with that Robert Monroe, the Hemi-Sync Monroe Institute guy back in the 80s, 90s. So he's still around pushing this stuff. His my big toe theory, you've heard him, where he says we're all individuated units of consciousness. You've seen that guy, right?
No, I have not. I can't speak for those two people. Other three people.
I mean, he's pretty, anyway, I guess, like I've said this before in another show, that we all kind of have our own little, we're all exposed to different things. But has anyone on this panel ever heard of the Tom Campbell and his my big toe, that we're individuated units of consciousness?
His theory of everything?
Yeah.
No, well, not from him specifically. I have, that's basically what non-duality and Buddhism teaches, right? Which is that we're all just small individual fragments of for one or the whole. Yeah. So
Exactly. So that's what I would do if I was a billionaire. I'd just rent out some amazing place in wherever, Fiji or some idyllic place, for a month and just pay everybody, people from both sides of this to like come and then just put it on YouTube. Have really big discussions and back and forth on these concepts, because we're both kind of in our own echo chambers. You have people like us saying, wait, where is this all heading? And then you have people like them going, no, you just can't conceive of how your consciousness will think when you're in that astral plane. So boom, you're dead. Then you look at everything differently, because now you're not in the body suffering in that realm with your kids and your family and your pain and your sickness.
But I'm coming back down again to another body.
Right. Yeah, but what they say is that you don't look at it like a super big deal when you're in the astral. Like now we look at it because it's such a long life of drudgery. Like Chickpea is almost whatever you are. She's old and, oh God, life. And I get it. My mom's exactly like Chickpea, same way.
Yeah,
so I'm old too. It seems like such a long trudging through ordeal here. But when you're in the astral, it's like, I just kind of popped down there, did that, came back. kind of thing.
Well,
Okay.
what some of them say is that once you learn your lesson, then the cycle will stop.
Yes, I've heard that too.
Well, I've only heard, the only thing I've come across is that you go into the dark and that's it, you never come back. Because no one's come back from the dark.
No, not in the same body, anyways.
But I heard another guy recently say, "Oh, even if you're that guy that you're incarnated, let's say even into a Western place. You know how there's guys now in their 70s who were the hippie types that have been living in some India or wherever for 30 or 40 years and meditating. This guy said even they're not even once you think you've dropped all the egoic stuff and I don't have any wants or needs or whatever, that no, there's still more lessons to be learned and all that."
You scare me, and chickpea scares me.
Again, excuse me. It doesn't. That whole learning lessons thing doesn't really make a lot of sense because, what about, for example, like I always say, like little kids who die at like 5 years old or something. Like, how can you learn anything from being born and then dying at like 5 years old? There's nothing to learn there. We don't even have like the mental capacity to be able to understand much of anything. So I don't buy into that whole we're here to learn lessons thing.
There's a new cope for that I heard in a podcast recently. Someone addressed that, and the cope is, we have soul families. There's a group of 20 to 40 souls that we, maybe not every life we reincarnate with, but most lives. So you were warriors together. One guy was an uncle, one guy was a mother, a father, a son, You're connected to this soul group. So when someone dies young, that was you popping in to teach others in your soul group a lesson, and you died young. But it's like, whatever. So that life of dying young there was no lesson for you in that life, but it was to help your soul group. That's what someone said recently.
Okay.
Wow. Crazy.
Yeah.
Can I choose to come back as a chickpea cat?
Yeah, you'd have a nice life with me, spoiled to death. Would be.
I want to come back as chickpeas cats.
Yeah. Come back as a nice little ginger Tom.
A little ginger Tom.
Yeah.
Will you cut off my balls?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
Good. We agree.
You're best off without them. It takes all that.
I know. I totally agree.
It takes all that nonsense away from them.
It's so funny.
Lovely lives. If I say so myself.
We walk the Portuguese water dog I was talking about.
Yeah.
They're both spayed, but his balls are chopped, right?
Yeah.
And I make this joke because he'll see a female dog and look at me, go, "Where are my balls?" And Dusty will make some comment, my brother, and I said, "God, they neutered the wrong species." He hates that. He just gets red in the face.
Does it? Like my Dave, his name's Dave, my ginger Tom. He still likes girls. He still snuggles up and kisses them occasionally. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And he kisses me sometimes, and I've been done too, as you know. So he kisses all of us.
The Portuguese, the 75-pound dog will take his big black nose and stick it right up the little cockapoo girl's the JJ, and the whole rear end will go up. It's like he's jacking her up, change a tire or something. He doesn't do it often, but when he does it, it's funny because her whole rear end goes up.
Yeah. But I tell you something, spaying animal does them the world of good. You really are doing them a huge favor. You really are.
Well, as a pastor, I'm doing a 2-for-1 special. I'm doing circumcision and vasectomy same time.
No, I'm not joking. People who don't get their
I'm not joking either.
No. But people who don't get their cats done are doing those cats such a disservice because they lead the most fabulous lives once they're sterilized. Fabulous lives. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do. There's nothing worse than seeing a feral pregnant cat. It's heartbreaking.
Oh, it really is. The kittens will struggle and
Yeah, it's terrible to see, and it's all done because she's gone out looking for sex. Poor little
That's
woman,
it.
and forgotten where she lives.
And that
Horrible.
weapon of mass perception, that weapon of mass infection is lurking around every corner.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking to see. Heartbreaking. Yeah.
And you know, when my dogs have all reached the end of their lives, I go to the vet, they get a shot, they go to sleep.
Nice, isn't it? Beautiful deaths
Yeah.
they get, don't they? Don't they get
And I've watched two people die in my life too close to me, my grandfather and my mother.
Yeah.
My grandfather was horrific. I was ready to tear those nurses down and those doctors. What the fuck are you doing? You're saying he's going to die within 10 days and you got him in all these tubes? You inject him with something. Yeah, let him go. And then my mother wasn't as bad because she slept most of the time, but when she was conscious, she was in a lot of agony. It's just like, why are we doing this to these people?
Yeah, isn't it awful? Shocking.
Yeah, it really is.
Yes, it's
And they know they're going to die.
yeah, and they know what they're doing.
But they don't want to die alone, so they want you to bear witness to their death.
That's part of it. You know, part of it I think is the money, especially with my grandfather. That was the sickest thing I ever saw. That room looked like Star Wars with the machines they had in there.
Yeah.
They had him on oxygen and dialysis, and oh my God, the machine, he was hooked up to everything known to man.
Yeah, but
And
in LA, here in the UK, it's all free. So I don't know what they're doing in the UK, keeping people alive for weeks on end, because we don't pay for it anyway.
Well, there was a gay guy who made this video talking about how he wanted to have children because he doesn't want to die alone. And
oh, Jesus Christ!
I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? Like,
yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot of gays who do want to procreate for the same reasons that straight people want to procreate.
Right. Well, the one that gets me is who will take care of me when I'm old. Well, number one, your kids may hate you. Number two, they may not be alive. Number three, you may just drop dead. Most likely will drop dead in your own home with the kids nowhere near you.
Nowhere near you, yes.
They think this is all planned out. You know, they've got some kind of Rockwell painting in their head of how this is all going to go.
Yeah. It happened to my mother. It was not pretty, I must admit. My mother had this boy, my brother, and she was completely obsessed with my brother. But you know what? When she died, he phoned me up to say, Mum's dead and I want the flat. And that was his take on her death. I wasn't too bothered, but then she used to knock me about. So, there was no love. The love was gone.
Brother Marcus, are you able to run the show live if I go? If not, we can close and you guys can chat backstage. Up to you.
I can't.
You can't do it.
DW, you have the longest streams of anybody I know. I mean, 9-10 hours.
What's the name of the gentleman who's gay again? I forget everybody's name.
Life abolitionism, is it?
No,
yeah, life abolition. Yeah, life. Whoever it is, I can tell you're a very smart guy and you've done a lot of research and looked into studies and all that. Has there ever been research done into what I know this is something you can't exactly prove, but speculation. What percentage of gay and people who call themselves gay and lesbian had some like serious sexual trauma, or even if a woman is raped at 12 or something, like not super young. I mean, 12 is young, but not like 4. Has there ever been any studies done about? Not saying that for sure you can prove that that's what then made someone what they are, but that there could possibly be correlation with that. I've always been curious about that.
Can you chat about this backstage, guys? No problem. I'll end the live stream, but thank you to everybody who chipped in and joined the conversation, and thanks to everybody who.
Oh, DNW, I love your streams, by the way. Love them.
Okay, cool.
I've actually done